Hello, hello, hello. Hey, folks. Nikolai in Korea, back at you with another video. This time we're going to be talking about a couple different things. Apologies, it's morning here, and I've not had my food yet. Damn it. Just spilt a bunch of stuff on my shirt. It's very annoying. All right. We're still waiting for everything to connect. So while we do that, we're going to get the stuff on the YouTube side, made sure that's all set up properly. We're about to hit 3,000 subscribers, guys. Very soon here, I imagine probably within the next month or two, we will be hitting 3,000, which is incredible. 3,000 in less than a year that I've been doing this. You know, glory to God. Thank you guys for your support. Cannot complain about that at all. We're going to be getting into this here in a second, but there is a lot to be said here, and it's going to take me just a little bit of time. There we go. Start the goal. And then we'll be sharing the stream. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to be linking the call in. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Boom, go. Boom, 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 boom. All right, guys. We're almost done here. Hold on. We'll get right on into it right after I post everything. Gotta post it up. Share the stream, guys. While I'm doing that, this is very helpful to share the stream, like the stream, let people know that we are live. And then we're really gonna get into this. We're really gonna get into this. So there we go. Some interesting things on the timeline. So I figured I'm going to use CounterDocs as the way gotta find it. Gotta find it. It's somewhere around here. There we go. This is where it was. Okay. So we got the video. We got everything waiting, guys. We're good to go. We're steadily making progress here, guys. So second liturgy today. Got a prayer book, prayer rule, catechism book, pearly things. Laugh out loud. Yes, pearly things on the timeline. We're gonna be addressing that here in a second. So don't be concerned about that, guys. That was something else. So we're going to be talking about Pearly things. Who is an interesting cat. She's an interesting cat. She's the kind of woman that is so stuck in her false dialectics that she has never been able to see that she's in no position to be demanding anything from anybody. So we're going to be reviewing what she has to say today. Nothing much. Vigo, Mac, Art, all of you guys, how are you doing? So we're going to start with getting some context. Race and orthodoxy race and Christianity, broadly speaking, has been a big issue for a long time. It's been boiling under the surface for months and months and months now. But in particular, since 2020 is when it really started taking off. These discussions, I noticed, were becoming more and more common amongst people. I was like 28, 27 at the time. I didn't really care much for it then. I still don't care much for it now. Race and Christianity. Race and freaking Christianity. Well, it's been interesting, to say the least, about some of these things. We went over Father John Whiteford, well, I don't even know now, a while ago. And I thought it would be worthwhile to talk about it now. Because Father John became the catalyst for a lot of the debate here recently. Precisely because somebody decided to comment on his channel or on his and this is going to be the catalyst along with counterdoxes. So it's going to be interesting to see this, but we're going to read through this. And we're going to see how things go. But first things first. Rafa.
Heyo.
How are you doing?
Doing all right. Blessed Pentecost.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The race and Christianity. Before we get into it, I would like to discuss with you real quick
Mm-hmm.
kind of your initial impressions as to this issue.
Okay. This is weird to me now because I've actually found out that I'm mixed race in the last couple years. So I grew up thinking I was white and German, or Irish and German mostly, but it turns out I'm quarter Mexican.
That's not meaningfully mixed. Let's be real.
For a lot of people, it is.
Mexicans are already like at least a quarter white, if not half white, as it
Yeah.
is. So
mixed. It is a European race.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on how you define race, and this is exactly what we're going to get into today.
I mean, to You'll be surprised to like people in this state. Um, if you're Mexican, you're not white. And I live in a pretty progressive state.
Yeah, well, that's true. There are certain people that would say that. Now, granted, prior to the 1970s, if you were Latino of any background, you were essentially off-white.
Yeah. Well, now
You
they
were
make
in
a
the sense you
distinction
were in the
between like white Latino and non-white Latino.
yes, which is again, this is just the endless march towards uh, fragmentation, which is the inevitable result of liberalism. There is also a march in the opposite direction, which I think makes a similar error in that direction, which is we need to centralize everything. Everything needs to be put into these neat boxes, which I don't think works either. And it's primarily due to definitions. People don't define these things. Now, the reason I want you guys to share this stream is because this stream is specifically, and I don't really like to talk about it when it's not the topic at hand otherwise, but this stream is specifically for those Orthodox and for Christians or other people who want to debate race in a broad sense, but also race in Christianity specifically, right? So I want to make that clear. This is your time, guys. This is your time to shine. Okay. Once we're done with that, we'll move on to some other topics. There's some interesting things going on with Pearly Things, though I don't find her particularly interesting. She went to an Orthodox church with a sign outside of it said, "Should wives obey their husbands?" And
Well, that's
she,
provocative, isn't it?
I have two thoughts on that. One, immediate is yes, wives should obey their husbands. Two, it's not your duty, Pearl, to dictate how that looks. It's the church's. It's saints like St. John Chrysostom who are authoritative and have the means and the holiness to put up those guide rails and put up those posts. Right?
Yeah. Or one spiritual father, really, is the person who
Correct.
should be putting up those guideposts for you and your spouse.
There are cases where a man will not always be the leader in every facet of their marriage. I'll give you an example. My brother is very smart, he's very capable, but he's also got Asperger's. So realistically, he's got to find a woman who can take the lead in certain areas of the of life in their marriage to give him structure, right? Because otherwise he gets lost in the sauce. He gets distracted by too many things. He's great. He has vision. He has care. He's empathetic. All those things, and he's very smart. But if he doesn't have guardrails up, he's wandering all over the place. He's totally like, yeah, like if someone didn't like force him to go and do something, he'd be just like, oh, okay, I'll do, but I'm comfortable where I'm at right now, right? Like it's a very much a that type of a thing. So in that case, it might be where a woman has to be a little bit more in charge, right? Does that mean that she gets total and complete de facto control over every aspect of the relationship? No, that's where a spiritual father comes in and says, "Hey, you guys are having a slightly unique situation. I'm going to help guide you through that." Right? That is the case. Max says, "Me and my wife used to get looks at church. I'm the only Asian guy there." There's not a lot of Asians in Orthodox churches. I think you're Orthodox, Mac. There's not. So I had a
Yeah,
great
that's just
conversation with a fellow parishioner at coffee hour that went over a lot of this stuff. Coffee hour is the place to have it.
here's the thing. It's like I don't know where people get off about talking about race in Orthodox churches. When you're a white dude, you're already a minority in an Orthodox church 90% of the time. So I don't
You're
see where people get off on that.
um. Well, I mean, it depends. If you're going to a Russian church, you're not going to be a minority necessarily.
Well, you don't speak Russian,
Well, okay.
and you don't,
If that's what
and
you
you're
mean,
not in
yes.
the culture. It's like there's
Yeah, if
more than
that's what you mean.
just skin color.
Which we
Even
will get into as well. We will get into that as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
even if you're at like a majority American parish, a lot of times now these are third or fourth generation. It is a completely different culture than what you're used to, no matter what.
Max says I'm Catholic, but I go to a Greek church. Well, we pray that you'll be received into the church and become Orthodox. There you go. All right, so let's get into this. So Counterdox, who is a friend of the channel, had some interesting things that he was talking about, and I felt like it would be worthwhile. And by the way, I think Counterdox is a chanter in the church or a reader. I can't remember. He said it's one thing or the other. I can't remember now.
Well, a
Um,
chanter isn't tonsured usually.
that's why I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if he's actually tonsured as a reader or he's a chanter, right? Um, I can't remember now. He told me once, and now I forgot. Shoot me for it. I know a couple at the parish where the husband is Papan and the wife is Kenyan. Their parents are immigrants. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and this is the first thing that needs to be said is that the a lot of the problems with the discussion of race is that it's politicized with a very specific Americanized or like UK etc. It's very much the racial anxieties and the immigration anxiety that exists in those countries, whether they're whether they're good or bad is irrelevant. Whether it's correct to be anti-immigration or mass migration, I personally am anti-mass migration, but you don't project the anxieties of your culture and your nation onto the church. The church is bigger than that.
Or onto individuals that may be entering the church.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's see what Counterdocs has to say. I have not seen this yet. So, minority Orthodox Christian addresses race and Chud the Builder.
Hey friends, this is the Counterdocs, and in light of recent issues that happened involving the Orthodox Church, I figured I'd make a statement because we're seeing this topic being brought up more and more, especially from younger converts, newer converts, even within some part of the church. Okay, the issue is regarding I think they call it race realism, racialism, or just generally the topic around race. The first part of this video, I'm going to talk about my experience as a minority in the West. Okay, well, I think I am the minority, um, and my take on that issue. And we're going to talk about what happened recently. Okay, on the news.
Yeah.
So my background is very mixed. My parents are from China, and they have genetics from Korea, from China, from Tibet. My mother's side is also Manchurian. Okay, my cousins are mixed Russians, mixed Uyghurs. We have cousins that are mixed Kazakhs. Okay, so I grew up, and as I was growing up, I spent some time here. I spent some time in the Far East. I really met, I would say, real diverse group of people, amount of people.
Yeah.
So I don't really, from my
By the way, I just want to point out his background is anathema in East Asia, like in China in
Yeah.
particular. Like if anything, he's a minority even where he comes from, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that your average person that would say, "Oh, he's Asian," right? They would just look at him and say he's Asian. But that doesn't work in most of the world. Most of the world doesn't look at skin color as the main delineating factor in terms of how you divide groups. They just don't. Um, a Uyghur, a Kazakhstani, which is basically Western Asian or Central Asian, as some people
Yeah.
call them, are very, very, very different than Han Chinese or Korean. And there's going to be immediate
Tension.
yes, tension. Is Counterdoc saying he's more of a minority than Nikolai? Heresy. I'm the ultimate minority, guys. I'm the ultimate minority.
Oh, I mean, I'm a minority in the United States because I am part of a group that makes up 1%.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's I am the minority.
And
Anywhere
that's
anywhere I go, I am. See, I'm a rugged. See, if you want to be super insufferable, you can say I'm a rugged individualist. I'm the only one of me.
well, and that's one thing that kind of like grinds my gears. That grinds my gears about this whole thing. It's like wanting to introduce race orthodoxy. Dudes, we're already a minority in this country.
Hmm We
You're
can't afford.
It's like what is the game plan here?
Yeah, we can't afford more division. Hey guys, thanks for everyone who's hopping in. By the way, please share the stream, like the stream. We're gonna do call-ins. We're gonna have people actually. We're gonna actually try and talk about this, particularly amongst Orthodox, but really a bunch of different people. So the more you share this, and the more you tell people to call in, the more likely we can have a robust conversation that I think will be fruitful about this. So
Background, I don't really have a
that includes some of the people that people have told me to debate. Ben Michael, he's more than welcome to call in. I like Ben, by the way, and I actually don't think we disagree as much as he would, as much as some people would think we disagree. But it still would be a fruitful conversation to at least get out there. So
this hardliner view of quote race. Okay, I was always taught that to try to get along, even before I was a Christian, growing up atheist, to try to get along with as many people as we can, right, and to ignore those inherent differences. For me, I would say so far it's gone well. Okay, so for the time I spent in the United States, I grew up pretty much in a very, you could say, white area and very conservative area in Southern California. The schools I went to are, I think, 98% quote white, European descendants. Okay, I want to make that clear. Like, there's some like you can get a few Latinos, maybe like one or two more Asians, maybe like a mix here or two, like one or two black guys, and that's about it. So that's the environment I grew up with in the States. I think I can say that in my 26 years of living in the United States, I've never experienced racial discrimination, especially living around quote conservative white men. I've never experienced any of this. The people who took care of me were conservative white men. The people who promoted me, gave me jobs, were conservative white men. My best friends, only friends technically, are all quote conservative white men. My godfather, conservative white man. So are my godbrothers. I never received any racial discrimination. In fact, we don't talk about these things. Now, when when I was younger, we grew up. We acknowledge, obviously people are different. People have different heritage. People have different culture. People have different ethnic makeup. But if you're committed to under a framework, obviously, if you're committed to making things work, you can absolutely get along with people. That's my conviction. Okay. We do make fun of people. I don't care if people call me slangs. I call you slangs right back. But we know that, as kids growing up, it's especially as the first Gen Z, first among Gen Z, we didn't really care. We don't, nobody cares. Okay. Because we know it's just for shits and giggles. Nobody's really malicious or anything, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe sometimes somebody really gets mad at each other. You go hard about it, and you get over it. That's kind of the environment.
You throw fisticuffs, and then the next day you guys are like, "Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro," and then you're over it.
Yeah,
I got in like I only got in like 2 or 3 fist fights when I was growing up over honestly stupid issues, just disagreements over stupid shit. And then me and the guy would get into fisticuffs, roll around in the muck a bit, get up, kind of go our separate ways. Next day we'd become like, "Hey, bro, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." So you both put down your ego and you go and apologize. Someone who couldn't do that, then you just move on. It was like that was how I grew up. Right. I don't know about you, Rafa, but that was just how it was.
I mean, I grew up that if I got into a fight, it was my fault no matter what. So I just didn't get into fights.
My parents never knew that I got into fights, but we got into fights.
I was
You don't tell your-
homeschooled. I spent most of my days with my parents.
Oh.
So, I didn't go to public school. I lived in the middle of nowhere. So it's just like, I hear it's like, oh, everybody got into fights growing up. Like, I can't relate. I got
Well,
into
when you
all
grew
my
up-
fights when
To
I
be
was
fair,
older.
did you grow up in a small town?
I grew up in an extremely small town. Most of my neighbors were farms.
Yeah. See, I grew up in small town Minnesota, and my school that I went to was actually fairly large because all the other small towns sent their kids there, right? So it was like we were the centralized area for the county essentially,
Yeah.
and so a lot of people from like the surrounding rural farm areas would all send their kids there. The town wasn't particularly big. I think we had like 3,000 people, which isn't huge, but it had enough to where you had a bowling alley and you had a couple restaurants. That's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you just didn't tell your parents. If you got in fights, you just didn't tell your parents. Like it's like no one wants in a small town two parents getting into fights and having bad blood. It just never turned out well, right? Whenever it happened, it was like that was the gossip of the entire town. Did you hear Johnny's mother said this about Susan's mother? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my lord, please end me now. It's like
Yeah.
And so I always tell people, it's like, I think a lot of people nowadays are very soft. They don't know how to do conflict resolution at all because they were never forced to figure it out themselves. Right? So, yeah, we were about 2 hours out of the city. So it was like, in order to get to the cities, it's like 2-hour drive. And that's like going fast on like a highway, So like if you were on a county road, you're like a 3-hour drive out,
Yeah.
So.
I'm not going to dox myself, but I was about halfway between two major cities on the West Coast in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. People can know where I grew. I grew up in Big Lake, Minnesota.
People can probably guess if you know the area on the I-5 corridor, you know where I grew up. And if you did, please become Orthodox because
So
they
true.
need an Orthodox church there because there's nothing. So
Same with my town. My town would actually be a really good place for an Orthodox church because it's so centralized in the area. It would actually be a really good place. And then there's the Mississippi River, right? But that cuts my town in half. So Mississippi River cuts my town, and then there's another town which was our rival for many years that exists right across the river from us. Used to be the same size. Now that town is significantly larger than our town. Over the last like since I graduated high school in 2012, that town, both my town and the town that was right next to it, it basically almost merged, like in terms of like development, like right up to the river. So both towns are like just across the river from each other, and they're huge, absolutely massive. Compared to like massive in terms of like Minnesota and like how I grew up, it's like I think my town is now like sitting at like 12 to 13,000, which is like 3-4 times the size that I grew up with.
That's about the size of the town that was closest to where I grew up.
Yeah,
where you had to drive. You had to drive into that town to get to the freeway.
Yeah. Someone said, Nikolai, I bet you could do a killer Canadian accent. I can't really do a Canadian accent, believe it or not. I mean, Canadians have a very distinct accent to Minnesotans. Yes, the only similarity is that they stretch their O's in a similar way to we do, but not entirely. But their biggest problem is that they
it feels.
Yeah, it's different cases, yes, and different emphases on different vowels. So, like the biggest problem with Canadians is that, especially Manitobans and Winnipegians, they do. It's like Jordan Peterson, a boot, or oh sorry, what I mean, like sorry. You just got to be sorry about things. Like that's kind of how they do it, right? But for us, that's not how we speak. We say, "Oh yeah, go up to the river there and have some fish, and we can get some walleye and then fry them up afterwards." Like that's kind of how we talk, right? That's over exaggerated. Obviously, my accent is pretty thick compared
Well,
to
I find it funny that when
many
people move
Minnesotans.
back to places, the accent comes back immediately.
Well, see, for me, since I live in Korea, my accent never went away. I just speak the same way I've always spoke because I don't interact with a bunch of, people that
Hoosiers.
influence my accent a ton. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, my accent never really went away. And in Florida, they don't really have an accent. So
No, Florida is like Myrtle Beach. You'd expect there to be an accent in Myrtle Beach, but there's not because there's just so many people moving in and out.
Yep. It's especially the area my parents live in. They live in south of Tampa. That's really fast growing area. A lot of people moving into between Tampa and Naples. They kind of live in that area on the coast. So many people moving in that area from out of state. It's like there is no like one accent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The locals still have an accent, but you don't meet many of them. Most of them are in like certain parts of town, segued off onto certain parts of town, and they don't really leave those parts of town. So, or they're so established. So, you're just Southern Canadians.
I've been told I have a Fresno accent.
Okay, Pope. The fact that you just said that to me has earned you. I'm putting you in a timeout for 1 minute.
Me?
How dare you?
Oh, Pope.
No, Pope.
I'm like, what did Fresno do to you?
You put me. How dare you? How dare you?
What did Fresno do to you, Nikolai?
So
that's a joke from Monsters v Aliens.
I know. I'm just teasing. He only gets a 1 minute, just because I'm salty about it.
No,
all right, guys.
No, Canadians are from North Montana.
Yeah, trust me, guys. Southern Canadians are not Minnesotans. Okay, you guys. If anything, the people that are closest to that are people like Montana, certain parts of Michigan.
North
but
Montana,
again,
man,
there's people also forget that there's different Canadians too, like people from Winnipeg and Quebec and things like that. Or not Winnipeg. I mean Winnipeg, Manitoba, places like that. Alberta are very different from people.
Have you ever talked
from
to an Albertan?
I've met one or two.
Yeah, they're serious.
Oh, so Father John Whiteford is in the chat. Most people arguing against interracial marriage in response to my post don't seem to be Orthodox. They're just neo-Nazis or British Israelites.
True.
Yes. And that's something that we were going to cover. Father, thank you for being in the chat. We're going to cover that. And Father, actually, all cards on the table. Father John Whiteford is in a very similar relationship as I am. He's married to a lovely Chinese woman, and I am married to a lovely Korean woman, and just we're in a Asian household, and so but I've gone to a lot. I mean, I think Father John, it was a little bit different when you were growing up, and just correct me if I'm wrong, Father, but when you were growing up, there was like this big push for like we don't see race. But when I grew up and then I finally got married, there was like this big backlash that happened in the culture where a lot of people are like readopting these kind of racialism mindset. Now, I'm not saying that it's overtly infecting orthodoxy, but what it is doing is
we have people coming in who do think that way.
Yes, there are some people coming into the church who are like miscegenation is a sin. And most of the people that I've encountered who say that are groypers, and so believe it or not, most groypers are not Orthodox, but there are some Orthodox people influenced by that online edginess. And so what I've noticed, and this is kind of something that I've been frustrated with, is that whenever you ask somebody to define race, they never have a coherent response for it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the only reason they can claim miscegenation is sinful is because it can bring bad outcomes. That's their argument. Their argument ultimately comes down to bad results. It brings bad results. Now, when you ask them what those bad results are, they don't ever have solid answer other than to say, well, there is a statistically small chance that your children could potentially not be compatible with either of you when it comes to organ donation or blood or something like, oh, you have to give blood to your kid. Well, I shouldn't go through life assuming that I'm going to have to give blood to my child in order for them to survive. By the way, the same thing can happen even if your child is married, if both of the parents are white. There's still a statistical chance that your child will not be compatible with both parents. It just happens. It just increases slightly with that. Now, so their argument essentially is because of biology, you're causing potential biological issues, you're causing potential how do you say, um, uh, prone to certain like genetic anomalies or defects, and then they'll say, but by the way, this is true for too much inbreeding too. So it's like, how much purity are you asking for? You know what I mean? And then the third thing that they'll mention is cultural. Oh, well, your child will have cultural anxiety because they won't fit in. Okay, so we're going to address all three of those and explain why they by necessity cannot be sinful. Okay. So, is there anything you thought I missed there, or do you think those three are pretty solid for why
I
they
think that's a good
argue?
start. I think that's a good starting point.
Okay. So the first one, biological. The only reason anybody knows anything about biology is because of modernity. However, any principle you apply to sin has to be something you can apply throughout all of time and space, right? From the very first people to the very last people that we are today, right? Like the newest child born today and the first child born. You have to be able to apply these sins consistently across time and space. So your definition has to be consistent, but also you have to be able to identify the problem. Here's the problem with that. Without genetic cheek swabbing tests and things like that, and without modern science, no one would have been able to know that you're not compatible with your father's blood, or your organs couldn't be transferred and saved your lives or something like that. You can't give a kidney to your kid who has kidney cancer. It's like, okay, well, I'm sorry, I guess I'll take the dice roll on whether or not my kid will get kidney cancer. You know what I mean? Like, so right off the bat, you have to appeal to modernity in order to even identify the sin. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm tracking.
Okay. Just want to make sure that there wasn't anything you wanted to add.
No.
So if you have to use modernity to identify the sin, it's a deficient definition off the cuff. It's immediately deficient. Okay. So that's the first thing. Second thing. What was the second one we mentioned? It was the biological, and then the social. Your child is going to have social anxiety, and it's not gonna fit into the culture. That is a uniquely American phenomenon, because America is uniquely a culture that has a bunch of stress about race and identity. Because Americans, broadly speaking, and again, I'm going to offend some people here who say this, don't have a identity that they can appeal to that's consistent across the entire country. When someone says I'm an American, well, someone will be like, well, are you Southern? Are you Northern? I'll tell you this much: growing up Minnesotan, I have very little connection or meaningful cultural similarity to your average Southerner or your average Californian. You know what I mean? Very different culture I grew up in, very different attitudes, very different politics, even, right? So right off the bat, you're talking about a uniquely American problem where America never developed its own culture that could be pinned down. Now, one could say if you do grow up in a place that still preserves some level of culture, let's say you're in backwoods Mississippi where everybody is like, everyone's like, the stereotypical Alabamian who's in the backwoods and, going catfishing and things like that, right? Okay, fine, fair enough, awesome. If a Asian person grows up in that milieu and doesn't really have much interactions with the rest of the nation, or doesn't really leave that area, they're going to integrate into that culture very well, and they're not going to feel very out of place by it. You know this because we all have seen those videos where you'll have this random Asian woman that's living in a trailer park and speaks with the most thick Alabama accent you've ever seen, right?
Yeah.
And so right off the bat, again, you have to point out to exceptions to the rule. I'll give you an example. My daughter grows up here. She's half white. Okay, she grows up here in Korea. She has no problem integrating with the culture because, for all intents and purposes, the dominant culture that she is comporting to is Korean, and so she doesn't have issues trying to figure out who she is because I grew up with other Koreans. I speak Korean. The cultural milieu around me is Korean, so it's easy for her to adopt it. And people, therefore, they might look at her initially and go, "Oh, are you mixed?" And she'll be like, "Name." I was like, "Oh, you speak Korean." And then within 2 or 3 sentences, they're treating her like any other Korean, right? That's not the same thing that happens in America, unfortunately, because of the cultural anxiety that we have as a people, as a nation. That's not sinful. That's a specific byproduct of America. Did I diagnose anything wrong there, you think?
I'm tracking. I'm not. It is. This is a uniquely American perspective on race, and it's kind of been, well, okay, American and British, really.
Anglosphere. Let's say
Anglophile, yeah,
Anglosphere. Yeah.
Anglosphere problem.
Yeah. It's a very uniquely Anglo problem. So the British, Australians, Americans in particular are the ones that have the biggest problems with this. Canadians to a degree as well.
Yeah, and it's like, in a way, all Americans are minorities, even among themselves, because we have a culture, we don't have a unifying culture anymore.
Yes. We have tiny little hotspots of culture still throughout the country, but most of that is slowly getting diluted into this amalgamated mass of just an economic zone culture.
Yeah.
Which again, what are we supposed to do about that? What do you want me to do about that? You want me to like, oh, so then comes this amazing post by Father John, which we are going to read here. And I read it in another stream, but I feel like it's necessary to reread this in a stream that's dedicated to this so that, people are aware of it. So I'll read it from here. Every time I post family pictures, there inevitably will be a few people who feel the need to point out that my wife is Chinese. It took me a while, but I've noticed that over the years they'll then say that me being married to my wife is wrong for some reason, either due to their Darwinian social racial purity or their claims of the church or scriptures, are opposed to it. There is nothing in the scripture or church tradition that teaches any such thing, and I'm not a Darwinian. So we're going to cover that first. First off, if you're Orthodox and you're Darwinian, you have bigger issues than race.
That's a Christological heresy.
Yes. Darwinianism is a heresy, and it is false, and it is evil.
And
because it's not true.
And Pope Biscuit, can I just say something really quick? The system that the founders of this country devised doesn't exist anymore, and hasn't for almost
80 years at least.
150 years.
Maybe. One could reasonably argue 150. But my position is that it was around Teddy Roosevelt is when the last vestiges of an American cultural ethos kind of devolved. But yeah, I mean, the United States has unique, and this is what Pope Pistic is saying, is the United States has a unique perception on race because it was believed that the system created wouldn't work without a particular group, West and Northern European, as the majority population, and it doesn't. What do you want us to do about that? Okay, let's say that's true, that the founders did. Let's not even debate the facts, okay? Let's just say we'll grant you that and say, yes, that's what the founders wanted. What does that have to do with 2026? That's really what it comes down to, right? Father John says, my blood type is O positive, and so I could donate to either of my children. Yes, which is why the people that claim, and I just want to make this clear, Father John, the people that claim that just if you have a mixed child, you're not going to be able to donate blood, or you're not going to be able to provide organs, or there's a higher chance that they can reject organ donations and things of that nature. It doesn't follow necessarily. It's actually statistically very small, even in the most extreme cases of like two different ethnic or racial groups marrying. The chances of the children being incompatible with both is actually extremely small. It's still very small, even though there is a statistical chance it could happen, right? But again, why do we care about modern science when it comes to marriage? What does that have to do with anything? Do you think Moses cared all that much that he probably wasn't his organs probably were not compatible with any children he had with his wife that was Ethiopian? Probably didn't care, right? That was probably the last thing on Noah's mind or Moses's mind, right? It's probably the last thing on his mind, right? So I think that that's something that always needs to be pointed out, is that any criticism you have when you call something a sin has to be something that you can apply across all time and space.
And
So-
before somebody says Nehemiah and Jeremiah, the point of that was because these women that they were marrying were bringing in their false gods into the households.
Yes. Yep.
Because the men of Israel were not being obedient to the law, so there was extra strictness applied by those prophets for the
And
good of the household.
I do want to point this out too. I think this is worth pointing out. God said to the Israelites, "Don't marry the people of Canaan." Why? The people of Canaan would have been genetically much closer to the people of Israel than any other group. But why was it specifically an addendum against them or the Philistines or whoever else, right? Well, the answer is simple. It's because those groups were subversive in terms of their cultural milieu, not because of anything about genetics. If the race realists were correct about their views, you'd have to argue that the Canaanites should have come to a very similar culture as the Israelites, but they didn't. Right?
Battle Tier is a good point.
Oh, let me see. Battle Tier says, people who are criticizing aren't even married themselves half the time and complain about not being able to find a wife. Yes, and that's another problem. A lot of these people say, I want to find a wife. You're not going to find a wife all that well or all that easily if you're constantly haranguing people who are married over their preferences. So let's do this. So let's go to the next section here. Father John continues by saying, but I do wonder why they feel the need to make these comments when I'm drawing attention to the fact that I have been happily married to my wife for 38 years. Do they think that they're going to convince me to divorce her? And that's a really good question. That's actually a really good point. Do they think that I would say to my wife, I know we've been married for most of our lives and that you gave me 2 beautiful daughters and now we have 3 beautiful granddaughters. I know that you probably would not, I probably would not still be among the living were it not for you. However, random dude on Twitter has convinced me that we should never have gotten married, and so I guess I have to call it quits. Right? And it's also, Little Hand says, a wife is a pet, very sad. Marriage is a sentence. Women are not slaves to men. No, women are not slaves to men, but we will be talking about marriage in a broader sense here in a minute, as a married man myself. So, he says here, I have seen a lot of marriages that have ended badly. I have seen people who have struggled for years to find a spouse in the first place. I am quite happy with my own choice of spouse. If you don't want to marry a person who's Asian, I don't believe in involuntary interracial marriage, which is a good point. Who here is advocating that you must marry a mixed person or a person of another race? No one. Does the church make it a command? Is it a commandment? Is it a sin not to marry someone of the opposite race? I mean, come on. The question is are your preferences universal, right? I don't believe in involuntary interracial marriage, so you are free to not do so. But it seems to me that as long as you marry someone who belongs to the Christian race, and that's something that we'll get into in a second, the fact that they come from a different part of the world should probably not be a big concern. But I believe I would have been an idiot to not have married the woman who stood by me thick and thin and has made my life up to this point possible. Now, Christian race, that is a triggering word, Father John. It's a very triggering word for a lot of people out there, and I hope that he, if he is listening to this. By the way, you're free to join the panel, Father John, if you want. I can send you a link. You can just send me a DM on X. I think you're following me on X. You are following me on X, so I was a little worried I was going to embarrass myself for it. It's like, I'm pretty sure he's following me, and then he's not following me. Yeah, you can send me a DM on X, and I'll check it out, and then I'll send you a link to join the panel if you so desire to talk about this issue, because I do think it's an important issue that's coming down the pipe for a lot of people. So, reminder, guys, please share the stream, like the stream, and all that stuff, because we are going to be taking callers, and anybody who disagrees will be able to call in. Share this with all your racist friends. That'll be fun. So let's continue. So the Christian race, what does that mean? It means anybody who's a Christian. And by Christian, we mean Orthodox. Okay? Now, simple. If you are Orthodox, you are part of the Christian race. Right?
Sounds about right.
There's nothing else to be said about it. So, anybody who has issues with this can go kick rocks. So let's see what people had to say. Let's view the quotes. Sarah from Brooklyn says something similar. Read this as took Father John a while to notice his wife was Chinese.
Suddenly, I noticed my wife was Chinese. Sounds like a Norm. It sounds like a Norm joke.
That is totally a Norm Macdonald joke.
I miss Norm.
He would be sitting there on his news segment going, in other news.
My wife is Chinese.
I didn't realize it till someone pointed it out, but apparently she's Chinese. And then just picture of Chinese woman flashes up on screen. And then just awkward silence, and then just wait for everyone to laugh about it.
Either nobody would laugh or everybody would laugh.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing about Norm. That's what made Norm so amazing, right? So that's good. We have some things in common, at least some things we might disagree on. Thanks for the comment. Blah blah blah. I don't know who that is. Christian white race. None of the people in the Bible, including Jesus, were white. Are you kidding? I mean, it depends on how you define. Again, this is where I have a problem with the whole term of race in the first place. We're clearly closely related to Greek Philistines and clearly related to modern day Levite. I can never say the word. Very clearly related to certain minority groups in modern day Middle East that are if someone were just to look at them, they'd say, oh yeah, that's a white person, right?
Have you seen?
So clearly Jesus, yeah. I mean, look at actually Armenians are very closely related to the ancient peoples. They're ancient people themselves. They were oftentimes very closely mixing and engaging with the people of the Middle East all the time throughout history. And so, again, they look pretty white to me if we go off of just strictly aesthetics. So I think that that's just kind of a religion is a form of racism. There is one race, the human race. Okay.
Well, I would argue you can't be truly human without being Orthodox.
So true. Yeah, Pope Biscuit, that's who I was thinking of. Levant people. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't be truly human without being Orthodox. And that's our view of anthropology, is that to be human is to theosis is the completion of being human. So
there was someone who commented here and used a couple church fathers, and we'll read these now. The destruction of the distinction of race is a form of distorted Christianity. Again, this is why you don't engage with quote minds. Just don't engage with them. They're useless. This is what I always say, like, because you can twist any saint to say anything. He says here.
I'm going to email Metropolitan Sab and ask him to make quote mining a sin.
We have one particular idea right now that please tell them anyone who does quote mines is a sin from now on, right? We have one particular idea right now that taking possession of people ... Notice how there's always the ... and then it doesn't, like, what people and what's the idea. These socialists, so clearly he was talking about socialism. These socialists were talking about a great new utopian age, which is going to come when all distinctions of class, race, and religion and so forth are abolished. So he's talking about neo-Marxian ideas, not necessarily the idea of race specifically. Notice how he includes many categories there. And he's using the modern kind of general definition of race. He's not actually talking about this. There will be a great new society, they said, when everybody is equal. This idea, of course, was based originally upon Christianity, but it distorted Christianity and amounted to its opposite. He's not talking about race here, guys. He's talking about the idea of dissolving all categories into this mass. No one says that you dissolve all categories. No Christian dissolves that. So this idea of, but how does this have anything to do with marrying or miscegenation? It doesn't have anything. He doesn't comment on the moral question of this. So this is, like, again, a completely useless quote where they put their interpretation above everyone else. Let's go to the next quote. Father Stanley, on contemporary moral issues facing the Orthodox Christian, the Church does not encourage mixed marriages in general. What do they mean by mixed marriages? No, it is true. Probably to non-Orthodox is probably what they mean.
Or one of the no, yeah, that's not about race. That's about religion.
Well, let's finish it up because they do have another highlighted place. Though it is true that many mixed marriages are successful, they often have more problems and difficulties than those that take place between Orthodox Christians. So in this sentence, this paragraph right here, he is talking very clearly about two Orthodox Christians you should be marrying, and not two people from two different denominations or faiths or et cetera, et cetera. And he's absolutely correct in this. Marriages that commenced as mixed marriages where one of the it seems like some of this was taken out, but whatever. Because there's the weird gap here. Like, okay, weird gap here. That the commence as mixed marriages where one of the partners has not formally accepted the religion of the other are definitely less likely to work out. For much of the same pastoral concern, interethnic and interracial marriages are not encouraged. That's just talking about pastoral concerns. And by the way, I would recommend also, generally speaking, you should factor in intercultural or interethnic concerns as well. You need to make sure that you're addressing those concerns before you get married. Those are things that you should factor in, but in no way, shape, or form is he suggesting that it's sinful or wrong to do so. He's talking about how we shouldn't be encouraging en masse. It's like, oh yeah, go date the random girl who's a Protestant black woman and grew up in a charismatic revival movement amongst black people, and you're Orthodox. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. You're probably gonna have a rough time of it, right? So that's important to think there. That's important to understand. The next one, and it's the same person. Again, why is Father Stanley Harakas authoritative in all matters on this issue? No idea. What time was he growing up in? No idea. How old was he when he wrote this? No idea. Was his positions on these things universally accepted? No answer there either. No matter what Hollywood and the church says, I can't believe God smiles on interracial marriages. This is a question. Answer. I wish to respond in brief comment on several levels. On the level of the issue itself, the expression God smiles on such marriages can be understood in a number of ways. If by it you mean that you believe God does not encourage racially mixed marriages, then I believe we are not in disagreement. I feel that I made it very clear in that.
I mean, okay, can I be perfectly honest? This guy's wearing a clerical collar and a suit jacket.
I don't know who this is.
This is
But-
clearly, and those glasses are 70s.
Oh yeah, 100. Now that you mention it, yeah.
This is clearly like something that was said 70 or 50 or more years ago.
Yes, and that should be taken into account that
Yeah,
at that time there was a lot more social Darwinism, and I guarantee you if you dig into his beliefs, he probably believed in Darwinian evolution as well.
Or he was one of those people who saw all these white people coming into the Orthodox Church and said, I don't want this.
I wonder how well he got along with Father Seraphim, right?
Father Stanley Harakas. Well, he's probably Greek.
So Saint Isidore of Seville talks this: what is the law of nations? The law of nations concerns the occupation of territory, building, fortifications, wars, captivities, enslavements, the right of return, treaties of peace, truces, the pledge not to molest embassies, the prohibition of marriages between different races, and it's called the law of nations because nearly all nations use it. Well, that's not him commenting on whether that's a moral position or not. He's talking about he's answering the question what that is. That's the first problem. Second problem, he guarantee you he didn't use race because race is a modern term. It's a term that was not used by the Romans, the Greeks, or anything like that in ancient peoples. It's a very modern term. It was a term developed by neo-Darwinians, by Darwin, people like Darwin himself. So it would not have used race. But even if he did, let's just assume that's the case. The Romans did not think the Celts and the Germans were the same race as them. They didn't. They didn't think the Norse were the same races as them either. Okay?
And is this a positive statement on the quote-unquote law of nations? Or is this a negative statement on the law of nations?
Who doesn't tell us. This is why quote mines are useless. Father John says, the fact that my wife spoke Chinese with her family is what first raised my suspicions that she might be Chinese. I didn't realize my wife was Korean until like just a couple of years ago, where I started noticing that my daughter had like different shaped eyes than me. I'm just like, honey, are you not white? And she went, no.
Spoke Korean with her grandparents?
Yeah. I just thought she's a white girl that learned Korean.
That's a norm delivery. That was okay, Father John, yeah.
Yeah, Father John, it could just be a quirk of their family, Father. Maybe they're all just cinephiles. So again, to reiterate, if you can't find a regulating principle, a principle that can be applied equally in all times and all places, for the Christian, claiming something is a sin immediately falls. Oh, is YouTube withholding a bunch of messages? It doesn't withhold it on my end. Nathaniel, oh, you're a mod, Nathaniel. Yeah, I guess you're gonna be miserable keeping keeping all these people from because YouTube is gonna flag every single one of these comments, guaranteed.
Yeah. I don't know. It's
Vigo says the nomos of a people. Religion is fundamental to that. Correct.
yeah, and even within Orthodoxy, you have cultural differences. It's not like cultures completely disappear and get melted in to this amalgamation that is Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy takes the cultures, transforms it, and allows it to be preserved in such a way that is pleasing and good to God. Does that make sense?
So
Does that make
yes, it does. The comment from Father Seraphim is about globalism, not race mixing. It's about globalism being dynamic parody of the kingdom of God, like Babel. As for Father Stanley Hirakis, who cares? Why would a Rokor priest care about a GOA priest? Is that Greek? GOA. I'm trying to remember who
Greek
that is.
Orthodox Archdiocese.
Oh, they always see. I always used to go ARC.
Yeah, Goark is the more accepted shorthand, but GOA exists.
Yeah, I always forget. I always think Genuine Orthodox Church of America or something like that. You know what I mean?
That's Goka.
Yeah. Stanley Hirakis was very influential priest, yeah, but who cares? The Orthodox Church book frequently cited across our patriarchates. The OCA's website recommends the book, etc. Okay. St. John of Shanghai is a far more authoritative source. So what is Father John shares this? So I guess we gotta. It took random guys on Twitter pointing out my wife was Chinese that finally convinced me. Or that's never not going to be funny. I just want to point out. It wasn't the fact that your daughters didn't that your daughters had black hair and.
I actually have met Father John Whiteford's daughter, Catherine. She's very nice.
She seems nice.
Yeah. They might be lying. Norm joke versus norm joke.
Well, I mean, you just again.
No, Father, respectfully, you can't believe everything you read on the internet. They might be lying.
That's true. Yes. One thing I will say this. Now, this is going to talk more about like the politics and the practicality side of the things about race. Is that when it comes to race mixing and the people that have anxiety about that, it's your choice if you want to marry someone of that or not. But the idea that interracial marriage is some new phenomenon is just not true. The Mongols would conquer people, and what do you think they did with all the women? Right? You think they just were like, oh yeah, you ladies, all your husbands are dead. You're totally like just fine. Yeah, just keep on going about your business, right? No, they're like, no, you're gonna be my third wife, or you're gonna be like, they didn't care. They didn't care. Okay.
They had
the Mongols cared.
No moral qualms.
Yeah, they had no moral qualms about that. When the Romans defeated a German tribe and all the women were there, like all of our husbands are dead, what are we gonna do? The Romans would be like, okay, you're gonna be taken as either slaves or concubines, right? That's what happened. When the Greeks were going through and taking over, attacking Parthia and Central Asia, when Alexander the Great's armies marched through all there, do you think they were just like, when they're chilling at one of the cities for 8 or 9 months, sometimes they'd be chilling at like the capital city of those places while they kind of cleaned up any rebellions in the area? Do you think they were just leaving all the local women to their own devices and they're like, oh yeah, totally fine if you could? No, they would. The lonely soldier men were probably miscegenating, guys. Right?
How dare they?
How dare they? And you want to know what happened even recently with the Dutch traders that would go and the Dutch merchants that would go to like Indonesia and establish trading colonies and things of that nature? What do you think they were doing? those lonely sailors that sailed halfway across the world, young men, like in their early 20s, not married yet. What do you think they did? Do you think they just kind of sat there and were like, well, twiddling our thumbs? No, they would find a beautiful little local native girl and be like, you're mine now. Sometimes they didn't even speak the same language. Not advisable. Not advising it. I'm just saying.
Wife stealing is not allowed.
No.
You're not allowed to steal wives.
And Bingo Vigo says exactly, Nikolai. Colonizing the womb was a key to imperialism. Yes, and it always has been. So this idea that miscegenation was just this terrible thing that no one in ancient history ever did is just a bunch of bullcrap. It's bullcrap. I'm going to say it very, very bluntly here because too many people have this idea that that all groups of do you think the British Empire gave two craps if some of the people they sent to like sit in India or sit in Singapore or sit in the Philippines or wherever the British had outposts throughout the world? Do you think they care if some of their soldiers went and got married to a bunch of like locals? We still have the descendants of those people today in those countries, by the way. So Fresh Polimi says there's definitely is practical considerations to be kept in mind in which we all ignore for the sake of our modern views on what is biology and not. Yes, and you should consider those. But should they be the first and foremost primary concern? I mean, they can be if that's something that you really, really deeply care about. But the question is this something that you should be going to others and saying, well, this is a prohibition because look at all these things and all these problems? Like, that's for you and your spiritual father and your potential future spouse to deal with, not for everyone else to know about. So, I think we exhausted that topic. We can always take callers at another time. So again, we're going to be sharing. Let me share the link now. Yeah, Father John said that he can't hop in right now because he has some other things he's doing.
Well, thank you, Father. Have a great night.
Yes, thank you, Father. It's much appreciated that you were at least in chat.
It's about 7 or 8 o'clock there right now for him.
Correct.
Maybe almost 9.
Yeah. So go do what you need to do.
And really, it's like my nephew is quarter Tongan. I don't really care.
Kadongan.
No, Tongan, like Pacific Islander.
Apparently, somebody is spreading rumors about me, guys.
Uh-oh.
Someone just I'm just looking at my DMs for the first time.
Your wife? Is that you love your wife and your daughter and you care and cherish them? Because that would be the worst rumor, Nikolai.
So someone here, Briar Hobbit asked Mar Ruckus, the Latinizer. He says, I have to ask you about his Pelagianism. Does he really believe that Christ is basically a teacher and people do not require grace for salvation? No. I don't. In fact, I've taught the opposite of that. I said that grace is required for salvation. Everybody holds to that. The question is not whether or not grace is required for salvation. The question is completely different. It's a completely.
How does one receive grace?
Yes. How does one receive grace? And my answer is that God enables everybody to receive grace if they comport their will with God's. It's called synergy. This is Orthodoxy 101, right? Actually, you know what? I can just screw it. I don't care. We'll give me 1 second, guys. I'll pull up the actual comments because we can just read it together. Because I don't care. Jacob will forgive me. There we go. So here it is. Or does he take a semi-Pelagian, man Bearbeg, doesn't
Not a real
exist,
thing.
not a real thing, position that grace is not required from beginning to end for us to be saved? Grace is required at every step of the way, because without it, at any point without it, we would fall. We would not be able to engage with God's we would not be able to cooperate with God. So that doesn't exist. Nobody holds to that, by the way. Okay, just want to make that clear, super abundantly clear right off the bat. Nobody holds to this. Okay, gosh, Lord, I don't know how many times I have to deal with these people. It's insane. Now, Mara is going to speak on my behalf, of course, and say he's going to deny that original sin is going to impede salvation for someone unless they also have personal sins. That's not what I've never said that. Ancestral sin will impede people from going to heaven, because ancestral sin will cause everybody with a darkened nous to sin. And if they sin, guess what happens? They're going to be held accountable for that. Okay?
And if they're going to talk about the Theotokos, I had a priest who had a really good point on this. She receives the Holy Spirit. She goes through the whole process at the Annunciation.
Someone said never ask a misogynist the race of their great-grandparents.
Never, or actually all the racist people I know have Asian girlfriends.
He meant anti-misogynist, by the way. Yeah. We'll get back onto the race topic if someone wants to bring it in when they call, but we've kind of covered it. So he says that we're going to deny it unless they have personal sins. So in the discussion of the fate of unbaptized, he'll say that they go to heaven. I say that God will have mercy on them and not punish them for a sin they did not commit. That's my position. Okay. And by the way, my position is held by many saints too. There are a lot of saints that say that even the unbaptized enjoy a paradise of delight. And then at the eschaton, that's an entirely different discussion. Remember, there's two discussions in Orthodoxy that you guys always conflate: the initial judgment and then the final judgment. In the initial judgment, what sin are they being punished for? In what capacity are they separated from God? The question is, are they separated from God? And two, if they are separated from God, what is the experience, right? Those are the two questions. Some will hold that they are held in Hades in a place of bliss and wait as they await the final judgment. Some people say they're in one of the heavenly mansions and they await the final judgment. Then the question is, at what point in the final judgment, at the bodily resurrection, when we all are bodily resurrected and God judges us all for our sins, what happens then? Is he going to judge the infant, the unbaptized infant, for sins they did not commit? What sins did they commit in their life that requires condemnation to eternal damnation? That's the question at hand. We're not talking about any of those other things. So that's the biggest thing that they're going to do. So in the discussion of unbaptized, he will say that they're going to heaven. And he has said it numerous times for many years, which runs contrary to his own synod, the MP teaches, and the Church Universal. My bishop, I've asked this. Listen, I can't tell you how many times I've texted my bishop. He gets annoyed by it now, by the way. I cannot tell you how many times I've asked my bishop, what is the fate of unbaptized infants? Do they go to hell? And he says, why would they go to hell? Hell doesn't exist yet. And then I tell him what my position is, and he says, yeah, that's perfectly orthodox. What you would have to say is that the Synod of the Moscow Patriarchate is out of line in their teaching with all the other Orthodox churches, all of them. Because every single other Orthodox church that I've ever spoken to, every other jurisdiction, has prayer service for miscarried infants that says explicitly those infants are in the presence of God. Miscarried infants by necessity are unbaptized. You fool. Right? So that's the first thing. Second thing is that even if the Synod of the Moscow Patriarchate held to that view, I've been public about my positions for a long time. My bishop knows about my YouTube channel, and my bishop's aware of all my views. He has not corrected me. He has not said that I am out of line with the Moscow Patriarchate. So what is more likely, that my archbishop, who is part of that synod, isn't aware of the synod's decisions, or that you just don't understand what they mean by certain things and that you're just kind of retarded and don't know how to read? Which one do you think is more likely, Rafa?
They're retarded and don't know how to read. Because I'm going to send you something right now that this is for the Church in America. paste. It's in the private chat.
Father John Rightford mentions Alexander the Great married Roxanne, a woman from Afghanistan. That's a way, Father John. I know you have a video that a lot of these guys like to share that suggests that, you know, Real Core's position is that unbaptized infants, we just pray to God about them and we leave their faith up to God. By the way, it's perfectly acceptable Orthodox position. I've never countersignaled that. I just want to point that out. I don't think Father John Whiteford is wrong, by the way. I'm just saying that the Orthodox Church allows a range of permissible views, when it comes to the fate of unbaptized infants. The one view that we don't hold to is that they are rotting in hell for eternity the moment of their death. That you will not find a church father that says they have to be, that they by necessity. Well, I shouldn't say you won't find one. I'm sure there's one guy out there that somewhere has said this, but you will not find it a normative teaching of the church that infants suffer eternal damnation unto eternity because they were unbaptized. You just won't find that as a dogmatic statement that you must believe as an Orthodox Christian. You just won't find it. So then Breyer says, that's crazy. Original sin is what primarily bars us from going to heaven. No, what bars us from going to heaven is our sins which separate us from God. That's what bars us from heaven. Original sin or ancestral sin. Again, do you want me to take out the Orthodox Study Bible and their insert on ancestral sin? It says very clearly what we view about that we're not guilty because of Adam's sin. It says it says it so clearly that it's almost impossible to ignore. So you'd have to argue that every jurisdiction that is approving their laypersons about reading, purchasing and using the Orthodox Study Bible, which is widespread and widely disseminated, are by necessity teaching error. And therefore there's this massive error that is sweeping the entire church. So I see the chat is still going in on it with their with the mixed marriages stuff, which is fine.
I just shared a PDF with you in the private chat.
Oh, did you?
Over at least one jurisdiction's view on children who are clearly not baptized when they repose.
Oh yes. I'm actually aware of this. I'm also aware of their miscarried infants one.
Yeah. So
which is very similar, by the way, to this one. Very similar.
Yeah, the OC. I don't know if the ROCOR one is any different, or ROCOR allows this one to be used.
So what I have, Father John Lely, who is a ROCOR priest, but also by extension, he's also a Moscow Patriarchate priest. He's just loaned to ROCOR. He's technically under the MP. But he has told me that the service for miscarried infants and the service for abortions are essentially identical.
Yeah. I mean, so there's an extra there's an extra like intercession bit at the end. But yeah.
So here
it is a Trisagion. So there is a Trisagion in this service. So it is technically funerary.
Mixed marriages are the hot topic right now. That is true.
Yeah.
It is a hot topic, but we got Jay Hernandez. Brother, how are you doing, man? How are you doing?
Doing all right. What's up?
I knew you. I don't know why, but I felt like the title of this one was going to bring you in because I know you love talking the history of this kind of stuff because me and you are both history nerds on these kind of things.
True.
Can I just really quick finish a point?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
In funerary services in the Orthodox Church, if a Trisagion is read, that means that person is considered Orthodox. If a Trisagion is not read, that person is not considered Orthodox. So if you have a memorial service for a non-Orthodox person, the Trisagion is not read.
That's a good thing to keep in mind when we will read that eventually. I'll pull it up and read it eventually here. But Jose.
Yep. Yeah.
What's up? What do you want to talk about?
The whole race stuff came up again, so it's it's always a fun topic. Apparently, I started up a Substack, and essentially the number one, the few of the articles I've written like 30 something already. 3 of them address the issue of race, and those are the most popular articles that have, in terms of like sheer numbers, they get watched. The number 2 category is of course women, and I've only written 2 that apply to women. And all my other stuff that I write on monetary theory, history, economics, village life in various medieval periods from like Spain to Scandinavia to Russia, nobody cares. So
those are for the very, very specific nerds. Those are people like me who are like, oh, that's so cool. They literally this is what your average person, they want to talk about things that are like relevant in the current.
Yep.
The current milieu.
No one wants to know about the art of governance or how people actually live their lives.
No.
That's the sad part, because that's where the real solutions are. So like, it's interesting, like for example, like the mapping of race, like where do people define race? And you get the Darwinian reductionism, which essentially it's a materialistic reductionism within Anglo-Saxon thought, where race is solely essentially a genetic thing. And but the thing is, so as a rule, like I've not found much in the fathers addressing race, but St. John Damascene does. Granted, everything he wrote about it, every sentence, you could sum it up in it'll be like 2 paragraphs.
Yeah.
But in a nutshell, like he himself says, like, an Ethiopian is not a Greek is not an Ethiopian. However, both a Greek and an Ethiopian are, but in essence, they're both human. They're both sons of Adam. So they share the same human essence. And thus, in terms of categories, race is an accidental property. It is a personal characteristic. The Ethiopian is not just suddenly overnight becomes Greek. The Greek doesn't suddenly overnight become Ethiopian. It's so that's St. John Damascene.
And by the way, that's just self-evident. Like the only people that actually like reject that are like the Marxists, right? Mm-hmm. That reject like racial theory altogether in the modernness. Though they're very inconsistent about their rejection, they oftentimes will race not for everyone else, but for white people. Suddenly now there's collective guilt and race, for them. But that's more of an American Marxist milieu. Not even the Soviets held that view. The Soviets were like, oh, of course there's a Russian people, right? Like blah 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 blah.
Yeah, no, it's rooted in nominalism, because it's the rejection of universals, the rejection of the existence of categories in general.
Yeah.
That's you'll find that in liberalism, communism, socialism, and it depends on the variants, because communism, for example, it failed to translate into Korean. And so when you look at, the Juche ideology, which I did actually read the book that King Jong-il wrote on it, and it's like, this has nothing to do with Marx. It's just like, this is not Marxian at all. It's
socialism for Koreans.
Exactly. And what is socialism for Koreans? It's like the way that the Joseon dynasty ruled, Korea, mixed with some, don't tell him this because this will get you axed in North Korea, but mixed with Japanese imperial thought. That's literally what it is. It's Korea historically was never highly militarized, but North Korea, its militarization is rooted in Japanese imperial thought. And the reason for that is because many of the founders of the North Korean state were in fact collaborators with the Japanese, which is something that's been written out of their history books. But you can just do some diving and you can find that pretty quickly. And that's actually part of why they were the ones who took over North Korea, because they embraced the militarism of Japan. So in the various factions that were fighting for authority when Japan got sucked out or kicked out of Korea, well, the ones who bothered to go heavy into military thought, military strategy, the art of warfare ended up coming out on top. Big surprise. So it's and that's also why, like, ironically, North Korean propaganda, a lot of it actually does draw on central propagandic tactics and themes and strategies of Japanese imperial propaganda. It's crazy when you see like the propaganda of Imperial Japan with the emperor versus how the Kims are portrayed, and it's mind-boggling. It's essentially a Koreanized version of Japanese propaganda. That's the best way I'd put it.
Yeah, and again, I don't even like. I've read some of the stuff by like Juche philosophy and stuff. It's like most of it is uncontroversial, like modern day political theory and things like that. I was like, all right, well, fine.
It's like the state must be sovereign.
There's nothing that goes out of, like, by the way, they weren't, there's nothing in his Juche book that is anti-religion either, by the way. Right. Just want to point that out.
Yep.
Yes. So in the conversation, to bring it back to race, because I don't know how much of this you got a chance to listen to, but my theory is that any and this is what I said at the beginning, any system or any category that you're going to label as a sin, or that it's wrong to miscegenate, or it's wrong to do this, that can't be applied consistently. Any criticism you will use that can't be applied consistently throughout time and history can be immediately cast aside by reasonable people. So, for example, when someone says, "Well, we know nowadays because of modern genetics that there's a statistically small but statistically relevant chance that your children could be incompatible with both parents," right? Like incompatible for organ donation or incompatible for like blood donation or something like that, right?
Which are modern problems. This is not something that existed in ancient times. This is one.
Which is what my point is that nobody would have given two craps about that even 80 years ago.
Yeah, and this is my criticism of both what I would describe as the so-called race realists of the Anglo-Saxon variety, which is essentially just racial reductionism, because they reject the concept of race being both material and immaterial at the same time, like an actual metaphysical category. While at the same time, it's also my criticism of I would say the anti-racial strain of thought within Anglo-Saxondom, because the thing is, race is something historically that was mapped out. It's just they weren't biological reductionists. So whether you go to ancient Greece, or you go to St. John Damascene's time in the 8th century, or you go to Japan or Korea or China in their medieval periods, there's a very simple map that you can use, and it's very common in Spanish racial thought, like historically for the last more than 1400 years. But like the way you map out what is an actual ethnoid racial group, category group, for example, as you mentioned, the Romans don't see the Celts as being of the same race as them, and of course they wouldn't. And like the borders of this, we'll say like old Latin thought, and by old Latin I'm talking like old pre-schism thought. The idea is that given individual people group, the borders are drawn. So there are five elements of those borders. So the first one is logos, the language that is actually spoken. Like this is a very simple one. This side of the river they speak Catalan. This side of the river they speak Castellano. It's like, all right, you got two different languages. Languages are a natural barrier, and some languages are much stronger natural barriers than others. Chinese, as Father John, for example, probably is aware of, is the hardest language for a foreigner to learn. And then tied for, I think, like in would be like Japanese and Russian are also both equally very hard to learn. Spanish, interestingly enough, is the easiest language for practically any language learner to learn. And even if you only grew up speaking, Ge'ez or something from, medieval Ethiopia, such an individual could actually learn Spanish in about 300 hours to achieve level B2 fluency, because for some reason it's just a super simple language compared to.
I took high school Spanish for 2 semesters, and like I got to like Spanish 2, and even then I can still remember a good chunk of it, and I haven't used it at all. Yeah. And you know what I mean? Like I've spoken 0 Spanish since high school. So but just like it's a very easy language to pick up, because it's the only thing that's really irritating about Spanish that made me hate it, and this is probably the reason why more people in America aren't fluent, is because the way they teach Spanish, frankly, because they're just like, let's hyper focus on la and el, and it's like, which words use la and which words use el, and like it's like, I don't care. I just want to know how to, like, can I order a pizza in Spanish? Like, he's like, I just want to know, like,
well,
you know what I mean?
A pizza would be la pizza.
La pizza, yeah. But
you get my pizza. You get my point, right? Like, how do you determine that, right?
In the very first semester intro to Spanish, honestly, all you need is the 501 most common Spanish verbs, and those will be 80% of everything you ever need to say. And that's it. And
that's true for most languages, by the way. That's true for most languages. Yeah.
It's just Spanish has super simple verbs, and they come in clusters, so you can figure them out. Like by the time you got like 200 of them down, suddenly assuming you have good pattern recognition skills. So if you're low IQ, I'm sorry, but if you have sufficiently high IQ that you have decent pattern recognition, you'll see a verb and you'll figure out, I know what this means, and it's because it's based on the pattern of the other verbs. The verbs have interesting, even like for example, like because my parents intentionally raised me without Spanish, so I actually had to learn it as a teenager. And the reason I started learning it as a teenager was because my dad took me down to Colombia for a business trip he was doing for 3 weeks. And then I found myself surrounded by all these very beautiful women. and I couldn't speak to them, which was a problem. And I was like, Dad, you screwed me over really bad. And so I started learning super quick. And I've gained fluency after dating 2 Colombian girls who didn't speak to me ever in English. Ironically, they were both fluent in English, but they both knew never to speak to me in English, and they never did. And I spoke with even their family members. Like one of them, her brother, is a very good friend of mine still to this day. He's fluent in English because if you learn English in Colombia, you will make 3 times your salary, like just for knowing English. If you're an engineer and you know English, 3 times pay boost. If you're working in call centers, 3 times pay boost just for knowing English. So it's like English is the language of business. It's the language of money. But that's the thing. So that actually lowers that first barrier I mentioned, Logos, for America, because the Colombians in Colombia who want to make money within their own country have to learn English. So that actually gets
that's true for Korea too. Korea is the language of English is the language of business. So even Korean businessmen and Chinese businessmen, if they both speak Chinese or both speak Korean, they'll probably use that over other things. But if let's say that the Chinese guy doesn't speak Korean and the Korean guy doesn't speak Chinese, they'll probably just use English because they both know it, most likely. Yep. So like this is why people say English is on the outs, Chinese is on the rise. Dude, Chinese will never be the language of business ever. It's too difficult to learn.
English is too difficult. Ironically, English is on the same difficulty level as Japanese and Russian, and China is like an order of magnitude more difficult than that. I would say even way more difficult. And Japanese has its own issues, but it's mostly grammatical and written Japanese. But if you're just learning to speak Japanese, it's actually not that difficult.
Yeah. The other part about learning Spanish in American schools is you don't learn Mexican Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
You learn Iberian Spanish. Yep. And you sound like an asshole to them.
Well, this is the irony, though. The ideal Spanish to teach, and it's not just because my mother's Colombian heritage, but like even my Spanish teachers from Spain, and my Spanish teacher who was Mexican, and my Spanish teacher who was Tejano, each of them agreed that the Spanish that should be taught in schools is actually specifically not even like Colombian Spanish in general, but specifically the language, the Spanish as spoken in Bogota, like the Rolo Spanish. And the reason for that is because 1, it's the simplest, it's the cleanest, it has the least amount of slang, and it has the highest mutual intelligibility of all the various dialects of Spanish. So if you learn that flavor of Spanish, you can go to Spain, you can go to Mexico, you can go to Argentina, everyone will understand you. If you learn Argentinian Spanish and you go to Mexico, you're going to run into problems. So
one of my
So what you're saying is it's the transitionary Spanish between all the other Spanishes.
Correct.
It's kind of like that central.
And it's because Bogota was the center of the university system in the New World in the imperial period. So that's why. So that's why the Spanish there it's essentially a preserved yet simplified version of like 16th century Spanish. So it's the Spanish that everyone else, including Spain, descended, further developed from. It's essentially frozen in a moment of time, but because it's frozen in that moment of time, it thus gets the highest mutual intelligibility because everyone else is descended from it. And honestly, like it's funny because I learned Spanish from so many different types of Spanish speakers, including my wife is Puerto Rican, so it's funny because I remember I was dancing.
Talk about. I have my business partner. My business partner is Puerto Rican.
Okay,
right,
awesome.
And he he says, man, Puerto Ricans get so much flack because our Spanish is like ghetto.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's not just them. It's like essentially it's the costeño in Colombia. It's costeño, like the Spanish spoken on the coast, on the Caribbean. It is okay. I'll put it how different it is. Like okay, I can understand. Okay, I have trouble understanding my relatives to a Boricua when they're speaking. It's a little difficult. And even when I was fluent, like now I'm just conversant. It's decayed a bit or significantly, to quote my wife. Even when I was like fluent, I had trouble understanding Puerto Ricans when they were going full mode, like in how they speak. A lot of consonants get dropped. But the worst of all were the costeños in Colombia. So when I was living in Colombia, my flatmate, he was costeño. And he would speak to me, and I did not understand a single thing coming out of his mouth. I asked my girlfriend at the time, do you understand what he's saying? And she told me, it's like, no entiendo nada. Like she didn't understand a single word of anything he said. I asked my cousins. They also did not understand a single word he said. So like literally all the people I was hanging out with could not understand my roommate whatsoever. This guy who spoke full costeño. And we were pretty good flatmates for quite a long while. He understood me, no problem. I did not understand a single thing he said, and I gave up trying to understand him because literally the girl I was dating, her entire family, my entire extended family, no one understood him. So like that's.
Well, I think so. I guess the broader, to kind of bring it back around to
Yeah.
the racial things, is that historically miscegenation was never something that really people bothered with. And the point that I brought up too, and I don't know if you're here for that, is that the Mongols, they didn't give two craps. If they conquered a city and there was just a bunch of women left over, what do you think they did with all the women? Do you think they just left them there and go, oh yeah, Sally, just go live your life? No, it's like, no, you're gonna be my third concubine or something like that, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Or you're gonna all the single guys who went around and just found pretty girls that they were gonna marry, right?
Yep.
And you know what? A lot of those girls didn't care either. They would just be like, oh, new Chad warrior comes in and conquers and defeated all of the men in my city. I guess I'm marrying one of them, right? Like they didn't care.
You can go to the Saints, because Venerable Bede even recorded that. Like there was an issue with the Anglo-Saxons where their women would collaborate with their Viking kidnappers because, oh no, this 6'4" blonde, blue-eyed Chad with long hair that's like perfectly combed, and he's bathed so he doesn't smell like filthy like all the other Anglo-Saxons. Like their women would be like, oh no, I'm being kidnapped. How terrible. And then they would just like run off with the guy. So it's just, it was a thing in Anglo-Saxon England that, like there were plenty of young English women who are like, yeah, no, I'll be this guy's wife. Like they just, they say goodbye to England and go off to Scandinavia. So that was a thing. Like that definitely happened. And so I have no doubt it's happened with other warrior cultures as well.
And it happened throughout all of history. And then the most recent example that I use is that the Dutch merchant traders, on the merchant ships that would go through all the way from when the Dutch first discovered Indonesia, Malaysia, and all those places and started like basically trading colonies or merchant colonies.
Yep.
They all the way up until about the 1800s to the late 1800s, those Dutch traders would essentially go in and marry a native girl and establish a little trading post there and make a living off of selling cocoa beans to the guys that would the ships that would come into port.
Yep.
And they would marry and have like 10 children. Do you think any of those guys gave two craps about neo-Darwinian racial theory?
I'll put it into perspective. So a friend of mine a very good friend of mine from my bachelorhood days, he's Japanese. He just got received, thank God, into the Orthodox Church, received this past Lazarus Saturday. So he's a Japanese who is shock blonde hair and blue eyes. And it's funny because his parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, it was a thing in their family where they believed that they had significant Dutch intermixture. And then you get a boy who comes out blonde, blue-eyed, and 6'2". It's like, that definitely, that came from somewhere. So it's just
my daughter, for example, I know she's half, right? I know she's half, but everyone says, Asian genes are going to dominate and she's going to end up looking basically Asian, just with a little bit of lighter features here and there. Mm-hmm. No, she has paler skin than me. She has green eyes. She has reddish brown hair. Yep. Doesn't other than her eye shape, she basically looks white.
I'll build on
she that. She has a bright future ahead of her in movies.
Korea, yes.
Yeah. No, I'll go. I'll go off this, and I'll go back to the 5 boundaries, like historical, like what people actually use for measuring boundaries. But yeah, as follow up, for example, people talk about Kalergi wanted to have this uniform brown culture, etc. And it's that's not how genetics work. That's not how familial distribution works. You can just go to Hispanic America. I just look at my own extended family for the last 300 plus 400 years. And it's essentially, you get the shotgun effect where you're essentially each generation, when you're making a kid, you're literally rolling the die as to what skin tone they're going to have, because the European features don't, disappear. I mean, Nikolai's seen me, so I'm super pale. And then, my children are not. And it varies from generation to generation. My wife, for example, it's interesting. So in Puerto Rico, she's considered white. Stateside, well, no Anglo-Saxon, no white American is going to consider my wife white. She's considered white in Puerto Rico because she's on the lighter end of the spectrum. She has one sister who's literally Pocahontas, like Native American Barbie, beautiful, beautiful, but very native looking. And there's a joke, she's so Hispanic, she looks Chinese. That's kind of the joke about it. But then she has 2 sisters who are lily white like me. So it's just a roll of the dice with each kid in terms of what features you get. And even in my extended family, every generation we have one redhead. So my mother's maternal clan, or paternal, her clan, was founded by a Scotsman who fled England. His last name was Bruce, so Clan Bruce, Fleamoose. But he was a redhead, and he was actually known as Redbeard. He was a pirate. He retired to Santa Marta, had a huge family, has lots of descendants. And it's interesting because when people talk about what happens for mixed people, because he married a Colombian girl in Santa Marta. Well, all of his descendants today, I'd say about half of them look, some various flavors of mestizo, mixed, or even mulatto, which is, essentially not like black, but like halfway to black, like darker than Barack Hussein Obama, but not, LeBron James, essentially somewhere in between that spectrum. Like, you got relatives in there. But every single generation has had redheads. So his red hair is just, continuing all through towards the end. And in terms of clan behavior, like if it's a joke I tell people, like if you're taking a hike through if you're backpacking through the Andes and you're in Colombia and you suddenly stumble upon a wedding party where, it's a wedding reception and you see all the groomsmen in kilts and you see 3 bagpipers and the groomsmen are happen to be competing against each other in caber tossing. Congratulations, you found my extended clan. Because we still do that, even though most of us don't look at all Scottish. And frankly, the Scottish genetic percentage is like less than 1% at this point. But we still carry on the traditions that, he brought over, Roberto Bruce brought over from Scotland, 400, whenever the union of England and Scotland happened, because it was King James wanted to hang him. And so he fled Scotland for England. And then King James of Scotland became King James of England and Scotland, still wanted to hang him. So he fled to the New World and became a pirate and pirated English shipping. But yeah, so the point is like, it's funny because Flimus in this case takes a new meaning in terms of, because we still consider ourselves Clan Bruce. We're just not Scottish. And so Flimus originally meant for the Bruce clan, or the Clan Bruce, it means that we were kings, literally. So we was kings. It was that was the motto of Clan Bruce. For my family now in my extended clan in Colombia, Flimus has taken on the meaning of, we were Scots. Now we're not. I mean, it's just visually we're not, and our culture is different. But we have carried. It's weird because we do have all these Scottish practices that have passed down all these generations. And we still, it's funny because like Colombia has 3 bagpipers. That's why I'm saying 3 bagpipers, because all 3 of them are on speed dial for my entire clan. And we hired them for every wedding, every funeral. You get the whole picture. We always have the pipers there. And they literally get all of their money for surviving, for living from my extended clan. So, it's like, oh no, what happens if, Father John Whiteford, Anglo-Texan Chinese mix? Well, for all he could found a giant clan that has, essentially mostly mostly Anglo-Texan, but with lots and lots of Chinese culture infused into it. Just like how my clan is, essentially Hispanic, or my mother's specific, because my dad's side's different. He's related to the King of Spain. But yeah, my mom's side, like that, her clan it's Hispanic, but it is also Clan Bruce. And there's a lot of things from Scotland that carry through, even though the genetic percentage is super tiny. So yeah, anyway, that's what I was going to follow up on.
Yeah, I mean, those are all things that are like super important to understand this modern. A lot of the people that have problems with miscegenation are doing so because,
it's a reaction. It's an understandable reaction. I mean,
it's anxiety, and this is what I've always pointed out to. It's anxiety based on the modern political milieu of America, and the Anglosphere in general. It has no bearing on 90% of the rest of the world. The rest of the world doesn't really care about this kind of stuff in the way that they seem to think this. It's like, well, everyone else gets racial conscience. First off, define race. That's my first thing. Define race to where it has where I can actually meaningfully delineate it, right?
Yep.
And the second thing is yes, they have consciousness of nationhood. Do you think an Ethiopian wants any meaningful connection between themselves and a Somalian? Absolutely not. They're going to be like, did you just call me a Somalian? Right? You know what I mean? Like, but from their perspective, the Ethiopian and the Somalian should just look at each other and be like totally fine being categorized as the same group of people, the same milieu. And it's the same thing that I take offense to, because actually what you're doing is you guys want to preserve distinctions of groups of people. You actually erase it by using these broad category generalizations.
Correct.
Like, for example, Polish with Russian. A Polish person would be massively offended if you just, you're Russian, no difference. They'd be like, what? It's like, you just call me Russian? Or German or whatever else?
Yep. Or Croatan to Serb, for example, like their language is literally the same language. It's just, what do you call it? I mean, the breaking key was which side of the schism your family was on. That's what determined if you were a Croat or a Serb.
It still kind of is.
It is. No, literally. So there's a guy, acquaintance. I talked with him once, but he was, so his ethnicity, like his father was a Bosnian, his mother was a Croat, because that happened in Yugoslavia. So this guy is like technically has no Serb in him. He converted to Orthodoxy, and when in the 80s, and when the stuff broke out in the Yugoslav wars, the priest who baptized him like literally put his hands on his shoulders and everything and told him, "You are now Serb." And so he's like, "So now
Yeah.
I am now Serb."
Well,
And that's
and,
it's like
and I've come across some people that are Croatian that have that fear of going to a Serbian church and not being allowed to be Croatian anymore.
Yeah.
Because there are some like slight differences in the culture. So they went to the Russian church to be baptized Orthodox, so they could remain Croatian.
Yeah, yeah, because there have been slight changes over the last 1,000 years. You know, people do drift apart.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that story. But this is about the boundary in terms of like, if you want to give a hard boundaries delineating race. So logos is one. Essentially, I'd say an ethnoi or an ethnos. An ethnos is a race in the sense of like you know, the Spanish concept of raza is where you have a group of people who have a common logos, a common ethos, common pathos, mutual pathos, actually more accurately, common mythos, and a common economia in this sense, original sense of the word, not the sense of household management like we use it in Orthodox speak, but rather economia as in how life is actually lived. Like these four categories are actually lived out in real space in a real place. You know, where you know, so logos is the language. Ethos are essentially the rules of behavior. So, for example, like an example of how common rules of behavior that are not written down, but people just do in a culture as they recognize as theirs. So, for example, so like in England, who goes through a doorway first, the man or the woman when entering a house? The woman goes in first. In Japan, who goes in first, the man or the woman? The man. So it appears on face value that it's the opposite. The expression, but they're actually expressing the same in principle. The core for both is the concept, the common core to essentially all of humanity of the men protecting women. The difference is England has tons and tons of rain all the time, like really bad weather. So you get your woman out of the bad weather first. So she goes through the door first. In the case of the Japan, the reason why a man goes first, this actually arose in the Sengoku Jedi period, where all the Japanese were essentially betraying each other left and right. So a man would go through the front door first to clear the room or clear the building for ninja or, you know, shinobi, so that the woman could then come through safely. So that's why, like, you have these what appears on the surface level opposite practices, which are a form of cultural boundaries or even ethnic boundaries, these are actually reflective of the exact same fundamental principle that's common to humans in general. It's just expressed differently because of the different history that these two peoples and climate and environment that these two peoples lived in, encountered, and developed in. So ethos, rules of behavior, and then comes pathos. Pathos is mutual belonging. If someone sees you, so like if a Minnesotan sees Nicholas, will they recognize him as a fellow Minnesotan? You know, that's
most likely, yeah.
Exactly. They look at you and and you have an instant recognition of this person is one of mine. I'll give you an example of me experiencing this pathos directly within Orthodoxy, actually. So I'm at an Orthodox gathering. It was a bunch of different people from all over Central Texas and even Brownsville. Actually, we had some people from Brownsville there. So it was like 100 something like Orthodox people on one location. I won't say where, but Father John probably already knows since I've already said. Just as there was this one black guy who walks into the house. I never met him before, and he just walks in, and I immediately look at him and I tell him, Colombiano or Cubano, and he says Colombiano, and like him walking the door, I immediately knew he wasn't American. He was either Colombian or Cuban based on how he walked. And because that's I'm just saying, like, I've noticed it, like Afro-Colombianos walk in a certain way, and it's 100% distinctable from how American blacks walk. It's completely different. Like, I never mix the two. So I never heard him even open his mouth yet. So I'm talking with him and everything, and he turns out he's a fellow Colombian, became Orthodox. He's a professional classical pianist. He was adopted. He was the irony too about how
South America's a sleeping giant for Orthodoxy, by the way, guys.
Correct.
Sleeping. It won't take long before it starts popping.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
We just have to get there before the schismatics start kicking off.
Yeah, but this Afro-Colombiano, this guy, he what's crazy is he was adopted by an American family. So even though he was adopted by an American family, he did not adopt American black culture. He still behaves like an Afro-Colombiano, and he still behaved like a Colombian, and I recognized him right off the bat. Yep. It's like, you're not American. So even though he was raised by Americans in Black American culture, he never adopted it. So that's the thing. So that's what I mean by, like, race is deeper than just how you were raised, because he was not raised by his biological.
I will say this. It's funny because you mentioning it reminds me, it's kind of like even we understand that there's something deeply ingrained in a people, right, and things like that, and what we mean by this, because Jay Dyer recently was like talking like a cholo man, like it's like we all know what cholo culture is not the same thing as just general Latin American culture. It's like a very niche thing from a specific milieu, mostly.
Southern California.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
right?
no one's gonna mistake me for a cholo ever. It's never gonna happen. So, but yeah, no, it's like what do you call it? But yeah, so that's the thing. So that mutual belonging, like, and that's a very key point. Like, if, for example, like the issue of like, okay, if your kid's half this race and half that race, how are they going to know what group, what growing up without a racial identity? Like, that's not true. It's literally they join the group that accepts them, where there's mutual pathos. Like, buddy,
Yep.
who's half.
And that's what we were talking. Oh, you know what? That's so good. So thank you, Jose. Because that's exactly what I mentioned earlier with my daughter. It's like my daughter's never going to be rejected as a Korean here in Korea because she is integrated into the Korean culture as the dominant thing in her life. Now, it doesn't mean she has no influence of my cultural background or the values that I present. No, but when she speaks, it only takes about 2 or 3 sentences for a Korean to go, oh, yeah, I'm going to treat her like any other Korean, because they'll just ask her, oh, you don't look Korean. And then she's like, no, I'm Korean. I speak fluent Korean. She'll say in Korean, and they'll be like, you speak fluent Korean. Oh,
Yeah.
awesome. And she has the same mannerisms and all this stuff. And they immediately washes away. And by the way, it's the same thing with children.
Yep.
Every kid in her school doesn't treat her like she's a half white girl.
Yeah, no, it's the
They're just-
mannerisms, it's the behaviors. Because the thing is, 90% of communication is not spoken, and especially in Korean is interesting because a lot is communicated with the pauses, which is cool. Which is really cool because you have people who will learn, like, technically they're fluent Korean, but they don't know how to do the pauses. So,
because Korean is an entirely contextual language, and so pauses inform a lot of context.
Correct.
So, like, for example, they'll stretch out certain things, like kind of like in Minnesota, we stretch out our O's, right? But our O's don't really stretch out anything to like communicate a thought, right? It's just a accent. It's an accent-based thing. For them, like my wife will go, "Chin-cha," like that's one word. Like she'll stretch it out, or she'll have this pause.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And and you'll notice that. And so you're absolutely right in that these things are how we communicate. But the problem with the Anglosphere countries is that a lot of them don't have that anymore, and this is where the racial anxiety is coming from. This is why in Orthodoxy, specifically in the West, in Anglosphere countries, has these problems. This is why these people are coming in and going, well, what do you think about race, man? Like, we gotta defend the race. Well, like they're
Americans are deracinated, which I want to get to after we go through those 5 boundaries. But I wanted to clarify that too, because your daughter with the pauses, like the pauses are like the big thing where if you master that, you could actually be accepted in Korea. Like people start, this is where this one guy, he actually made bank. I forget his name, but he was the guy who figured out how to not be considered gaijin in Japan. And fundamentally where he tricked out a lot of people, where he was the guy who discovered that the chief problem for people going to Japan, or also Japanese born outside of Japan, raised outside of Japan and coming back.
Yeah.
They don't get accepted as being Japanese. But
they get a different term. There's a different term for them.
But here's the thing. He discovered a way for them to get accepted as being Japanese again, and it's the tonal pitch. If you master the tonal pitch in Japan, and there's like 3 different like families of tonal pitch. You master one of them, people will treat you like you're Japanese. And he did a thing where during the COVID shutdown, this white guy, he had the mask up, and he would talk to people in Japanese, and everyone thought and would interact him like he was Japanese. He would go into places that explicitly say no gaijin. And he would talk to everyone, and he would talk to them for 15 minutes. And then at one point, he would order a drink, and then he would remove his mask. And the reaction of people when they realized he was a white dude.
Yeah, they'd all go, huh?
And no, that was hilarious because like some of the videos of him, like there were the old women who'd be like, "No, you're Japanese. You can't be like." They're telling this white dude, like, "You're Japanese. Like no foreigner speaks like you do. Like no, you can't. You're." And some of them would even say like, "You're from this region of Japan." And the reason is because how he mastered tonal pitch. He listened to a specific actor, Japanese actor, and mastered his specific tonal pitch style so that he would sound like, I'm from where this actor is from.
My wife has fluent, and actually my wife knew this. She did this subconsciously. My wife learned English, not in the traditional way. She didn't really study books. She did once she actually had a decent command of it conversationally. She eventually studied the grammar, and she does this with all of her languages, every single language. she had a specific band that she would listen to for music, and then she would watch a TV show in America from like the 90s
Yep.
from a specific region. So when my wife speaks, she has a specific accent of English that is so distinct that people just be like, "Oh, yeah, you must have been raised in America," because she
Yep.
has such a good command of the way we speak. Now, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean she understands all of the idioms and all of those kinds of things. That still those kinds of communication things still slip her.
Yep.
But when it comes to the actual like way in which she speaks, totally different.
So that white dude, he makes bank, and I do mean like he makes serious bank, mastering. What do you call it? Mastering, teaching. He teaches his customer base is mostly, almost overwhelmingly, Japanese born outside of Japan and half Japanese individuals who want to, be accepted in Japan, and when they visit Japan, and he does nothing but coach them in tonal pitch so that they master. And he'll be like, "All right, what part of Japan is your family from?" Though specifically, he'll find like the material needed for them to master and listen and master that tonal pitch. So when they go to Japan, they cross that pathos barrier where this pathos now that was not there present when, for people born outside of Japan coming back is now present. So that pathos is restored through that mastery of a part of the logos, the language, which those outside of Japan do not naturally learn. Even if you were raised by your parents in a Japanese speaking household in Brazil, you do not master the tonal pitch from the contextual situations that you would learn it in Japan. And so that's how you get past that restored, get past that barrier and be accepted as being Japanese.
So got two comments real quick I have to cover. $5 from Theophan the Obtuse. Anxiety over race in American Orthodoxy comes from potential for being murdered on a bus for being white. I mean, there's some truth to that. Crime is a huge issue in America, which has caused a lot of racial animosity, but it's not the root of the problem. That's a byproduct of the problem. I would say that would be my theory. And then somebody here said, "What bands? The answer will determine if I stay subscribed or not." I don't remember. My wife doesn't. I don't listen to my wife's music. My wife listens to a different style of music depending on the language she's learning at any given time. Right now, she's learning like French, and she learned a bunch of like French from like specific singer in France and stuff like that. So that's how my wife learns that. And then like, I think the way she's learning French right now is there's an old French cartoon from the 90s she just watches on repeat.
Yep. And that's the best way to do it, so you sound like you're from a place. Because I've known, like, there's this one Chinese girl I knew. She goes back to China to visit, extended family, and everyone immediately picks her out. Like, no matter where she goes, immediately pick her out as, she's American. And she asked this one store lady, like the small store owner, shop lady, she's like, "Why is it that everyone keeps telling me, like, I practiced my Mandarin so much, and everyone tells me I'm from America?" And the woman responds, "Oh, that's because your Mandarin is absolutely perfect. That's why we know you're from America." So she had no markers indicating she's from a place.
Yep. It's generic. It doesn't have a place. Actually, there was a researcher, I don't know if you know who he is. His name is Pimsleur. And he learned the best method of learning how to speak a language is random recall.
Yeah.
So he actually developed an entire course. I actually use that to get a lot of my Korean, and a lot of Koreans will be shocked because I'll just say Korean in a very specific way, and they're like, "That's weird. Most people get this wrong because of accents and things like that."
Yeah.
But they have pointed out it's too perfect.
Yep, exactly. That is a problem.
Yeah.
So it's my problem.
But in terms of just learning the language, I highly recommend it still. Like, hey, if you just want to get your conversational down initially, and then you can slowly learn the mannerisms, I think that's a good way to do it. But if you already have at least some command of the language, the thing that you need to do is not necessarily keep on studying all the grammar rules and stuff like that. No, what you need to do is you need to learn how people speak.
Yep. My problem was, when I was fluent in Spanish, the problem was I learned Spanish from, essentially, Dominicans, Tejanos, Mexicans, Colombians, Spaniards, etc. So I spoke like a mixture of everything, and that just sound like, so I would just say things. People are like, it'd be like I'd be crossing Panamanian with Cuban slang at times, and people be like, it's just jarring when you hear it's like someone using like it'd be like someone's talking in English, let's say a foreigner who'd learned English, and then at one moment they sound like Phil from Duck Dynasty, and the next moment they sound like Brad Pitt, and then the next moment they sound like Sean Connery.
Yeah, it's just jarring. Yeah,
exactly. That was the thing that I struggled with. Ironically, my cousin who speaks the best English, who people assume is American, he learned his English from Duck Dynasty, and he patterned his English speaking after Phil from that show. So it's I'm just saying, if you want to like sound like you're from a place, uh, pick some reality TV star or an actor who's consistent with his accent and just copy that guy and sound like you're him. But yeah, so the two other boundaries. So mythos, the fourth boundary. Mythos are the common stories. So the common stories that bind people together. So like, what is the mythos of the Greeks? The Greek peoples, the Hellenes, way back in the day. I mean, even to this today, the Odyssey and the Iliad. For the Romans, they were heavily influenced by the Odyssey and the Iliad, but also the Aeneid. The common myths, Norse mythology, for example, for the Norse, Beowulf for the English, Lord of the Rings would be a mythos for English as well. For the Spanish, you have the Miguel Cervantes, English, Shakespeare, Dostoevsky and Tolstoy for Russian. But essentially, the stories that bind to people, and it's not just like the literary stuff and the play stuff and the legends or like Grimm's fairy tales, like the fairy tales, the Aesop's fables, stuff like that. It's also the stories people tell themselves, each other about themselves and how they see themselves in history. So even like, for example, I know a lot of people, talk about like the view that Russians have of World War II. Well, it is part of their mythos as Russians, defeating the Nazis. It's part of their mythos and how it's ingrained into their society. It is a boundary. It is part of the mythos boundary of what is the Russian race. For example, that's the difference between so it's why there was an American race in the sense that the Anglo-Saxons of New England were distinct from the Anglo-Saxons and of Tidewater as well. Tidewater, Virginia, and the Deep South were distinct from the Anglo-Saxons of England. And the chief distinction, it was not language, it was not logos, wasn't even ethos. It was those two, mythos and pathos. It was a break in mythos, and which resulted in a break in pathos, where the English back in England were seen as the other, a foreigner, versus the American English, American Anglo-Saxons. They had a common pathos,
which is why actually most of the during the Revolutionary War, most of the people that were pulled into the revolution initially, again, people forget, it's only about 20% of the population actually supported the revolution.
Yep.
It was a majority loyalist or just like kind of neutral and didn't really care. But only 20% were active revolutionaries.
Yep.
It became more as the war went on. As war went on, war-weary people going, these people coming from overseas and destroying our crops and things like that. Of course, that's going to eventually lead people to, errors and problems and things like that. So.
Yep. And the last boundary, economia, is essentially in this case like these things are actually lived out in reality, in real space, in real time, in real village life. It's not a fictional race, fictional language, fictional stories that are just man-made put together like Esperanto in order to attempt to make an artificial ethnos.
Yes, which is what Tolkien was famous for, attempting this, and with some degree of success in his books, right? His books are a result of him trying to create languages and create cultures and create those things. But you notice that even he didn't get it to that full degree.
Mm-hmm.
Right, even he wasn't able to fully quite grasp it.
Yep.
I believe Tolkien is about dang closest that we're ever going to get in terms of literary writing, in terms of that. But
correct. But the other thing with Tolkien in particular is he actually understood the natural evolution of language and how it changes over time, how language is formed by the behaviors and actions of a people, and how a language even guides how people think, like how you think.
Yep.
I'll be frank, I think differently in Spanish than I do in English. This is where I say, you should learn another language because you will think differently in that language and you will see things differently. And that can be to your advantage and usefulness. Like for me, for our kids, my wife and I, we want our kids to have English, Spanish, and Russian because I want them to be able to see things and think through things in ways that I can't even right now. And that just gives you advantages. It's something that people don't realize. But like in the case of Tolkien, he intentionally, he developed 3 dialects of not just the language of Elvish, but 3 dialects of Elvish. And they naturally progress and change in relation to what the various groups of elves living Elvish culture life as they diverge from one another. So that's why his Elvish language actually did work and function compared to Esperanto. I mean, put in perspective, I have one cousin, musician guy, kind of nerdy, obviously, because he literally would translate psalms into Elvish and then compose music for them.
Yeah.
So it's like, that kind of nerd. But the thing is, you can actually do that with Elvish. You cannot do that with Klingon.
No, and you can't. And Klingon is such a robot. It sounds so horrible because it's so robotic.
Yeah.
not only that, but the guys who made it weren't thinking about human vocal cords with it. They were just like, oh, let's make the most ridiculous and over the top language as possible. It's like, okay, whatever. But it's always, I've always felt it was a shame that Tolkien never got a chance to finish he was working on a dwarven language.
Yeah. Yep.
And actually, there was something interesting. There was a person who they're not a scholar, I wouldn't call them, but they're somebody who is like a hobbyist scholar that studies ancient Nordic rune languages, like the runes. And they say actually for most Northern Europeans and even Anglo and Germans, a little less so German, but especially like Scandinavian countries, actually Nordic runes actually better assist in the ability to actually read and speak, because there are certain sounds that are said in Scandinavian that can't be expressed with the Latin alphabet. So they said it's actually the Nordic runes that Tolkien based Dwarven runes off of have that. And they've been doing some attempts to be like, we need to reintegrate this back into society on some levels. Now, obviously, it's from like a LARPy pagan. It's like, oh, would Christians Latinize us? And crying and whining about that.
Yep.
But there is truth to that you do give up something, which is why the Greeks didn't force the Russians or the Rus or the Slavic people to abandon their languages. They just said, well, and force them to adopt Greek. They said, nah, here, we'll just give you your own language, right? Your Cyrillic.
Yep.
Which worked way better than the
Well-
forced Latinization of some of these other cultures.
Well,
Yeah,
even,
that's how the
even
Spanish Empire did.
English had more than 26 letters in its alphabet at one point,
Correct.
It did, yes.
Yep.
which I think we should bring back, personally.
Well, I agree too, but
And that would-
the thing
And
is
that would be a very
requires
Christian thing to do, because that was something that was done by Christians to
Yeah.
bring Anglo-Saxons in, was to give them the Latin alphabet and allow them to add in these sounds that don't exist in Latin.
Yep. The irony is the Spanish did the same thing in the Spanish Empire. Like, one of the key reasons why the Spanish Empire was the torchbearer, like they carried almost all the weight for spreading Roman Catholicism around the entire world. And like in Mexico, what did they do after Cortez's conquest of Mexico? They codified the Nahuatl language. They codified like a bunch of the native languages. Why? So that they could catechize the natives. So they gave them the alphabets, and they catechized and even recorded different varying dialects, etc., of these languages.
we can all debate about the quality of their catechization, but they nevertheless did do that.
Yep.
I would argue that the Orthodox have a better history of being able to catechize people, mostly because the Roman Catholics' biggest problem is that they allowed too much syncretization, which is why a lot of, like in Peru, I know this for a fact because I went on mission trips to Peru. They have a big problem amongst the Roman Catholic Church there with a lot of overtly pagan practices being practiced by the local population, despite them all allegedly being Roman Catholic, right?
So this is
So-
actually, I'll give you a little bit of pushback. So the syncretism skyrocketed after the collapse of the empire. That was when things went nuts. Because I mean, it's interesting. It's I know it's a blind spot of most people, because most people don't know this history. I mean, even Catholics don't know it. It's
I don't
Yeah.
either. I accept
Right,
your
yeah.
expertise on this.
no, it's not.
No,
Essentially,
that makes sense.
yeah, it's no, the Vatican like undermined the Spanish Empire intentionally, and there's a reason for that. So I mean, this is my big thing about case of like when people look at the post Vatican I, all the debates are about the role of the Pope essentially. But the thing is, you look at the Spanish Empire and why was it that it was able to successfully carry the faith, even to compare the Philippines to Vietnam. The French couldn't even get double digits of the percentage. Like they couldn't even hit 10% of the population to convert to Catholicism. Whereas in the Philippines, the Spain got 86%. And the fundamental reason why, and this is the thing, this is actually one of the most devastating blows to modern Catholicism. So the Spanish Church was autonomous. It had full autonomy. I'll put it this way. So during the time of the Patronato Real, which was essentially from 1508, was when it achieved full force up until the collapse of the Spanish Empire. The Pope could not enforce a single decree, encyclical, or even a council. Like, I'll put it this way. The Council of Trent was not binding on the Spanish Church until the Synod of Toledo called their own council, reviewed everything, and approved it line by line. Then it was binding in Spain. So this is why, so you have the Great Schism. You have this massive push. I'm not going to go through the history, but in short, you have this massive push by the Pope to establish Ultramontanism, or his control over all the different churches, which is why he sponsored William the Conqueror conquering England and the Anglo-Norman invasions of Ireland, etc. So you have this massive push of Ultramontanism. This leads to conflict with the emperors and the secular, quote-unquote, secular powers, rulers of Western Europe. This results in like the Guelphs and the Ghibellines and the wars that happened within the Holy Roman Empire, which weakened the empire, prevented it from becoming a strong empire the way that Byzantium or Russia was. In the case of, so this led to the Great Western Schism. When you have the Great Western Schism, like all the gains in power that the Vatican made as a geopolitical project in the wake of the Great Schism, they lost pretty much everything. One of the consequences of the Great Western Schism and the Council of Constance was the Spanish Church, which had been forcibly Latinized at the end of a sword, in the sense of being forced to adopt the Roman rite. They had their own rite before. They had married priests. Their priests had beards.
I was aware of that. Yeah.
Spain
Mozarabic, which is one of the rites that I feel would be better for Western Rite.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been lost. So what they call Mozarabic Rite today is a reconstruction that doesn't really have much to do with Mozarabic. I mean, there's some Mozarabic chants which have survived. I'm actually a fan of bringing, essentially, I have two Orthodox readers who are interested in doing this, but revitalizing Mozarabic chant, because that would be doable. The actual rite is gone.
Well, do you want to know why it's probably completely gone?
Completely. Say again?
It's probably because it was a modification of either St. John Chrysostom's rite or St. Mark's rite.
Yeah. Yep. And so that's
and that's actually something the Vatican did across the board. What you guys were talking about, because what they did to England after the Norman invasions and Ireland is that they lost their liturgical tradition and it was replaced.
Yep.
So people call about the Celtic rite, that doesn't really exist.
It probably was something closer to an Alexandrian rite, because a lot of the monks that went to Ireland were from Egypt or trained by monks from Egypt.
Yep.
Yes. But the point, I guess the broader point that I'm trying to make is that the Vatican actually was a net weight on the neck of all these other places. And and I think what you're trying to get to, Jose, which you correct me if I'm wrong, is that actually the Spanish Empire, had it somehow maintained its orthodoxy, probably would have been even more successful than it was, but the Vatican was a weight around its neck.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reason why the Spanish Empire formed is because the Vatican was forced off its neck at the end of a sword. Like Charles V, for example, marched on the Pope, and there's a whole song that Sabaton did, on the Stairway to Heaven about the all the Swiss Guard who fell or who died defending the Pope from Charles V. So at least there's one Sabaton song on it. But the point is, the Patronato Real. Not only that, so the Pope could not even nominate. He could not appoint a single bishop or priest or a canonist. He could not even nominate anyone to the position, and he had no say. The Roman Inquisition was denied any authority within Spain, which is why the Spanish Inquisition existed. So ironically, I know the joke of the Spanish Inquisition in Monty Python is their fanatical devotion to the Pope, which is the exact opposite of reality. The Spanish Inquisition's job was to keep the Roman Inquisition and the Roman courts out of Spain. So they were literally, that was their job. And here's the thing, for all the criticism the Spanish Inquisition gets, which most of it is fake, but there's some legitimate criticism.
There's legitimate criticisms, but all history, there are people that want to overemphasize things for their own purposes, particularly secularists, to be fair.
Yes, but straight up, if I was an Orthodox Christian and I had to go before the Spanish Inquisition or the Roman Inquisition, I would rather go before the Spanish Inquisition every single time, because they're going to let you go. Roman Inquisition, you're rolling the dice. So it's and the thing is, even in the case of the martyrdom of St. Peter the Aleut, he was martyred by an overzealous military officer who was operating outside of the chain of command. Which is the other part.
And that's one thing that needs to be pointed out, and this is something that people always get wrong about St. Peter the Aleut. They're like, oh, they couldn't have. There were no Jesuits. Dude, the average Russian had no idea what was a Jesuit and what wasn't.
Correct.
Right? The average Russian would just be like, they saw a Roman priest and they're like, Jesuit. A Roman Catholic priest, they'd be like, Jesuit. That was just their default. Because
all the Catholics in Russia were Jesuits.
Exactly. Yeah. So their only frame of reference was subversive Jesuit is coming in and doing something, right?
Yep.
And so that's one thing. And then the second thing is, and this, not to get too bogged down in the histories, but because I could go all day talking about history, you know me.
But I want to answer in a minute.
Oh, a new super chat. Okay, we'll address that here in a second.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is that there's no such thing as the Western Church was basically from the get-go in turmoil in terms of how they wanted to understand autonomy, autocephaly, and things of that nature. Because they still had some sort of view about it, but
Mhm.
they like I said, people forget there was probably like 4 or 5 reformations of the Vatican
Yep.
in the time from the Great Schism to Vatican II.
Yeah.
There's like 4 or 5. So the current Vatican Church is massively different, and the way that they operate is actually today more top down than they
Correct.
were even.
My internet dropped.
No, we lost him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Quickly, $10 from Nathaniel. Something I've always wondered for a while is why there weren't autocephalous churches in the West, and it wasn't all one church under Rome, while the East had multiple jurisdictions.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I will answer this one. In the West, there was still autonomy, but a lot of these places, they would get their priests, they would get their bishops, they would get their missionaries, they would get their education from places that were under Rome. So they did pay respect to Rome in that sense.
Yeah.
Now, was Rome really the head? That's debatable. How much
Yeah.
power you can exercise.
Yeah.
Well,
in the
because
West.
there's a lot of people that say it wasn't until about the 12th, 13th century that the British Isles were even all that influenced by
Well,
the Great Schism. Some people argue that. I would
I-
say
I-
it was probably 100 years max. The
I would
Norman
say
invasions were the nail in the coffin, but
the Norman invasions were the nail in the coffin, and it was when Cranmer came in. When Cranmer was single-handedly made the bishop of the Archbishop of Canterbury by the Pope. That's when England kind of loses their independent status or autonomous status.
I'll just
So-
point out that Harold Godwinson's children all went to Russia, and he has multiple saints as direct descendants, including his grandson, Saint Vladimir II.
Yeah, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Harold Godwinson personally, but
He had many righteous descendants.
he had more righteous descendants, and he was not a very righteous man himself.
Maybe.
a lot of men are at best. Like, for example, I've always told people I personally have a very fond heart for Hilderic, the penultimate Vandal king, because he was a Chalcedonian and he was good friends with Saint Justinian the Great, and he was killed. He was taken out of power and killed as a direct result of his Chalcedonianism. So
I have a great love for Saint Alfred of Wessex, the first king of England.
Mhm.
So
well, we still have yeah, I mean, and actually that's something that Orthodoxy is going to have to really do, is we have to recapture the mythos of some of those European nations. So for example, remember the Orthodox saints of those nations, right?
do you know what
like
it
Saint
starts with?
Alfred the Great,
You know what it starts with? The bishops allowing people to be received as Western saints. Because there's bishops that are kind of iffy on that one.
Wait, what are you talking about? Say again?
Bishops allowing people to be received as Western saints. I know a priest who was received as a Western saint, but he wasn't allowed to be a priest with that name. So
No, I mean I don't.
Oh, you mean like so someone can be received as their patron saint could be Alfred?
yeah, and then the bishop comes in and says you can't do that if you're going to be made a priest. You have to take an Eastern name to be a priest.
Yeah, I don't know how common that is, so I can't comment on that, but it would definitely go a long way.
It's fairly common in the Antiochian Archdiocese.
Okay.
Or at least it was under Joseph, the former Metropolitan Joseph. Maybe Saba is going to take a different tack.
Metropolitan Joseph was a wild character.
He was not a good dude.
He was absolutely wild character. I remember him. Anyway, that's but not for good reasons. So
Well, there's some people at my parish that were directly affected by his actions. So.
got it. Yeah, no, it's that's a whole different story.
Yep.
But yeah, thank God that defrocking is in fact a thing.
Yep.
So moving back though, it just is the great irony of like so when people talk about Catholicism has bigger numbers. The only reason Catholicism has bigger numbers is because one part of the Western Church managed to get autonomy, keep the Vatican completely out of its fingers out, and then engaged and carried the entire torch of that missionary work.
Wow,
And
it's almost like autocephaly is actually a good idea, and
Exactly.
maybe Rome should have learned their lesson. Yeah, no,
No, not a single like all the other like all of the other missionary work done by all the other parts or diocese or parts of the Roman Church that was not autonomous. It's nothing compared to what Spain and Portugal did. Like absolutely nothing.
And
okay, I will
then-
say this: a road screen is fine. The problem is that a lot of people like what they mean by road screen is like a tiny little basically fence, but that's not really what a road screen is. They're
even
like,
fe-
we have a
even
road
fencing-
screen, and it's like just like it's like a knee high like little fancy
here-
little fence.
But the thing is, here fencing the altar is also something that would be appropriate because that's something that was done pre-schism.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that people say, well, that's a road screen. It's like, no, that's not a road screen.
That's fencing the altar, which is okay. You can do that, but it's not a road
But-
screen.
Yeah, please call it what it needs to be. And actually, I'm not. So I'm actually a proponent of liturgical uniformity and liturgical unity. So when
Yeah.
people say I want the Western Rite or I want this rite, I say no. What we should do is we should have a common rite as the baseline, and if you want to have a unique way in which it's expressed, then the first step is chanting. The way it's chanted changing is a huge
Yeah, you can
change.
you can have old school pre-schism Gregorian chant, and maybe you can have Western vestments. I don't know.
Well, I think that's a good start because what it does is it maintains a common thread with orthodoxy. Because here's the biggest problem I see is that if a Western Rite person is received into a Western Rite church, goes to a Western Rite liturgy, etc., and then let's say they have to move because of like a job or something like that, and there's no Western Rite churches around them, and they start going to a more normative
Mhm.
Orthodox liturgy, they're suddenly lost and they don't have that connection in that milieu, and it often causes confusion. Also, let's say there's in the same town there's an Eastern Rite, or maybe within a certain square area there's Eastern Rite, Eastern Rite, Eastern Rite, Eastern Rite, then Western Rite. Well, now there's this sudden like this lack of like inter-Orthodox.
Yeah,
Within
that's
the single town,
that's
within the
Spokane,
single-
Washington.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, historically, I mean, the thing is one. So the Orthodox Church, in terms of a lot of practice, there's a lot of diversity in practice because culture is allowed to express itself. But there was unity within a given diocese, even with like the fasting schedule. So like the fasting schedule that we have in the West in the United States is kind of artificial in the sense that, like literally, if you go into the East, you go into like parts of Ukraine and Russia, like literally their fasting schedule is set by whatever their local monasteries do, and
Yeah.
that differs from what we consider our fasting schedule. Like that was the actual norm throughout most of like almost all of Orthodox history. It was
But that's due to the speed information can travel. Really.
yeah, speeding information travel, but also it's just a life. Like the whole point of the Orthodox like religious praxis or way of life is living life with the people in your locale.
Mhm.
Like that's the thing. It is the church. The Orthodoxy is both. It is universal and it is local. And
You wanna know
that's something
something
that
cool?
Rome lost 1,000 years ago.
You want to know something cool?
Sure.
Our fasting schedule at my parish is the same as the monastery in
Ooh,
the hills.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I do
Yeah,
not have
because
that
we follow the Ephraimite fasting schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. No, like that was the norm. That was the normal thing. Yeah.
So Oh, I got an announcement. So after talks with Celestium, who some of you guys might be familiar, she's a Orthodox Christian, but she does like VTubing and stuff like that. She's gonna have me and Father Ron on her channel to discuss Orthodoxy with her chat and with people that she knows.
Basically.
Which we're getting a lot of hate for, particularly myself, mostly because people that are insufferably jealous about everything in life have decided for some reason that I'm a Pelagian, which we've gone over.
Well, talk about that on the channel.
Oh yeah, we will be.
And Father Ron will be there to back you up.
To be Pelagian, you'd have to deny synergy, which
I
Yeah.
don't. Well, here's the thing, that the reason they call me Pelagian, and then they'll say semi-Pelagian, which again does not exist, guys. Man, bear, pig. The reason they call me Pelagian is because I don't condemn unbaptized infants to eternal damnation just because they were born.
Yeah, that's so their position is like whoever the guy was who wrote "Hark the Herald Angels Sing." But yeah, no, he actually would write on diatribes how God is glorified by the eternal punishment and torture of small children, unbaptized children. I'm like, yeah,
poor guy who wrote a beautiful song.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's like what do you call it? I mean, fundamentally, Calvinists worship Moloch. And maybe that's why every single Calvinist society is.
Well, these guys are the Latinizer crew that hate me because they hate the fact that I'm so this is what they say here, and I'll just read it. There's a few reasons here. He's a self-admitted Pelagian. Literally, I'm not self-admitted. Self-admitted because, guys, I'm Pelagian. Please listen to my arguments for Pelagianism. I'm the opposite. I don't believe in Pelagianism. He's a self-admitted quasi-universalist. How can one be quasi-universalist? You're either universalist or you're not. Right? Like, there is no such thing as quasi-universalism. He says he thinks his synod, Moscow Patriarchate, has fallen into heresy. I've literally said the opposite many times. I accuse these guys of misrepresenting my patriarchate and misrepresenting the bishops there because I have a bishop who is under the Moscow Patriarchate that I can ask questions about.
Yep.
And he says he's uncordial when having discussions, particularly with me and a few others. Yes, the Latinizers. I don't like you guys. I think you guys are scum for the way that you treat the saints. You wear their skin as a shield from your actual views. You use them as a weapon to poke and prod without actually defending your own view. Instead, you just play these stupid quote mind games. Says 5, poor reading comprehension. Okay, nice opinion, bro.
Well, if you do quote mining, you have poor reading comprehension.
Well, yeah. 6, will publicly decry anyone he doesn't like. No, I'll only publicly decry people that are being stupid. There are people that I like who are being stupid that I'll publicly say, hey, bro, stop being stupid. And many more, and I have evidences for all of it. Ooh, scary. We have one of the friends of the channel. He is a Brazilian Orthodox. So he says, for anyone reading this, the Latinizer Ruckus, because this is Ruckus who's saying, is basically telling Christians not to have any hope at all for the possible salvation of unbaptized infants, even in the eschaton, despite there being no dogmatic definition on the matter. What he's presenting isn't established doctrine. It is his own personal interpretation and extrapolation of the words that he's trying to ram down everyone's throat as if it were a dogma. End of parentheses. And then he continues, as a result, he also rejects the Christian practice of praying for the soul for all souls, Christian and non-Christian, baptized and unbaptized alike, as our church actually teaches. I want to point this out, guys. If we believe that there was no hope for the unbaptized, the church would be asking us to waste our time praying for them. It doesn't follow in our praxis. Furthermore, and he says, in his view, God operates in some kind of automaton, locked in a rigid binary categories. If we followed his logic, all the Christians would end up being discouraged from having hope itself, even though hope is one of the greatest Christian virtues. Pelagianism and universalism are indeed heresies, and no Orthodox Christian denies that, including myself. But the opposite extreme is just as anti-Christian because it effectively denies divine mercy. If any Latinizer tells you that you can't have hope for the unbaptized out of belief in God's mercy, not just infants, he's a lying snake. You are dogmatically free to pray for anyone and not lock God inside a little box. And I think that's a very important thing to read out.
Just in case
So,
I said the wrong song, it's the guy who wrote "Joy to the World." So I don't know if I said that.
joy to the world,
Yeah,
the
Isaac Watts,
infants
the one who wrote
scream.
about- yeah, he's the one who wrote about how God is glorified in the Father is glorified when he tortures, unbaptized infants. So,
Oh, well, no, it's our. I mean, that's just. By the way, that view is very common amongst Calvinists. R.C. Sproul said, and I've played it on this channel before, that you will be in heaven so glorified that you will watch your grandmother in hell, and you will say glory to God in her torture.
And they make us say, "There's my grandma in hell."
I mean, you learn.
Yeah, I know. It's like, how could you possibly say my grandma's in hell?
Well, your God already dictated it and has dictated it before the foundation of the world. I always use that.
No, and in Calvinism, you can be the most evil guy on the planet, and God can say, "You're elect."
Yep. And then what I'll sometimes do too. Sometimes I'll just put my hand on the shoulder and be like, "Sorry, bro, I hate to tell you this, but your God has only given you effervescent grace." So.
Yeah, well, actually, this is this is actually what I do to them. I just say, "What are you talking?" It's like he's like, "You're a blasphemer." I'm like, "Actually, no, I'm not a blasphemer. I'm doing exactly as God has decreed. In fact, He's glorified by my blasphemy, because I will be punished, and from your view, I'll be punished." And God has already preordained me to be punished, so therefore He's glorified by my actions of rebelliousness, because it just further increases His glory, because He will rightly judge me from your view.
Yep.
Right.
So I will say one.
There's
thing.
no such thing as blasphemy from their view.
I will say one thing. We should watch Craig Trulia's debate against James White when it comes out in October.
Yes, that
I will read it. Oh man.
Orthodox guy adopts Western doctrinal developments, which can be anything from the filioque to penal substitutionary atonement. I need cookie. He's answering, what is a Latinizer? Yes, it's basically a person who doesn't want to abandon any Western theological language and baggage, and instead they'll take word concept fallacies and apply them to the church fathers that they're reading, instead of submitting to the mind of the church,
which makes our job worse.
Yes, it makes everyone's job more difficult, guys, when we have to constantly correct these misconceptions that they spread everywhere.
Because I when I was on Twitter, which I've gotten off since, I recommend everybody get off. I would have Roman Catholics tell me, well, some Orthodox bishops say it's okay to believe in the filioque. And I'm like, who? And they would point me to Latinizers, and I was like, what is going on?
And
what is going on here?
Yeah. For some reason, someone in the chat started suddenly complaining about women. Like, the reality is, women are women. You got to accept this. And all you got to do is find one woman who's going to be on your team. And frankly, if you're complaining about, oh no, they make women judges, then don't look to the judicial system for anything. Like, that's just it. Forget about the American Empire.
Why do you care? Yeah, guys, I'm going to take off my glasses for this one. Okay. Guys, stop making your entire worldview center around the fact that you live in a dysfunctional nation called America. Your worldview needs to transcend your nation. Okay, that doesn't mean you don't care about your nation, but if your view of woman is entirely informed by the fact that you live in a place that has a dysfunctional culture between men and women, maybe
adversarial, not just dysfunctional, adversarial.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Then maybe just me pointing this out, maybe you're called to go find a wife somewhere else. You live in modernity. You live in a place where it's $500 to get a plane ticket to another country. You live in a society where you can move. You could live in a society where you can learn another language really easy nowadays compared to your ancestors.
Yep.
Move to Lebanon. Open a Chick-fil-A. Need a nice Lebanese doctor lady. Live in Lebanon the rest of your life.
Sugar mama.
Well, you'll have a Chick-fil-A in Lebanon, and I'm sure that will not be unpopular.
I've always said this. I'm like, listen, you want to meet a nice Orthodox Korean gal? Go open up a nice food truck that sells grilled cheese sandwiches on the side.
Well, the
if
other
you
thing
go
too
to
is like,
Korea and you actually like serve in parishes and help out, you might meet a Russian gal or
Oh
an
yeah.
American
Oh
gal
yeah. Or
who
Greek.
also
Or
has
Greek.
that heart, who has a heart for mission, and will stand by you through that whole thing.
Yes.
Like actually
There,
going overseas,
actually, we have
it's
a
funny.
lovely Korean Uzbekistani, and this is not well known. During the Soviet Union, there were Koreans that were trapped in the Soviet Union. Some of them were sent as migrant laborers to the Central Asia, and there's a significant Korean population in Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, things like that. And so a lot of them have moved back to Korea. So we have a lovely girl named, I'm not going to say her name, I'm not going to dox her, but she's Uzbekistani. Korean, but she speaks Uzbekistani, Russian, etc., etc. Lovely girl, very pretty. You know what I mean? Like people. It's like all these guys complaining, but then these same guys that say that will then go, oh, but miscegenation. It's like, okay, you got to make up your mind, dude. You can only limit the pool of available women so much before you're kind of like floundering. You know what I mean? It's like,
this one guy said right here, average people have to work for a living. Young men don't have the money to just jet around the world. So the thing is, if you're a young man, you don't have to spend money and you can be homeless. I was literally homeless and I still wasn't single. The point is, like, what do you call it? Like, dude, when I was a single man, granted, this is before COVID inflation, but I needed only $800 a month to live. And I
easy.
literally went wherever I want. Like, my wife asked me, like, if you aren't married with, 3 kids and everything else right now, like, what would you be doing? And I'd be like, I'd be on a motorcycle. I'd be backpacking down at Tierra Fuego, and I would just be camping, with my hammock tent, like, everywhere, all the way down the road. Like, you don't need money as a single man. You have so
Listen,
much.
I've said this on stream before. When I'm walking through Korea, people ask me, "What's the cost of living like there?" I'm like, "Bro, if you're single, you can live off of probably $800 a month here.
Yeah. And I was living off of $800 a month in Central Texas. Like, granted, that
It's
was
tight.
14.
You're not gonna be comfortable. You're gonna be living dorm style, but you're a single man. What do you care?" So
Yeah.
like
And-
if you can come and find a minimum wage job here, that because like your average, let's say you come in and you become an English teacher here in Korea. Average English teacher in Korea is going to earn 1.3K a month in US dollars. Maybe 1.5 to $2,000 a month. That's easily livable, and you'd still put money in savings at the end of each month as long as you were frugal.
I could probably move to Korea and just live off of people's couches doing greeter services all month.
Are you suggesting something?
Uh,
I'm charging you rent. I'm just kidding.
no, I would just be on different people's couches every day. Just
No,
going
my bishop. We had a guy that would have to travel every Sunday. He would travel 2.5 to 3 hours one way on a train to get to service because there was no churches near where he was, and he would come on a Friday evening after his work was finished, and he would stay with our bishop on his couch for the whole weekend, and then you head back at the end of day Sunday. So every weekend he was just spending that much time there. He met a girl from England. She became Orthodox. He's married to her. He's my godfather, actually. Even though he's younger than me, it's funny. What was I saying? He had a kid with her, moved to England. She converted to Orthodoxy, and not in that specific order. I'm just saying. he did it all in proper order. We'll just put it that way. But he did all of that, and now he lives in England as an Orthodox guy with her. And it's like, he had no money. he had no money.
Yeah.
So people, like, yes, I get it, guys. I get it. But if you learn a skill, if you learn a language, let's say you just close your eyes, choose a country on the map, learn that language to where you're at least passable, you could probably find a job there.
Yeah.
And if you can find a job there, you probably will be able to meet a girl there. You meet a girl there, you can get an education. If you get an education, you can, etc. You can open a business, blah, 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 blah. If you're industrious, you have to have a vision, though. Girls don't buy into guys that don't have visions, that don't actually have a goal. Do things. They want to see you being active. Go to the gym, get fit, show love, and have some things cooking in the pot. You don't even need to have any one thing per se. Just start doing, right?
And also going on mission, the amount of grace that is in getting out of your comfort zone, doing things that you wouldn't normally do, like even going down to Mexico. There's grace there, and it's beneficial for you anyway. whether or not you meet somebody.
Yeah, it's just the meeting somebody is a byproduct to your spiritual health.
Yeah.
So if you're not spiritually healthy and in a place where you can actually meet a girl here where you're at right now, then maybe God is opening doors for you to go elsewhere and maybe try and get spiritually healthy. Maybe go and do something. Like, for example, Craig Truglia has been advertising for, gosh, 2 or 3 years now for people to go to Cambodia to serve in some capacity there. Go learn. I don't know what what language, a Khmer or something like that in there. Like, I don't remember what's the language they speak in Cambodia.
Khmer.
It's not Cambodian.
Well,
does anyone know?
Khmer is one of the languages. There's multiple languages in Cambodia.
The main one is Khmer, I think. So
Yeah.
go learn Khmer and go do missions for a year and work as an English teacher on the side or something like that. You don't even need, by the way, in Cambodia, you don't even need a college degree. You just need like a English certification from online.
Citizen of Paradise, get in touch with OCMC. Usually the Greek church, wherever you're at, will have info there.
Yes.
Mhm.
OCMC is pan-Orthodox as well, by the way.
Yeah, but it's mostly run by and funded by Greeks.
Mostly, yeah.
Be
I mean,
aware.
those the wealthy patrons of it are Greek mostly.
Be aware.
Theophan the Obtuse says $5. Don't complain about women until you become homeless. Learn a language skill. Fly to Korea and marry a Korean is kind of a wild take on it. That's not what I said at all. Were you not listening? Guys, is that what I said?
He mixed the two of us together. I find it hilarious, but no, it's true. Like, just do something, dude. It's like, it's amazing. Like, I'll put it this way: when I was homeless for 3 months, like my the girl I was seeing at the time, her only request was I didn't tell her family. So I was like, all right, sure. So that's the thing. Like, it's what do you call it? Like, just do stuff. Like, you're free to do stuff.
And by the way, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. But like, dude, you just like it's not a take. It's saying me, Jose. Ralph, I don't know if you're married, but actually, I've never asked you. But
I am not.
Me and Jose, at the very minimum, we've experienced this. You know how much money I was making when I got married to my wife? Nothing. I was a college student. I made nothing. I had minimum wage job where I worked at a bookstore during college, and it was just enough to cover my pizza diet for the week. I'd get like 2 pizzas worth, and I'd just split up the pizza into 3 sections, and that would be my meal for each day. And I had like, like, dude, I was like living out of a dorm room with pizza. It's like, you know what I mean? I was making nothing. I still managed to find a girl and get married. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to start, like Jose was saying, you just got to start doing. And then we got another $10 super chat from Nathaniel saying, how prevalent is technology smartphone addiction epidemic in South Korea? I mean, it exists like any other country. Yep. I mean, all countries have it going on. Is it different than the U.S.? God bless you and your family. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you very much for the $10. But yeah, I mean, it's like any country. All countries are suffering from it on some level. I would say it's not nearly my experience. When I go outside of my apartment complex and I'm just kind of walking around through all the apartments, kids are everywhere outside. They're not playing their phones. They're playing soccer. They're playing basketball. They're running around playing tag. They're on swings, etc. Now, sometimes they'll have their phones, but it's mostly like playing music and like occasionally showing their friend a video, and then they're continuing to play outside. So there seems to be a healthy balance here in Korea recently. I know a generation ago was pretty bad. Like even 10 years ago, like cell phone addiction was new. It was crazy, but I do think it's gone a little bit better.
Also, focus on your locale, because, like, you know, I found a locale. I'm in a like a middle of nowhere rural Texas town, and all my friends here, they all raise their kids without smartphones. Like, it's like, you know, that's the thing. Like, you know, my kids
get plugged into the community 100%.
Don't get me wrong, there are people who, you know, in town who have iPad kids, but like my kids have kids they can play with. So it's and have natural interactions with.
The first person who is influential on your kids is you. Yep. Do not look around and say, "Oh, look, these little kids around me have iPads," and you have kids. You can choose not to give them an iPad.
You can choose them not give them a phone too.
I was
Yeah.
going to put this in perspective too. So where I live, the median household income is $37,000 a year. So that's like what, 1750? No, a little more than that. Yeah, not that much, but yeah, it's like 1850 bucks, 1850 an hour. So that's your household median income here, and people still have families. I live in a county which is one of the few American counties that have above the replacement levels birth rates, and there's very little migration here, so it's not being driven by foreigners. So it's like, these people don't have money and they still have kids. A lot of people hunt to put food on the table, but that's that's the thing. I mean, like, and you have no idea if you've never actually gone and done stuff as a single man, even just exploring your own state. I mean, Texas is pretty huge, but even like if you're in Maine or a smaller state like Alabama or something, you can explore a ton more of the state, and you can find the locale where it's like, okay, here I could live, I could raise a family.
Yeah, I have a buddy. He after high school, he went off to college, went to MIT. Very smart guy. Eventually, he just sold everything, quit his insanely good paying job, and everything else, and just started motorcycling around because he was just disillusioned with the grind. And he would stop in diners and just talk to literally every single chick that he possibly could. Now, don't get me wrong, he had intentions for doing so, but he eventually just met a girl that just clicked with. He didn't even do anything else. He just looked around for the nearest job that he could find in that town, and now he's married her, right? Like guys, look in history. Guys would literally fight wars to go find more women so that they could take them. Like someone said earlier in the stream, imperial colonization of the womb was a very real thing. Like, you think all of those single guys in Alexander the Great's army were just sitting there going, "Oh, I wish I could go back to Macedonia and find my my Macedonian Greek wife, blah blah blah."
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, no, they were.
I mean,
They were marrying whoever they could get their hands on. Like, that's what they cared about.
That's slightly changed in modernity. I think the last war where that was really, really true was maybe World War I.
What I'm saying is, yes, but what I'm really saying is that I'm not saying that go and do that. I'm not saying join a war to go conquer women. I'm saying men go and conquer and do things for the sake of finding a woman all the time. So yes, it changes in modernity, but the principle doesn't, where it's like go find, conquer, subdue in a Christian way, obviously.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, apparently, that a substantial number of people who are of the 41 people currently watching are people I know in real life. So yes, to those who are texting me constantly, this is me. So,
is that what your phone is?
That is my phone. Because apparently, of the 41 people who watch me are just people who know me in real life. So this is how small the Orthodox world is. It's like, yeah, and I've known Nick I knew you before you became Orthodox, right?
You when I was first exploring Orthodoxy, me and you were in the same circles of like, Social Galactic, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So me and Jose have known each other a long time, like at a distance, but we've known each other for a long time. He's always been a really good guy to me, and has always been really positive. So positive person in my life. So people always think, because I think people think it's like, oh, Nikolai's like 20. It's like, no, dude, I'm 32. So I've been around the block a little bit now, I can claim,
To be fair, I've been mocking his youthful looks since he was like 24 years old. So, it's
yes, when I was 24, dude, everyone was like, why you have a kid? You have a 3-year-old? 24 years old? Dude, you look 17. Like I got that like
Yeah.
Like now, I think I pass as a 21-year-old at least, but I've been getting mocked for my youthful looks for a very, very long time. So
yeah, and also another piece of this that I don't think a lot of people realize is maybe some people aren't just cut out for marriage, and society is pushing them in a direction that is not beneficial to them, and that's why they're having a hard time.
I think again, there's two paths. There's monasticism, and then there's marriage.
Yeah.
If you aren't going to become a monastic, you're like, that's not in the cards for me. Okay, fine. Then you should be preparing yourself for the potential of being married. Doesn't mean you will be. Some people will go their whole lives and never meet somebody that they will spend their lives with. That's fine too. Maybe you will end up being a fantastic spiritual father to many people, not spiritual father, godfather to many children and to many people, right? Maybe you'll be a bedrock in a community and you'll be long remembered after you pass away, with a beautiful community around you. There's all sorts of things like that, but you should be preparing yourself for the potentiality of marriage. That St. John Chrysostom talks about that. So,
Yeah.
man, I get a lot of hate here, man. Like, dude, I'm getting so much hate for doing this talk with Celestium, with
Yep.
Father Wrong.
Well, it's okay,
Father Wrong.
you always get carded when you try to get beer for everybody, and so everyone's just gonna hit you, man. That's
You know,
that's how it
in
rolls.
Korea, they literally will not card anybody.
That's wonderful.
They literally, what's funny is that I think as a foreigner, they just assume I'm old enough, but I've never seen a Korean ever carded, ever, in my entire life.
I gotta attack this. So let alone manage, because marriage costs way too much. I can't even afford housing and basics for myself, and let alone another. So this is something I'll share. I got this from Noel de Rancho. He was advising this to a bunch of young pochos, like Hispanics born and raised in America, who are like, man, I can't afford anything over here. I can't afford to start a family. Very simple. If you can afford a studio apartment, you can get married. That's all it takes. Like, you'll make it work. You as a man, you have a wife. She's helping you out, and she's helping you being a wife to you. Dude, you're gonna figure out how to make money.
She'll make that studio apartment a home in no time. And by the way, a studio apartment, at least for the first year of having a kid, your kids probably should be sleeping in a crib near you anyways.
There's an Orthodox family near me. They live in a 300 square foot place that they physically built themselves in the middle of nowhere, and they with their one kid who's now 5, and I think they may have had another one on the way yet. I don't know, but anyway, the point is, like, you'd be amazed at how little you need, and like, literally, bro, like, you don't even need to get your kids toys. Yeah. They will play with a box.
Dude, a toddler will sit there in a box and have dude, I saw this one video of people saying, don't get your kid an iPad if they're like a little baby on plane rides. Just get some masking tape and put it on the table, and they'll just sit there and tear it off, and it'll get stuck to their hands, and they'll stare at it and going, grab it, and then it'll be stuck on this hand, and they'll just do that for like 3 or 4 hours, and then they'll go to bed and be like, okay, and then you wake up again, you put more tape down, and they're like, ooh, and you don't care, dude. When I was first joining the military, my daughter was infant, and we would fly all the time, right? When I was in the Air Force, we would fly back and forth between Korea and the United States to visit family, things like that. Dude, my daughter was the easiest thing in the world to keep pleased. My daughter wanted, for her birthday when she was 5, she didn't want a dollhouse. She didn't want any of that stuff. She wanted slime. So we just got her one of those like big Tupperware things of slime that you can self-dye, and you can make at home even. You can even make it at home, technically. It's cheap. It's dirt cheap to make slime from at home. We literally made that, and then we just boxed it up, wrapped it up for her. Boom, she opens it up. She played with that for probably a year. She didn't that's all she wanted to play with. She didn't care about dolls or nothing. Like, kids are easy. They're so easy. Like, people overcomplicate them. They're like, oh, I need to have this and this and this. Like, dude, your kid will sleep in anything.
So, Nikolai, the important part of this document is the last half of 12 and the start of 13.
Okay, so last half of 12. So we'll read this, and actually we'll get into the next part of this our topic here, because people insist that I'm a Pelagian, so I kind of want to debunk this. And I'm also pulling up the other prayer service because, for gosh sakes, it's like for the 100th time I've got to deal with this. So we're going to go into this, guys. For those who are tempted by abortion, that God may plant in their hearts a love for the treasure of life and the strength to protect it, we pray to the Lord.
Lord of mercy.
For all doctors that inspired by the oath to protect life, that they may know the grace of repentance, serving others as true disciples of the gospel of life, we pray to the Lord. Amen.
Lord of mercy.
For all nurses inspired by the gentle compassion of the Mary, the Mother of God, they may serve as guardians of life in every moment of existence, we pray to the Lord.
Lord have mercy.
For all hospital administrators, that with wisdom and respect for life, that they may lead those who work with them for the nurturing and protection of all life, we pray to the Lord.
Lord have mercy.
For parents who have lost a child in abortion, whose hearts are closed to the mercy of God, that they may know that the grace of repentance and confession and healing and embrace of the Father, we pray to the Lord.
Lord have mercy.
For parents overwhelmed by grief and remorse of the loss of their child in abortion, that Jesus the shepherd, so rich in his mercy and compassion, might heal their broken hearts, we pray to the Lord.
Lord have mercy.
For all who counsel the parents of aborted children, that God might reward them for the crosses they bear and grant them the words of wisdom to lead lost souls to home to him, we pray to the Lord.
Lord have mercy.
For each child aborted from his mother's womb, that from their place in heaven they might intercede for their mothers and fathers, for peace and healing and the gift of true repentance, we pray to the Lord. That is
Lord have
pretty.
mercy.
That's pretty much sealed. So is the question people have to ask, is the OCA in rank heresy for saying that? Because a child that is aborted by necessity is not baptized.
Yep.
Well, and the last two are scriptural references. Thus saith the Lord, and Ramah has heard the sound of moaning, of bitter weeping. Rachel mourns her children. She refuses to be consoled because her children are more. Thus saith the Lord, cease your cries of mourning. Wipe the tears from your eyes. The sorrow you have shown shall have its reward. There is hope for your future.
Yes. And also it should be noted that King David himself also weeps for the loss of his son. And then his advisors note that he seems perfectly normal the next day or something like that. I can't remember the exact story off the top of my head right now. And he says, why should I mourn? I will meet him again. Interesting. King David, a man after God's own heart, will meet his child again? Well, the Latinizer would have to say, well, yeah, he'll meet him again in Hades, but then after Christ resurrected, David will go to heaven, but those unbaptized infants will just be continually separated from them because they can't repent for their sins or something like that. Like their position has to be like this complete incoherence, right?
I mean,
living.
well,
It's the other part.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Abortion in and of itself is a human sacrifice.
Yes.
Yeah. To Baal, to Moloch.
Yes.
It's not like something that's just done clinically. These are martyrs.
Mm-hmm.
We consider these children martyrs.
Correct. Here's another one. Now, aborted children someone can weasel their way out and say, oh, aborted children are martyrs, so that's an extra normative means in which God unites people to his church. That's a type of baptism. Okay, fine. Explain to me how a miscarriage, which is not martyrdom, is not this. So if we skip past...
It has the Trisagion at the beginning, guys. Look at that. Ooh.
Yep, Trisagion at the beginning. So if we skip past that... So this the Great Litany is saying for the parents, for the people that suffer the repose of the child, we pray for them. So it's asking them, will receive their prayers. He will heal every illness and grief in the vestige of the Holy Spirit. Let us pray to the Lord. Lord of mercy. And then that he will quickly deliver the handmaiden of God from every pain and affliction, rise from her weakness and infirmity by the Almighty God. Notice that it's saying, well, hold on.
No, this is about the mother.
Yes, this is about the mother, but I think there's an important part here. He'll console the parents. All right, here he is. That he will receive the infant name, who by his ineffable providence has been taken from his or her mother, and grant him everlasting life. Let us pray to the Lord. So clearly we can have hope. That's the first thing that we find here. From the deliverance of all affliction, wrath, danger, let us pray to the Lord. Help save us, have mercy on us, keep us, commemorate the most holy Theotokos, for these on the ages of ages. Okay, prayer of intercession. I think this is where it gets specific. O Master, Lord our God, who is born of the holy Theotokos and ever Virgin Mary, and as a child who laid in a manger, in thy great mercy be merciful to this, thy handmaiden. So mercy to the handmaiden. That needs to be clear. Who has miscarried the child who is conceived in her. Forgive her all voluntary and involuntary offenses, and protect her from all machinations of the devil. Heal her suffering in thy love for mankind. Grant health and strength to her body and soul. Guard her from with an radiant angel from every assault of the invisible demons and every illness and malady, and deliver her from all that may afflict her womb. O thou who accepts the innocence of infancy into thy kingdom.
And then the next prayer is for the child.
Yes.
Yep.
The following prayer is for the child.
Comfort the mind of the handmaiden, blah, blah, blah. Yes. And then the next one is, O Lord, thou hast spoken through the prophet Isaiah, saying, For behold, I created new heavens, new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come to mind. Be glad and rejoice forever, which I create. For behold, I create in Jerusalem a rejoicing, in the people, and in her people joy. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and be glad in my people. No more shall there be heard the sound of weeping and the cry of distress. No more shall there be an infant that lives but a few days. Do thou the same, Lord and God, who on that day will give us no cause to mourn the loss of a child. Be present with us this day as we gather in sadness to seek thy comfort and mourn the loss of the child name, whom known to thy handmaiden who carried her to him or her, to his or her father, who generated him or her. Oh my gosh, the theology there is really great, by the way. And to us, thy faithful people, who thou hast spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. For which cause we bless thee, O God of compassion, the consolation of the afflicted. Thou knowest the name and age of every person, even from him or her mother's womb, knowing the depth of our hearts. Accept our sorrow as we grieve the loss of the child, and comfort us with the promise of the joy of thy eternal kingdom. Help us grow in confidence in thy sustaining presence in this moment, in the days coming forth, the prayers of thy most pure mother, the Theotokos. Lord have mercy, unto the ages of ages.
Yeah. So at the bottom it says it was approved for use by the Holy Synod of Bishops of the Orthodox Church in America, October 2015.
Yes, and I just want to point out,
translated out of Russian.
It is.
It came from Moscow.
It did.
It's Moscow's service on this subject.
Father Michael Lely has confirmed this with me. He said he has the Russian prayer book for miscarried, that's approved by the Synod for miscarried infants.
Yeah, the Trebnik, yeah.
It's the same thing. He says it's identical in Russian.
Yeah.
The same Synod that condemns the idea that we worship the same God as the Muslims.
So true.
Yeah.
Amen. Let's see here. There is another section that is relevant here. We care the consolation. There's two sections actually, but they're very short. This one is okay right here. Our hearts are open to thee. Visit upon us, help us, cast down and rise up. In silence we contemplate thy holy will in inscrutable ways. We offer ourselves to thee in sacrifice and place all of our trust in thee. We have no desire but to fulfill thy holy will. We believe, O Lord, help our unbelief. Let not our faith fail, nor our hope weaken, nor our love grow cold. Wipe away our tears and sorrow, granting us instead tears of joy. If the infant is condemned to eternal hellfire, why should we be joyful? Heal our weakness and infirmity. Forgive our transgressions, voluntary and involuntary. Then, pause, this is a different statement. Receive the infant name into thy kingdom, and have mercy on us, through the mercy and compassion and love for mankind, thine only begotten Son, with whom thou art blessed, together with thine all-holy, good, life-creating Spirit, now and forever unto the ages of ages.
Amen.
Receive the infant.
Yep.
Okay?
I gotta be
now,
going, but
all right. See you, Jose. And also, I sent you a message, so just keep that in mind, and then I'll get you that more information soon. All right?
Awesome. If it's all right, just I want to write. I have written 3 articles about the deracination of Americans in the United States and that history. So I do have a Substack for those who want to read it. But yeah.
Send me that, and I'll link it. Send me that, and I'll show people it in either X or wherever else. X probably. Just
awesome. But yeah,
send me a link on it.
Yeah, but the 3 articles are Heritage, America and the Empire, the Confederacy and Replacement Migration, and Internal Migration and Cultural Degradation, which goes in through the methods by which the ruling class of the United States used in order to ultimately degrade and destroy the peoples that existed within the continental United States. So that's
awesome.
Yeah, I'll paste that. I'll paste the link in the chat, and I'll send it to you too.
Cool. Yep. Yeah. I'll make sure people see it. Because Jose is a very, very smart guy. He's always been really, really good with this stuff, and he has a lot of really interesting things to say about these various issues. Plus, if you're a nerd, you'll like some of his Substack stuff about the village life. I personally do. I know that. But that's because I'm a history nerd, so we could talk about that all day. God bless you, brother. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
Bye.
All right, and then I want to finish this. All right here. May Christ our God, through the prayers of his most pure mother, this is the dismissal, by the way, guys, of the holy, glorious, and all laudable saints of the name, the patron of the unbaptized infant. Wait, I thought only baptized people were allowed to have a patron. Of the saint whose memory we celebrate on this day, of the holy and righteous ancestors of God, Joachim and Anna, and of all the saints, have mercy on us and save us, for he is good and lovest mankind. Then at the very end here, O Lord, who guards thy children in this life, prepare for us who have departed from us in their innocence a haven in the radiant angelic realm in the heavenly mansions. Remember, they just acknowledged that the infant is unbaptized.
Yeah.
Notice that? So they just acknowledged the infant's unbaptized, and then they go on to say that they are innocent in a haven in the angelic radiant realm. Do thou the same, Master, Christ our God, receive in peace the soul of thy child. For thou hast said, let the children come to me, and do not hinder them, for such belongs the kingdom of heaven. For unto thee is due all glory, honor, worship, together with thy Father, who is from everlasting, and thine all holy, good, life-creating Spirit, now and forever, unto the ages of ages. Amen. Memory eternal, memory eternal, memory eternal. His, her, or her soul shall dwell with the blessed. Doesn't say may dwell with the blessed. Shall
This is
dwell
a
with the
funerary
blessed.
service.
Glory to God for all things.
Yeah, this is a
In the name of
funerary
the Father,
service.
Son, and the Holy Spirit. So
this
that should put
service
the
also, I was looking around. This service also, there's a couple things cut out of it, but it is mostly intact at the assembly level. So all of the dioceses in North America that are on the canonical assembly accept this service as being acceptable for use.
Yes, and if you check the date, I would be willing to bet if you check the date in which that was accepted for use by all
Last
the
year.
members.
Last year.
Oh, okay. Dang.
Yeah.
So I was kind of hoping that it would have been accepted earlier when Moscow was still participatory in the assembly, but I guess not.
Well, I mean, but they got these prayers from Moscow, so I'm sure Rokor also has these prayers. So it doesn't.
Correct.
It doesn't super duper matter.
No, that's true.
It shows that there is at least a continuity in the idea that the church holds that unbaptized infants don't go straight to hell. We don't believe that. We don't hold to that. We don't treat them as that. We give them patron saint names. We give them the Trisagion. We sing Memory Eternal for them.
Correct. So I think that was very important to say. It's very, very important to say because of that.
Yeah. I have my disagreements with the OCA, but
they're not wrong on this.
They're not wrong on this.
I've also confirmed, by the way, that the Georgian Orthodox Church has a basically identical prayer, because I have someone who is in the Georgian Orthodox Church who's a friend of mine. I've confirmed this with somebody who lived in Moscow, said that there is identical prayer service in this.
Yeah.
I know someone who said Serbia and Romania for sure have something similar to this. I'm not sure about Bulgaria. I'm not sure about Alexandria and some of these other ones, but I do know for sure that they do.
The one prayer that's been cut out of the canonical standard, the canonical bishops standard list, there are the prayers regarding this being a sin of the mother. That
yes.
This is something that she has to atone for, which I don't think is right.
I have mixed feelings on that, because there are saints that say that sometimes sins of parents can affect that. But I think it's maybe better to be that be more of a pastoral. Pastoral
whether it's added, whether it's said or not, should be between
pastoral.
you and your spiritual father.
Yes. So Richard Seraphim Roland says today, this is the other thing we're covering today, guys. Share the stream, like the stream, all that stuff. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And you guys have been very generous today, by the way. Thank you. today we had a YouTuber show up at our parish, harass our parishioners as they were trying to go in and out of church, ask questions for shock value, and refuse to actually meet the clergy to get their questions answered.
Can I
Guessing
say
there'll be
something?
more of this to come.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Deacon Seraphim, I am very sorry that I prevented you from venerating the cursed Groot icon a couple years back at St. Nicholas Cathedral. I was told to do so by the fathers because they were going to do a procession with it and didn't want a line to form. So I apologize if it came across differently.
I'm sorry.
I was
Well, what was-
apologizing to Deacon Seraphim.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sure he's very gracious. So someone says so, and then she says, if I show a video of me asking clearly to participate, will you admit you were wrong and correct the record? And then I see you're ignoring that question. Seraphim answers, as I said in my other reply, if I misunderstood your intent, I'll be happy to publicly apologize. By participate, do you mean by ask to come into liturgy? And then she says, I record all my interactions so I can't get accused of doing something I didn't do. My editor's home for the day, but tomorrow I can release footage of the interaction and people can decide for themselves if I'm framing it honestly. I'm not going to go back and forth being lectured about the best way to do my job, but I will say this. The First Amendment protects my right to interview all kinds of people about their religious beliefs, and that's what I focus on. If you have an issue with the First Amendment, then take it up with the law. Okay, but that's not what they're talking about.
No,
but framing is harassment is quite silly when everyone came out willingly spoke to me, and in fact many even referred others to talk to me because they had positive experiences. You can spread this rumor if you want, but again, I recorded everything. He says, come to liturgy again tomorrow and let's talk after. What time? It's early one, 6:30 a.m., but if it won't finish till 8 a.m. I can hang around all morning if you want to talk. I can do afternoon. He says, I'd be happy to clear the schedule. Name a time. 2. See you then. That's how you do it, guys.
no.
That's a great way to do it.
And Deacon Seraphim is a very nice gentleman, and is very smart.
I think he will push back where necessary, but also understand that she's coming from a very specific worldview, and I'm sure he knows of Pearl. He's not ignorant of internet.
And was it a public space? Question mark. Was it the sidewalk in front of the church? You know.
So that's important to keep in mind. So that was a positive interaction. So then she recorded this video and posted it before. So this was 9 hours ago. This was 46 minutes ago that he responded and she talked about it. So 9 hours ago, this is her initial reaction right after saying this. And she said basically like, I'm just asking people these questions and stuff like. I'm going to talk about Pearl Davis for a second here, guys. I have no problem with Pearl Davis personally. I think sometimes
she needs to get married.
Yes, I think that would fix a lot of this.
She needs to settle down, get married, and shut up.
Yes, but what I will say is that she has a specific issue that she is hyper focused on. Okay, and the question is, are women today doing their duty to men? Now, she's a red pillar. She doesn't believe in God. Okay, not meaningfully so. She's not part of any formal religion at the very minimum. So you can't expect her to accept your framing from a Christian worldview if it doesn't comport with what she understands these things about. Okay. So what is her goal in asking, should women obey their husbands? She's trying to point out that a lot of men nowadays, a lot of women are not willing to submit to the authority of their husbands. Right? And that's the truth. So one thing that people need to remember is that the red pill is not always, but sometimes it is, but not always is it prescriptive. Sometimes it's a descriptive thing. They're describing what they see in the culture, and then they're providing their own personal interpretation of the solution to that problem. You can disagree with their personal solution to the problem, but saying that descriptively they're wrong, I think is going too far. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, she doesn't understand like that the Orthodox Church has this thing called economy, and we see things with nuance. We don't just knee jerk all the time, everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. Um, and okay, even if she is Catholic, she's functionally an atheist if you read Saint Gregory Palamas.
Yes. And Saint Gregory Palamas, and then if you read Saint John Chrysostom,
And
read, like, seriously, she can find our view very
has
easily.
she has a false view of what the church even is, because the authority of the husband is almost an extension of the authority of the church, according to St. Paul.
And Saint John Chrysostom, yes.
Yeah, it's an extension of the authority of the church, in a way. Not in like the husband's ordained and they can confect the sacraments or anything weird like that. I've seen Protestants talk like that.
Yes.
But
So what I'll say this about Pearl, and getting aside all of my personal gripes with her and the theological gripes with her, is that I don't necessarily disagree that there's a major issue with women in today's culture, especially when it comes to accountability. The problem is that if you expect men to lead, you have to let men lead, and you have to let us take the blows too. That means that sometimes we have to take responsibility, even when it's not necessarily our fault.
yeah,
We have to take that responsibility. We have to be the ones that lead out of this mess. Now, becoming Orthodox is a good first step in the process, right? That's you taking responsibility for the spiritual state of yourself, but in extension to the spiritual state of your community, and by extension of that, the nation. That's a good step in the right direction.
Everything starts at the household level. There's you can't do anything if the household doesn't start Orthodox.
Mm-hmm.
So, the household is a little church.
Correct.
The household is where morals begin and end.
So let me ask you this, Rafa, as the authority here, the authority figure for the church, and speaking on behalf of the synod, you need to answer this infallibly for us. Should women obey their husbands?
You are to obey your husbands as the church obeys Christ.
Yes. So normatively, that would be yes.
Normatively,
however, there's nuance there, right?
There's nuance. You have a spiritual father. If you're Orthodox, you have a spiritual father who is involved, who, for better or for worse, is involved in your marriage.
Yes.
Ooh, no, there's a third person involved in my marriage, which is completely foreign to the American idea of marriage. Sorry,
yes.
It's completely foreign to the American idea of marriage that there's a third person involved. There's probably actually multiple people involved, because guess what? Your marriage doesn't just affect you. You're in communion with the whole parish. Your marriage will affect people around you if stuff goes wrong.
Yes, there's been cases, even in the Orthodox American context, of somebody's marriage going bad, and it causes a lot of problems within the community.
It's a social contagion. It really is. Like, divorce is a social contagion. And you can track divorcees. If they're friends with divorcees, they're more likely to be divorced.
Well, Mary, I would say the idea of a servant leader is a contradiction on its face. That being said, a husband will serve his family in certain capacities. What does that mean, though? The problem is that modern day feminists have taken this idea of a servant leader to mean, oh, he just listens to everything that I want to do, and I don't have to obey him.
We have an image of the servant leader in our church.
Yes.
The priest.
Yes.
The priest is a servant of the bishop. He leads everyone else. But he also serves everyone else. He sacrifices his life for you, the parishioner.
But you as the parishioner are bound normatively to his decisions
A certain level
spiritually in your
of
life.
obedience. Yeah.
Yes. Now, does that mean that, well, my husband beats me every day and I have to, and you're telling me I have to? Come on. Are you seriously pointing to exceptions to the rule? The average husband is not beating his wife. The average husband is not abusing his wife. The average husband is not doing XYZ to his wife. The average husband is saying no to you and you're getting sensitive about it. He's saying, no, you can't do this. And then they get upset about it because modern feminist tendencies have allowed women to basically think anything that interdicts their will for themselves is immediately abuse. That's a problem for modernity. That's a problem with the modern American understanding of marriages. That's not a problem for the dynamic that we're speaking of.
I've said it before on this channel several times. I've said it before in this video. The way men and women view relationships currently in America is very adversarial. Even marriage is very adversarial.
Yes. It's not seen as one flesh.
Yeah.
So then that's St. John Chrysostom talks this in his homily in his book on marriage and family life. Okay? On marriage and family life makes it very abundantly clear that your marriage fundamentally as the baseline has to be assumed as one flesh.
Yeah.
What does he talk about? The role of the men and what they're supposed to do, and then he talks about the role of the women. And he even says sometimes if a woman's being unreasonable, just grant it to her.
Yeah, treat them
He
like
even
children.
says that. Treat them like children. That's what he says. I know that's offensive to some of the modern ears, but he says treat like their disposition can be like children. So just grant them it. It's like when
That
the
hasn't
woman
changed.
So for example, when women say, "This is mine, not yours," and you just say, "Yes, honey, everything that is mine is yours." Treat them like a children. Everything that's mine is yours. Yes. I'm yours. Grant it to them freely because it's better not to be adversarial in that moment. That being said, is there a point in which it can go too far? Absolutely. But that's where you have to work out those details and work that out with your spiritual father. Because they will help guide you in what a good response to that will be. Instead, what a lot of people want to do is they want to try and fix it themselves.
A lot
They
of
want
priests
to fix these things themselves. Go ahead.
A lot of priests will, maybe once in a while, you'll do confession with your wife. Guys.
I've heard that sometimes, yes.
Sometimes. If it's like really bad between the two of you, he'll just start doing confession with both of you.
That's awkward.
Yeah, because then everybody has to tell the truth.
Well, and also, honestly, go to your priest and start asking if you can do like bi-weekly, if they're not too busy, but bi-weekly counseling sessions for your marriage.
Yeah. No, you should
because if you guys
you and your wife should be involved with your priest.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah,
so
like
guys,
Mary says, like Mariama says, it's for your salvation.
Yes. So guys, brilliant, absolutely brilliant response that Deacon Seraphim had. By the way, he's soon to be father, I heard. Isn't he going to?
I only know him as a father deacon.
As I said in my other reply, and then he goes here, what time?
Yeah.
Name a time. 2. See you then.
Yeah.
Boom. Now, obviously, she hasn't confirmed yet, but...
Yeah, no, Father, I've met him once. And it was a really bad interaction. I felt.
So, pearly things. There we go.
Yeah.
Very important to encourage this type of behavior, by the way. This is a good interaction on social media. Everyone should be sharing this and saying, this is a good example. Pearl, thank you for talking with him and not just trying to make this into social media sound bites.
Yeah. No, have a nice interview with Father Deacon Seraphim. It'll probably be really good for everybody.
Yes.
Because guess what? It becomes positive representation for Orthodox Christians.
Correct.
We talked about this the other night, Bingo Vigo. In the Slavic tradition, all deacons are fathers. In the Greek traditions, including the Arab traditions, only archpriests are father deacons.
Yeah, it's the weird. Yeah,
It's a language thing. It's a language thing
Yeah.
ultimately, that it was a miscommunication somewhere down the line between the Greeks and the Russians.
so.
Uh,
I offered for Mar to come jump on to stream to chat about his issues.
I want to see Father Ron interact with the Latinizer. I want to see how fast
Oh,
Father
he
Ron
has. He has.
gets mad.
But Father Ron has, and he has no time for them. No
Yeah.
time for them at all. Guys, I don't dox the group chats, but I'm in group chats with
Okay.
multiple clergy.
Theophan, if she turns it into social media sound bites, that's on
Then
her.
that's on her. That's a indictment on her, because people are pretty tech savvy nowadays. They'll go and find those.
We know Father Deacon Seraphim is a solid guy. We know he's
I don't
great.
think he's going to allow too many sound bites either, to be fair.
No, he's probably gonna say, "Hey, you can film this only if you put it has to be 90% of what we said."
So, guys, I just want to point out, on Saturday, June 13th, 11 a.m. EST, I will have the honor of having Father Ron and Nikolai on stream. She wanted to do it with just me, but I insisted clergy be there.
Yeah.
Insisted. I said, you need to have a clergyman there who can answer some of these questions more thoroughly. I can give you my perspective on some of these questions, but I'm not authoritative in these
I'm glad she didn't ask me, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to ask Rafa if it didn't work out with Father Ron.
No. Because then I will definitely be, like, showed this at church, and I'll be like, ah, damn it.
So, it says, come and see, ask your questions ahead of time. So, I just want to point out that this is already having some positive things. You got another VTuber here who, and by the way, these VTubers are all interconnected with each other, and that means there's a massive audience.
It's not a huge community, and it's a very big audience.
Very big audience. And she has connections with Leaflet, one of the largest, like, right-leaning VTubers on the internet.
Yeah.
So,
which they should be coming to Orthodox Church soon, I think, too.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
There was a mention of it, like, in a video.
Yeah. How do the Orthodox deal with the historical, and I might even answer these questions right now, who cares? How do the Orthodox deal with the historical and theological divides in regards to the various other Catholic sects and their claims, but also the geographically isolated groups of Catholics, EO, RCC, etc., at large, when various claims are not only at odds, but blatantly contradictory to the claims of Eastern Orthodox at large? IG the assumption. Well, that's just, at that point we just say that they've schismed from, they've voluntarily divided themselves from the church.
And their view of the assumption isn't
our view.
Isn't our view, and it's not actually dogmatized until, like, the last century.
Yes. Until
the 1900s.
And to answer the theological divides, well, how do we deal with that? We deal with that the same way we always have. The body of Christ, the theanthropic body of Christ, guides the church to all truth. The living bishops today have the same authority to bind us to a decision or loose us to a decision. Yeah. Very simple. So this is how we get out of the, everybody has to assess the history, and therefore we're all in the same position. So why do you guys get to claim to be the true church if we all have to blah, 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 blah? And it's like, well, that's because we have a living body that is that helps us with that, right?
Yeah, we have bishops that exist.
Correct.
So we have to baptize them in real life. We can't baptize them.
No digital baptisms.
No digital baptisms. Thus saith.
Just saith the synod of Reader Rafa.
Yeah. We're not Protestants here.
No. By the way, I've seen Protestant baptisms in Minecraft. No joke.
Yeah, no, digital baptisms are a thing in Protestantism because they have no authority. Nobody has authority in Protestantism.
Someone says, I can't wait to see the stream. This is Ice Angel X. I'm assuming this is just a VTuber fan person.
Yeah.
What are the deeper differences and similarities between Orthodox and more common Catholicism? Oh man, that's a deep question. that one could go on for a while. I mean, long story short, I would say the biggest differences are papal authority.
Filioque and papal supremacy.
Yes, those are the two big ones. But over
that's-
time, more issues have cropped up, like how they understand sin, how they understand the Theotokos and her role, etc., etc. Right?
Yeah, how they view the Theotokos changes. It's a whole thing because how they view the Theotokos changes who Christ is, and that's something that even Protestants can't get. Is that it's like you can't call Mary the Mother of God. It's like
You have to.
you have to, or else he's not God. I mean, but even Roman Catholics, Thomas Aquinas. I don't know if this is a dogmatic thing, but Thomas Aquinas. It may have been a theological speculation. Thomas Aquinas said that Christ skipped over like the zygote stage.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, which makes no sense.
Well, that's because they have to. For them, faith and all these things have to be irrational. There's a rational capacity, and the biological is innately connected to that. So,
but still, a zygote is made in the image of God.
Yes, correct.
And Christ bore our humanity. So it makes Christ an other and something other than human, and therefore cannot save humanity.
So Kanenchi right here says, or Tenshi, I guess, says, why are Orthodox prayer chants so popular in terms of music? Maybe Reader, would you like to say why Orthodox prayer chants are so popular? Because they're awesome.
Because they're good. Also because there's something that Western ears don't hear a lot. So when they do hear it, it's like they perk
mystical,
up.
New.
Yeah. I mean, I started at a Greek church, but then when I was baptized, I was at a Antiochian church that did mostly Western music. So
here are the things. Does Orthodox believe in the very core of the Bible? Again, this is arbitrary. Like, why are you the one that gets to decide what's the core of the Bible? But we won't go there. I'm not going to be too mean about this. He says, Christ is the only Son of God the Father. I mean, yeah.
By nature, yes. The only Son by nature. We become sons by grace through baptism and chrismation and living the life that Christ has set before us.
Correct. 2, Christ saved the entire world from sin and death by the sacrifice of his own life on the cross. Yes.
That loaded with assumptions. I'm reading the next couple questions. This is probably trying to say PSA.
The 3, the resurrection did happen and Christ ascended to the throne. Yes, of course.
He sits at the right hand of the Father. He doesn't. Christ's enthronement is on the cross.
Yeah, I mean, we could be pedantic here, but we'll just be like, basically, yes, he ascended into heaven and it sits at the right hand of the Father.
Yeah.
Which I don't think anyone would take major issue if you said sitting at the right hand of the Father. They'd probably be like, oh, okay, yeah. That's probably what he intends to mean anyways.
Yeah.
Let's see here. 4, the Holy Spirit is manifest in everyone globally to those who believe and have faith in Christ. Christ manifests even to people outside of the church, in theory.
But, okay, so we believe that the Holy Spirit is everywhere present. That's in the prayers that was said tonight.
Mm-hmm.
For thou art everywhere present, and fillest all things.
Yes.
Now, is filling different than indwelling? Because in baptism, we are infused with the Holy Spirit. We are infused with Christ. We participate in Christ's death and resurrection. So yes, the Holy Spirit guides people. I don't think people could be alive without the Holy Spirit. Like, there's all those... Like, we don't know what's in between molecules.
Yeah.
Like our bodies would fall apart if the stuff in between molecules disappeared. So I don't believe people would be alive without the Holy Spirit. He's the giver of life.
5, Christ will be coming back again, destroy Satan, and rules. He's already destroyed Satan. Rules forever at the right hand of the God.
He's already doing both. He will come back.
That we can agree with,
To
but
judge
yeah,
both the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end.
no end. Correct.
But he's
Yes.
already ruling.
Yeah, he's already co-ruling only. And by the way,
Yeah.
we become participators in that.
Yeah.
By
grace.
Anything like him? Probably not.
You want me to come in totally wild, by the way?
Spam
I was
W
hoping
Father on in the chat. How did I sound?
You Father on in the chat.
You know what's funny is that we're getting a Canadian priest, like one of the most Canadian priests that you can possibly imagine, and a Minnesotan.
Yeah. I mean, he's got an
fantastic.
interesting family history.
Mhm.
Because Powaznik is not a Greek name.
No.
His ancestors are probably Uniates.
Maybe, I don't know.
No,
It's interesting. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I want to ask him.
Greetings from the Isle of Crete. I went to a local church. They were having a service, so I didn't take any pictures inside. All are from the outside.
Good. Don't take pictures inside churches.
Yes. Generally speaking, unless you've been pre-approved by the bishop to take pictures, like our bishop allows one person to be taking pictures during service because it's for our social media presence, things like that. And our bulletins, our news
There's lots of
bulletins.
icons I want to take pictures of at my parish, but I just don't. So I tell people about it, and they don't believe me.
And also, I look forward to talking about MER streaming icons because I think a lot of people don't even realize that's a thing. The literal miracle that you can experience now, right now. You can go and find a MER stream. There's plenty of them. You can go and find a MER streaming icon, and there's one that travels around the United States and the rest of the world very frequently.
It's the Hawaii Ironite icon. It's currently in the Northeast.
Guys, okay.
I will
All right.
advertise it.
The Elite. That is deserving. 10-second timeout. 10-second timeout. You're timed out for 10 seconds. You're not allowed to speak.
Kyriente, a lot of churches shouldn't be live streaming. Personally,
I'm mixed on that. Thank you.
There is a necessity for it in some cases, but I think that necessity is slowly starting to go away. If somebody's genuinely sick, yeah, a live stream is helpful, but the live stream should really be shut off right after the homily.
My thing is that there are certain people that I don't think it should be a public live stream. I think there are certain people that are like overseas that have no Orthodox churches in their entire country that, that's necessary, right?
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I think that it's mixed. I'm mixed on it. I understand the arguments from both sides. I really do.
I think that you could have live streams, but it has to stop after the homily. Because the gifts should not be publicly shown.
So we're getting some good feedback.
The genie can be put back in the bottle. The bishops just need to put their foot down. Yeah.
So yeah, we're getting good feedback already. This is going to be amazing. Though some people we're giving Nikolai a platform. Guys, I already have a platform. I got my own platform right here. And by the way, I've been on some really big streams with Father Stephen and others. Like this is not news. Like Father Stephen DeYoung has shared a platform with me, though he roasts me every time. I just want to point out, guys, I get none of that super chat money from Alex for all the roasting I get.
Yeah.
Alex don't pay me for that roasting.
Yeah.
All right.
Now let's see if there's any pushback.
There is right here. We're trying to platform that embarrassment on the right.
Yeah, you're not Christian, dude. You're not Christian. I believe babies go to hell. Okay, you're not Christian.
Elite got Okay, persecute. First off, you didn't even spell persecuted right. Persecuted for speaking truth. JK, Nathaniel, you are playing a very dangerous game right here.
Oh no, I can't type for 10 seconds. My life is over.
No, I know. It's
That's
just
deep.
they're joking. They're joking. But let's see here. We have this post made me go Mormon. Okay, whatever. I look forward to the stream. I'm not sure if I'm orthodoxy or what kind of Christian I am, but I'd like to learn a thing or two. Well,
If you're
yeah.
not sure, you're probably not Orthodox.
Yes, just
I hate to. I'm
Father
not
Ron is
trying
the
to
only
be mean.
human there. You know, that's very rude considering Celeste is actually a baptized member in good standing, as am I myself, by the way. It's kind of rude, you know. I have this guy blocked though now because he was constantly like ankle biting. And Byzantine Marine, a good friend of the channel. Nate's is BIPOC. Oh gosh. Oh, does that mean he can give me an N-word pass? That'd be very helpful. So he says we're platforming this embarrassment. And then she says, do you ask because of that one time he said the N-word over a year ago and already confessed to his priest? And then she's gonna get 100 likes. Completely mocks him, by the way. And then he basically says no because I'm a Pelagian, right?
Except we explained why we're not Pelagian. No, Latinizers. I don't know. They're starting to leak into the YouTube comments.
Oh, they're constant. They're all over the place.
Oh,
And by the way,
hi Amelia. I know Amelia personally.
who's Amelia?
Base philosophy. I know her. I've gone to church with her
Who's
for
Amelia?
like 2 years.
She's a Latinizer?
No, she's a really nice lady. Her husband's a little weird, but
She seems nice.
yeah, she's nice
always
lady.
been nice. She's always been nice to me. I don't know.
She has a bunch
I
of
don't
kids.
know.
She and her I know her and her husband. I went to church with them.
Alex here. If this is what the Eastern Orthodox teaches, I have no issue with it. Can someone confirm? Do Eastern Orthodox believe in double imputation? No, we do not. Let's see what this guy is saying. He's blocked. There's probably a reason he's blocked, guys. Just saying.
Triple imputation.
Alex Soren is rejecting the Protestant imputation framework, not the idea that Christ fulfilled the law for us. That's the standard Orthodox theology. Mr. August with a bunch of out-of-context quotes, of course. We don't reject imputation, by the way. Oh my gosh, is there anything the West believes that we don't just accept from these guys' views?
I'm trying to read these.
Let me pull it up. Hold on.
I can't.
In other words, the word sinfulness, along with the guilt for its sin, is imputed to the Redeemer and to the world. The Redeemer's righteousness, his self-sacrifice, reciprocal imputation.
Lovely. Actually, Vigo has a good story before we get mad.
But there was an icon in Serbia that started streaming myrrh right around the same time I lit a candle for my late grandfather. That indicated to me the parish is home. Yes, there's all sorts of people that do that, yes. The myrrh thing is complicated. I mean, yes and no. I've experienced a myrrh streaming icon. There's literally no scientific explanation for it at all. There's literally no rational way to explain it.
But that is a beautiful story, Vigo, and we appreciate you telling us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See here, he quotes Saint Athanasius, completely out of context, by the way. What is this page, right? Page 28, 1384 to 1385. Christ hath redeemed us from the curse of the law, imputing the whole mass, the fulfillment of the law, which came about through the first fruits. That's not Protestant imputation.
1,000 words on a page? Yikes.
Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for justice, that is, righteousness, correction, according to life commandments, and the very justification of Christ, justification by his blood. Justification, like, again, what do you mean by justification? This is like a meaningless interpretation here. The imputation of Christ's righteousness to oneself. Again, Protestants believe in double imputation, you fools. Meaning that where Christ's imputed righteousness and God doesn't see us and doesn't judge us, he judges Christ in our place, and that our wickedness is imputed onto Christ, which is, of course, blasphemous.
Kyriente, yes, when a icon starts streaming myrrh or any other liquid, because it's happened with other liquids too, the phenomenon has to be investigated by a bishop or a representative of a bishop, and then also another bishop has to send a representative from another diocese.
Yes.
And sometimes that might be another jurisdiction in America.
Yes.
Because Bishop Basil of Wichita was actually sent to Hawaii to double check the Ivernon icon.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Bishop Basil of Wichita, I don't know if he's reposed yet, but he's very old. He's a great bishop, and he will be very missed because he is retired.
Yeah, this is just like, who cares? So, out of context, Orthodox reject double imputation. So none of those things were double imputation, so we can just ignore them. I gave you an Orthodox dogmatic from a priest in my citation supporting it. All double imputation would be is that the penalty of our sin is imputed on Christ, where he appropriates our sinfulness while we receive his righteousness in return. We agree Christ bore our sins. Darth is, by the way, a great guy. We disagree that this was primarily a legal forensic imputation, legal payment to satisfy the Father's wrath with double legal transfer of guilt. Both fathers use sacrificial language, but they do not teach penal substitution in as understood in Reformed theology. The idea that the Father needed to punish the Son to satisfy justice is not the patristic framework, and that's correct.
And can I just say something about the St. John of Kronstadt quote? It's probably not that.
Probably not.
Because he was surrounded by, he was at the tail end of what we call the Latin occupation of
captivity,
Russia.
yeah.
Which is real. People tell me it's not. Even Roman Catholics tell me it's not, which is, I'm like, okay, weirdo. That whole period was not very good for Russia.
No. Peter the Great was not very great.
No. And if you look at the Synaxarion and you just cut out from Peter the Great to Tsar Alexander II, if you look at all the saints, there's not a whole lot in Moscow. There's a few, but most of them are outside of Moscow. And then you read their writings, and they're complaining about what's going on in Moscow. Like St. Ignatius Branchaniov, who I have an icon of, because I love his works. He writes in the field that the bishops in Moscow are sending the priests to Jesuit universities, forbidding monasteries from taking in young men and young women who want to be monks, and betraying orthodoxy.
Yes.
So,
question, Nick, do you know if Tribulation Saint YouTube channel is real or I have no idea.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I've never talked to him. Ask him what jurisdiction he's in. If he doesn't say,
that's a good sign that he's probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
this is not. Oh, go ahead.
I'm in the smallest jurisdiction in America. I'm in the Antiochian Archdiocese. If you looked hard enough, you could probably find me somewhere.
So Alex says something very important. If you genuinely care to learn about the Orthodox positions, don't listen to Anons. They have no blessing to be here, and many of them aren't even Orthodox. They tend towards schismatic true Orthodox. That's true.
Or they're just...
or they're just Latinizing schizo weirdos. So it's important to keep that in mind. Paris is on fire.
As per usual.
Yes.
It's summer. It's their yearly riot.
And it's all foreigners. I bet if we pause at any one moment, 90% are foreigners. So
yeah.
Looks foreign, foreigner, mask, can't tell, shirtless, probably a foreigner. Pause, foreigner. Pause. I wish it wasn't so blurry.
Nathaniel, was it Joe? Was it Mr. Joe? Crashing out on DPH?
Who? I saw a guy claiming to be a priest crashing out in DBH and refusing to say who his bishop was. Well, again, if there's a priest that's not willing to say who his bishop was, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, right off the bat.
Orthodox Mario.
Who's Orthodox Wario?
Mario. I've been
Oh.
gone now. I'm back. What's happening?
Oh. He's
Uh,
always funny. He's a good guy.
do OOTO schisms come down to rejecting synodality? The OO one does. The TO one kinda. I would say that both parties had every opportunity to come back into communion in the first 100 years that they were split off.
Who?
So, both the Oriental Orthodox and the True Orthodox.
Yeah, I mean, all of them. Every single one of them have had opportunities to come back into communion. They just refuse to, out of pride.
Those are the two groups that most bishops are comfortable receiving by chrismation, like without question.
Yeah.
So.
The TOs and the old believers and some of those other like more recent schismatic sects, almost all of them are.
Yeah. Even like Encephalite OOs are coming back into communion with Orthodoxy, and they've been at Encephalite for multiple hundreds of years. So. I did have a pastor who was an Encephalite, old believer, at one point in my life, and I wonder what he would say now that I'm Orthodox.
That's interesting.
Yeah, which is funny because I do at my parish. We basically do all the stuff old believers do every Sunday: matins, liturgy, and vespers the night before, which is like all the stuff. Which is all the stuff old believers do. So.
Oh, Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy. All right. Well, let's see here. There's a lot of stuff going on in the timeline that are just crazy.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
I posted something funny. I'm gonna watch it later. Not that we have to watch it now, but I posted something funny in the private chat.
Oh, where? YouTube. Well, why not? We have nothing else to talk about right now because you've already covered it. The theology of Warhammer 40k.
But look at the thumbnail. Look at the thumbnail, though.
Orthopraxy. Oh no! I can't do that.
Look at that thumbnail. It's so bad.
It's like, bro, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. Like, listen,
I will say at least it was probably actually made by a person.
Maybe.
No, for some reason AI doesn't like Warhammer.
The cosmic horror of Christianity? Ugh. Bro. 335 dudes, guys got 2 videos in each one. I guarantee you this is 4 hours ago. Listen, no. I'm not like theology of Warhammer 40k, sorry, man.
Yeah,
we might do that another time. We might do a Warhammer only stream where we just like go into the darkest depths of Warhammer's talk, but right now a 2-hour stream on Warhammer.
Well, I'd have to read Eisenhorn again.
I would have to brush up on all of my Warhammer 40k stuff. That's funny. He's got a grand total of 2
videos. It's a nice picture of Sanguinius. Yeah, but with the Sacred Heart? What is that?
Listen. Listen. Is icon veneration biblical?
That guy has an icon of Tertullian, I think, as his picture.
Yeah. These people are ridiculous. All right, folks. I'm going to get into the depths of it.
I'm going to show up at Pentecost and ask people if women should obey their husbands at Pentecost instead of meeting with
A
the priest during the week like a normal person. Or
Yeah,
the deacon.
it's like she just
optically.
it's
To be
bad.
fair, it would be the deacon because the cathedral has no priest at the moment. So
Father Seraphim, or I should say Father Deacon Seraphim Roland, because that's how I go by it.
yeah, no,
Um,
they don't have a priest at the moment. He's on loan to another parish in the south at the moment. He has a bishop though.
It's true. Like Pearl, like I do hope that it goes well, and I don't have much faith that like she's gonna like convert. But at the very minimum, it could be a good opportunity for us to get our word out there. I mean, Pearl is a big channel, regardless of whether you like Pearl or not. Regardless of whether you like Pearl or not, let's look at here.
2.1, almost 2.1.
She's not getting a lot of views recently, but she does occasionally get some big amount of views. 49,000 is not nothing.
Yeah. She should just get married. She'd probably
She
be
does.
happier.
She would be happier. Guys, my streams, once they go, I get 2,000 on average.
I don't like this framing. I hate this framing.
First off, she's a left wing.
Lauren Southern is not right wing.
She's not even remotely close to right wing. Are you out of your mind?
I hate this framing.
Someone says for $4, baptized, chrismated in First Communion Holy Orthodox Church this weekend. Glory to God. Glory to God for that. Awesome. That is amazing to hear.
We're having baptisms on Saturday. So.
Actually, my baptism was on the Dormition of the Theotokos.
What a wonderful day to be baptized.
With my daughter.
Yeah, what a wonderful day to be baptized.
And do you know what my daughter's patron saint is?
Probably Panagia.
Theodora.
You could have done Panagia.
We wanted to. No, I really wanted her to have a saint that is bold, because my daughter's disposition is not bold.
Yeah.
Her disposition is very meek.
Yeah,
which Theodora. Is good.
Macrina would have been a good choice too.
Yeah, but Empress Theodora is one of my favorite saints.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just her loyalty to her husband, her loyalty to her boldness. And I just want my daughter to have that as an inspiration in her life. Yeah. My patron saint is Saint Tsar Nicholas II. Yep, of course. So.
No, Dormition was like the first feast that I was really aware of when I was first coming into Orthodoxy. So Dormition has always been special to me.
Yes, which actually the Dormition feast is unique to Orthodoxy, which is one of the reasons why we have a different view of the Theotokos, and we can know we do precisely because we actually still hold to the Dormition fast.
Yeah.
The hierarchy of hoes, like, dude, she needs to get over it.
Yeah, just get married.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, she's clearly talented, right?
I think didn't she used to be like a basketball player or something?
Yes. Oldest. Yeah. Let's go to oldest.
Does she feel like she wasted her time doing all that instead of...
She's a volleyball player. That was her yeah.
I mean, the long arms and the tallness is either basketball or volleyball.
Yeah, she's extremely tall. She's got that Amazonian height to her.
Yeah, like she could probably find a guy.
No, she can. She's dated guys. The problem is like, dude, when are you gonna get married? If you have to live by. Listen, if you're gonna be a huge critic of women in general, you really should probably, especially if you're a woman, you really should probably be married. Like, you want to know why Rachel Wilson is so effective? The reason Rachel Wilson is effective is because she's married and she's lived out. There's a gnat that keeps on flying near me, and I want to kill it. Okay, but
That one.
that's the reason.
That one. Let's watch that one.
200K wedding.
No. Nathaniel, LHL.
Pearl has a video from a month ago, literally titled "Pearl makes a case for multiple wives in 2026." Oh Lord of mercy!
Lord have mercy.
It's like I don't even know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Pearl, what are you doing, girl? Get married. Like, are you going to be sad? Pearl, explain to me how you would be even remotely satisfied with your potential future husband having multiple wives. You, of course, wouldn't hold yourself to that standard, but you expect all these other women to hold themselves to that standard. No, of course not. This is ridiculous. And any man who is fine with having multiple wives is insane.
You a hoe.
Imagine
a hoe.
dealing with more than one woman in the first place. Like, imagine having to deal with that many voids. Like, I have to deal with my daughter, my wife. I don't want to add another woman into my life besides that.
No. If you're a guy who sleeps with multiple women, you're a hoe.
You're a hoe.
You're a hoe.
Pray for Pearl to come to Orthodoxy. She's got a big grift she's got to abandon. Again, you got to remember, like, this is why, like, anybody that abandons everything to go Orthodox, like, that's a huge...
Cleve is, like, a good example. He's given it all up. My priest is a good example. He was a Lutheran pastor, and he gave it up to be Orthodox.
One of the priests that I regularly go to, if I'm not going to my normal parish, I'm going to this other one, and it's Father Paul Kahn. He gave up being a PhD physicist, working for Sony as a PhD in physics. Like, he was a VP at Sony. Yeah. Big money. We're talking big boy money. He gave all of that up to be a priest after his father. After his father passed away, he felt the calling to become a priest, and he went and became a priest.
Yeah.
So
no, it's like we have examples in our lives of people giving it up to be Orthodox.
Good example right here. Roosh V.
Roosh disappeared
completely. Yeah, he was a slow process of disappearing, but he eventually just kind of vanished off the face of the earth. In fact, let me look it up. Roosh V. Today, 2026. Let's see if anybody has any news about him.
I don't want to hear news about him, honestly.
I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious if there's been
it was really interesting because Roosh, in 2014 I decided that if I'm going to vote in the next election, I need to be really aware of what's going on politically. And Roosh V, 2014 is when all this feminism stuff kind of kicked off. Like, all this proto-feminism like we have now is when it started kicking off. And Roosh V was one of the people I watched. And I stopped watching him because I was like, well, this guy seems like a jerk.
Oh my gosh. Should we read this feminist article from Ricardi Schwartz? And see how bad it is? We gotta do it! Guys, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it.
This was last year.
Yes.
Why are we letting this person talk about Orthodoxy?
Whoever Dave Farrelly is.
Futrell.
Isn't Roosh? Oh no, he stopped becoming and became Eastern Orthodox before.
Because of the intercessions of Blessed Ephraim of Arizona.
Correct. Remember Roosh V, the repugnant far-right pickup artist who hated women and Jews? I don't particularly remember him. Actually, he very much loved the women. That was kind of the...
He loved them a little too much.
You loved them a little too much. who proposed making RAPE legal on private property. That's not really was his view, but I mean, they're going to overemphasize his controversial
I know what
statements.
his view was, but I'm still not going to say it because I don't think it was.
No, it
particularly
was
true.
repugnant. It was still repugnant, but
Yeah.
it wasn't that. This is coming from a left-wing feminist perspective, guys. So remember, they're going to overemphasize all of the evil, right? And who had some unusual notions of what it counted as consensual sex. Okay, fine, whatever.
Well, okay.
The guy
To be fair, in 2014, the feminist idea of consent was very narrow.
Oh yeah, and so he was fighting back against it by going to the opposite extreme. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do remember that. The guy who, after preaching his gospel of sexual predation for more than a decade, gave up his life, but then by then mostly theoretical.
No, it was not
No,
theoretical.
it was not. Guys, okay. I don't want to say this, but believe it or not, it's not that difficult for a guy, especially Roosh is not an ugly dude. It is
No.
not difficult for him to go around and beg women.
He's
okay?
a tall brown man. White women just fall over themselves for that sort of stuff.
Especially when you're, clean shaven, you're well spoken, you're suave, you keep in shape relatively. Like, yeah, of course, any woman's gonna fall for that, right? Especially especially at that time period when we were at peak degeneracy, when like people are just throwing themselves at each other in night outs and all that stuff.
Well,
It was terrible.
Kyriente, the issue was at that time, the view of consent on the left was so narrow that two people could be drunk, and it would always be the man's fault.
Yes. Yeah.
And
yep. Everyone remembers that. It was so ridiculous. Yeah. Debauchery and embraced Jesus after getting really, really high on mushrooms. No, that's not what happened, but okay. Not only did it was after it's after his sister died, you degenerate hack. His sister died. And she was Christian.
And he had a crisis of faith.
Yes. Not only did Roosh become Christian, he became an Orthodox Christian. In 2019, joined the Armenian Apostolic Church, an Oriental sect. 2 years later, complaining the church wasn't able to support my zeal with enough material and resources that made me confident my soul would be guided into paradise, Roosh abandoned Oriental Orthodoxy for Eastern Orthodoxy. It's all very complicated. It's not that complicated.
I would say Roosh's the not able to support my zeal with enough materials and resources that made me confident for my soul to be guided into paradise is absolutely true about the Armenian Apostolic Church. They haven't canonized a saint
in a long time.
Since the 1700s, other than the martyrs of the Turkish genocide.
Yes, and that's kind of like a loose catch-all. You know?
So no specifically named saints.
Yeah. Roosh abandoned getting baptized into the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, widely considered the most conservative and traditional of all the Orthodox sects. That's fast and loose with what that means. I would say Rokor's certainly traditional, but that's very arbitrary, right?
Well,
the Serbians are certainly extremely, traditional.
It would depend. It all depends on what parish you go to. And that's something I have to talk to people about. Because, the Antiochian parish I go to is very traditional, but it's also Ephraimite.
Yeah.
The priest who started it is a spiritual child of Elder Ephraim.
Yeah. He explained in a post in his now defunct blog that he picked this particular church in part because it fully grasps spiritual warfare, does not dabble in new ideas, and has clergy that understands the Jewish revolutionary spirit.
So Bobby Joe, them not canonizing any saints, even by their own standards, shows a level of spiritual decline.
Yes, they would agree that that's spiritual decline. In particular, the monasticism has declined immensely in the Apostolic Church.
There's a reason why there's Armenian bishops talking to Rokor about being received into Rokor.
Bishops, full on bishops.
Yeah, and
takes time though. Actually, like we've talked about before in this channel, the Armenian Apostolic Church is probably the most likely to be received into Orthodoxy of all the Orientals.
Yeah,
precisely because I think they're starting to realize the problem.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of things that have to be overcome, but it actually helps that they haven't had a new saint since the 1700s, really, right? It actually helps precisely because there's not as much saint baggage that they have to offload in order to become Orthodox, right?
Yeah, only
So,
about 500 years. Because
which,
they were in communion with us up until like the 1200s.
yes,
On and off.
yes, it was, yeah, it was complicated. We're not going to get into it. The last phrase sort of cuts deep. Anti-Semitic dog whistle. Okay, whatever. It references the book the same name. Michael E. Jones. Okay, sure. He talked with Jones a little bit. He blames Jews for everything. Not really. But from the Russian Revolution to
That
internet
is their
porn.
fault. That is their fault.
Roosh loved the book, naturally enthusiastically recommending it to his readers in his wildly hateful blog. Okay, we don't care about all this, okay? Well, it turns... Oh my gosh, they have Ben Michael.
Oh, Ben Michael!
Well, it turns out that Roosh was way ahead of the curve on this whole religion thing. It seems that everybody's getting into religion these days. Oh no. How horrible.
Oh, no.
If by everyone you mean mostly right-wing men, and more than a few of them are going Orthodox. Rooting about in some dark corners of X and Twitter. It's not dark corners. It's literally open. I ran across an X tweet from a self-proclaimed monarchist and poor excuse for an Orthodox Christian. Dude, if they had said monarchist only, it could have been me.
Yeah.
We're going mainstream. Young men are joining the Russian churches, promising absurd levels of manliness. And this was a blatant misrepresentation of Father Moses. That whole scenario was so blatantly dishonest.
I should just start lifting so I look like Father Moses, because I'm kind of pudgy right now and I want to lose weight before I start lifting. But I should just start lifting.
No, you should just start lifting. Your body will adapt to it, and it'll burn off all that fat really quickly.
No,
And
because if you start lifting when you're fat, you don't stop being fat.
not necessarily. You have to change your diet too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's best to do it in tandem because the weightlifting will help burn, but you have to make sure the diet goes well. I looked up the article in question, a profile of a Rokor priest in Georgetown, Texas, known as Father Moses, who told the BBC that in the past year and a half, our congregation has tripled in size, boasting about an influx of young men looking for more traditional, more masculine church. Of course, he's talking masculine in kind of more generic biblical sense, but
Well,
of course, that's not what they're going to frame it as.
When the zeitgeist of American Christianity is feminine. So
Yes. The notably swole Father Moses seems to be the ultimate avatar of this new incarnation of muscular Christianity. What is with all of these links? Like what, do you expect me to read this article then come back to your article so that I have the context for muscular Christian? Good Lord, it's irritating. He has a YouTube channel naturally boasting about 153,000 viewers. It's way more than that now, I guess. Let's pull it up here. Hold on. Father Moses McPherson. There we go. He's at 251,000 now. The dynamic lie told the modern woman. Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
Laugh at him, chat. He said it wrong again. Laugh at him.
I said it right.
No, you said dynamic.
Nah, it's just because my N's and M's sound the same. You guys are losers. I swear. It's my accent, all right?
In the name of the Father.
Okay, so we're going to watch that after this. But
Okay,
we're first
sure.
going to go here. Where he posts videos like Priest asks ChatGPT to think like the devil and why men should not be friends with their wives. Which was a great video, by the way. You shouldn't be friends with your wife. Your wife is your wife, not a friend. In a popular video titled, "You should be treating your wife many times better than any of your best friends," Priest ranks least manly activities. He derives supposedly effeminate. How do you pronounce that? Effect things?
That's like a gender neutral term for effeminate.
I'm just gonna call it effeminate things, like shaping your eyebrows. Yeah, why would you do that, guys? Who's shaping their eyebrows here, man? Wearing skinny jeans. Yeah, don't do that either. It's not good for your balls. Growing a Timothy Chalamet mustache. I can't grow that, so that's all I can grow, so I'm sure he wouldn't deride me too badly. Crossing your legs. They should be too muscular for that. Also, for sissies, eating a soup that you could not eat with a fork. I think he's being facetious.
facetious. Because borscht, you can't have borscht without a spoon.
If the
And
soup
you
does
should
not
be
contain
eating
large
borscht.
chunks of meat but requires a little spoon that you dip off, you slurp off like there's some catastrophic wrong going on. I will agree with that. Your soup should have meat in it, generally. Apparently,
unless
the
it's
Good
like-
Father is anti-spoonite. Okay.
Look at the chat. Bingo. Look at Bingo Vigo.
Please be patient. He's from Minnesota. No, it's just the way the words. It's just the way the words flow off my tongue, guys. As it turns out, Father Moses' congregation isn't the only one reportedly growing like gangbusters. Good Lord, this is just like, it reads so badly, guys. It reads so badly.
This was written by millennial hands.
Dude, we'll have to hold on.
This was written by millennial hands.
I'm not willing to accept that quite yet. We gotta look at who this guy is. David Ferrelli.
Oh, it's... Oh, the blog is gone. The blog is over.
Where I've been, and he posts his cats. You just know that this is just a
millennial hands wrote this blog.
You just know that this is, guys. I can't say this. I can't say the word on stream because it's gonna get us taken down. But you just know a FAGGOT.
Oh,
even though my accent's so thick that you probably wouldn't. They probably wouldn't even be able to flag the word because of the way that I.
He's not a grunt. He was in the Air Force.
I was in the Air Force, man. I was in IT. Let's see here. So okay. Young men are leaving traditional churches for masculine Orthodox Christianity in droves. The Pew Research says 60% today are male, a striking increase from 46% in 2007. Meanwhile, young men have been leaving churches, in many cases deeply frustrated by their backwards ideas on gender issues from abortion to trans rights. Wow, women certainly care about abortion and trans rights more than Jesus, so I guess that's something we should be really losing about, right?
So, do you want to know... most women view abortion as like a level 10 concern, and trans rights isn't even on the map. Most women.
No, it's not even close. Most women don't even think about these issues. It's entirely. This is entirely a California-oriented leftist bubble.
California
thing. Historically, and for every generation, older than Gen Z today, more women than men have attended church. But today, a full 39% of Gen Z women are religiously unaffiliated, compared to 31% of Gen Z men. Weekly church attendance is
that's actually, so it's equal, because that's within margins.
That's within margins, yeah. Weekly church attendance is 40% amongst Gen Z men compared to only 28% for Gen Z women. That's huge, and these men are rejecting what they often see as too feminized mainland churches. Okay, God, Lord, get to the point. The new Orthodox converts are a minority in this new religious revival, largely because the various... By the way, the person who recommended this blog was Sarah Two-Name Schwartz, the subversive feminist
who lied about
feminist.
Who lied about orthodoxy and continues to lie about orthodoxy and should not be platformed by any bishop, priest, deacon, reader. Get her off of AFR.
Her husband, by the way, is a reader, I believe.
Yeah, well,
or deacon, or subdeacon, or so. I think he's subdeacon. He's a subdeacon.
Poor guy.
Well, yeah. Yeah. By the way, yeah, that's actually one of the big criticisms that we had of AFR is that they had some of her content on their channel. It's like that guy, but she is literally subversive.
She's a subversive. So, They're conveniently leaving
Father
out
Josiah
until-
on GGB last week, woman convert wave inbound. I actually think that could be the case. It depends on what they do with that information.
I think it will take a couple years.
But GGB, the lady that interviewed Father Josiah, at least one of them, I'm not sure if both of them went, but at least one of them ended up going to his parish and apparently, quote, loved it.
Yeah.
So there's a chance.
It's hard not to love the beautiful parish that Father Josiah serves at.
Theophan. We're going to say Theophan.
Sir, yes, sir.
What's up? We can hear you.
All right, cool. What was I calling in about? It's been a
What
minute.
were you calling it about?
I think I wanted to circle back to the, and it's okay if you don't want to go back because this is like
Right. Just
2
go
hours
ahead. Go ahead. We're there's no rhyme or reason to the stream right now. We had a rhyme and reason at the beginning, and then it just slowly devolved into nothingness. So it's fine. Go
Good to
ahead.
go. So the race thing, I wanted to circle back and like clarify, not straw man your argument without spending a huge amount of time going back over it, but basically the outcome that we come to is obviously the church opposes racism. Any kind of nationalistic race-based church, we know that is wrong. But kind of I feel like what the opinion you ultimately came to is that yes, there are practical concerns with like interracial marriage, right? That's pretty much your conclusion.
I mean, there can be practical concerns with it, but the point is that those concerns are so dramatically irrelevant to the average person that making it a deal breaker for a relationship is just doing yourself a disservice. If you have that preference, no, like that's not wrong. Like if anyone who tells you it's wrong to have a preference of not race mixing, that's fine. I think the point that needs to be made is that your preference has no bearing on other people, right? And therefore it cannot be labeled as a sin, because the big thing that people are trying to do is label it as sinful, right?
Yeah, which is clearly wrong. But I mean, I'm not as online as I was. I would argue that idea, that whole current discourse, from what I've seen of it, that it is sinful, that miscegenation being a sin in of itself is not coming from people that are Orthodox, or even a lot of people that are pretending to be Orthodox on Twitter.
Likely.
I think it's mostly Protestants that are doing the Wignat LARP. So ultimately, by coming to that kind of conclusion of, yeah, you can have personal preference, and there are, there can be practical concerns with interracial marriages. I think we're just kind of coming back full circle to agreeing with them on 99%, which I agree with. I'm not, I don't have any. It's not my preference, but I would not have, and I do not have. There's interracial marriages in both my parishes, so like I can't have an issue with that. It doesn't work.
No. And when it actually really comes down to it, if you want to be so autistic about race, most marriages in America are interracial.
Yeah, and that goes into the whole
more. And this is what we tried to talk about early in the stream, and I'm sure you were here for some of that. The biggest problem with most of this stuff is that definitions, and this is the debate I always have with the race realist people. It's like, okay, define race for me then. Like you have to provide a coherent and consistent definition that I can apply consistently across time and space, right? Because again, if you're going to use the Roman understanding of race, they didn't think that the Celts were of the same race as them, right?
If you're going to use Benjamin Franklin's understanding of race,
Italians aren't white.
Italians aren't white. Irish people aren't white. Bavarians, for some reason, Bavarians aren't white. The whitest people in the world.
Only a niche group of people of northern Germany, parts of Scandinavia, and England. Saxons.
Yeah.
It's like completely ad hoc, right? So it's like, okay, so whose definition do we use? And I think that's the biggest problem that we have, is that you're trying to use modern labels to apply consistently across time and space. Is just not going to work. Now, the practical concerns that people have, like, there's a chance my children could be born with some weird, like, incompatibility for organs or something like that. That's entirely a modern phenomenon also. You know, most people were not like most people didn't care. It's like, oh, my children can't get my kidney. Well, that's not even possible. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it's not viable anyway. Children should not have adult parts.
yes,
Yeah, I would disagree slightly on that. I think that wouldn't, at least my interpretation of what you said with practical concerns, and I don't want to like repeat them because I don't even know if you want them on your stream, are more along the lines of, I mean, you can think of the classic like stereotypes and examples, and I think that's what we're dealing with here is as far as quantifying it in some, kind of tangible way. I think I know like even the most hardcore Wignats on the internet, they're dealing in generalizations. They don't care because there's always like you could watch whoever's stream and they'll have like the based token black guy call in and affirm all the hosts concerns about race and stuff like that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
even they don't think that like every single black guy, every single Mexican is equivalent to their generalization. So I think the issue is like, yes, there has to be a way to define it, but it is undefinable in a practical sense. And what people are wanting to know is like, I think essentially the question is coming down to how racist can I be in church, not necessarily or in the church.
Well,
Here's my answer. Here's my answer. You should be loving every single person
Yeah, exactly.
in your church equally, as your brother and sister in the faith. That being said, when it comes to your day-to-day life, you can be as preferential as you want, right? So let me put it this way. If you want to live in a neighborhood that is all white and is that white picket fence style thing, that's totally your prerogative to do so. And I don't think that anybody can force you morally to have to do that. That being said, I don't really think that's what some people actually mean by that. I think that there's a lot of now people in the church might say that, but I think what we really need to focus on is how much can I point out the issue? Like really what they mean is, can I point out these issues that are obvious issues in our society and not be called racist for it? So for example, I have a buddy, he would say, why can't I point out the fact that black people in America are statistically more likely to be committing violent crime and that I just don't want to have to do it. I don't want to have anything to do with those people. Right? If preferably, like as a group, I just don't want to have anything to do about it. Now, if you take that same guy that I know and he had a black guy at his church, you'd treat him just as well as any other person. So I think the problem is that there's a conflation here. There's a conflation of socioeconomic / political pragmatism and the realities that we live with on the day-to-day versus the spiritual aspects of these things and also like how we treat the individuals in our lives, right? So I think that's where the true delineation is. And my answer would be this: listen, the key to how you treat anybody is that you must not hate them. We're called to love, cannot hate them. Now, does that mean you can't have preferences towards entire groups? Certainly not. Listen. The ancient church fathers had preferences in dealing with barbarians and pagan tribes all the time. He said, I don't want to have anything to do with these people. Did that mean that they didn't want to convert them and they didn't want to bring them into the faith? Of course not, right? So I think that there is a line. The question is it you and other random people on the internet that determine that line, or is it corporately the church deciding in accordance with the church, their spiritual fathers, the bishops, etc., that guide us in these things, right? And I think that is the operative question: is like whose role is it to bind us to these things? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm not trying to like justify being racist. Like I'm definitely what a lot of people would consider. I am what people would consider racist, and I'm not terribly concerned about being called that anymore. But I'm also not like trying to find like a loophole for any behavior like that. I just think especially among young guys, and both of the subjects I wanted to talk about involve young men. I go to 2 different parishes, and it does seem dire. But just I don't know. A lot of them are just super comfortable being overtly racist, and like discussing amongst themselves,
I-
obviously.
I mean,
like,
it- but
crazy stuff, but
if that's something that's going on, that needs to go to the priest.
Yeah.
Because there is a responsibility that the priest has to kind of rein that sort of stuff in. And I've seen it happen at other parishes that this stuff had to be reined in. But
yeah, I believe there have been occurrences of this in the past before, from what I understand from before I was Orthodox at these parishes. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know, it's weird. I think people are trying to find a balance, and I think people are trying. It's hard. I think it's something that's hard for people to let go. And I've had this conversation a lot of times with a few different people at church, like coffee hour. Like, I think if you come into the church and you don't find your social or political opinions changing like at all, I feel like you're not doing it right. Like, there's no way. Like,
Yeah.
like that's like a 1 in a trillion chance.
well,
Like,
I
you rolled
joke
all the dice perfectly.
I joke with people that I'm more right wing than Hitler, but only in that I'm a monarchist and I don't really believe in democracy.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
yeah.
or I'll say everybody left of Saint Justinian is
Yeah.
a communist.
Yeah, no, it's I think younger guys, especially, just the terminally online in particular, are.
Yeah, and
I think it's a
and-
struggle to find that balance of, and I know some of them are uncomfortable with their their own beliefs, but I don't know what to tell them. I don't know.
Well, here's the answer. Here's the answer. It is perfectly allowable to have an opinion. Like, for example, I oppose mass migration. I personally,
Mhm.
myself, being in a mixed marriage, oppose mass migration. I think that it's harmful society's cohesion and all these things. I think it's a perfectly reasonable position that anybody can hold. Okay. That being said, if you allow that position to then go to the point where you're starting to dehumanize the people in question and not actually see their humanity, right, and Christ in them, that's a big problem, right? So
Yeah,
I
it
think
can only
that's
go
the-
so far, being that we are icons of Christ, like all of us.
Yeah.
exactly. And so I think that's the key. I think the key is that we have to acknowledge it in that way. And I think that's where it's going to go down to in the future. I think there's going to be a time in which this stuff gets hammered out, and there's going to be a lot of people that leave the church disillusioned because they can't be neo-Nazi fascist number 3
Yeah, for sure.
in there. And it's like, listen, I get it, guys. I get it. I get the desire to want to, like, just ignore the fact that Hitler wasn't that great of a guy. It's like let's be real, guys. He was kind of incompetent. It's like, oh, you like I don't even get, like, let me put it this way. I don't even get why so many people admire the guy. He destroyed Germany. It's like, oh, but he really was successful in bringing the economy around. Yeah, but anybody and their mother would have been a better thing than Weimar Germany. Right? So what would you rather have? The Kaiser regain power and end Weimar Germany? And then bring back some stability to Germany, or to Germany, and not go to war with the rest of the world, or Hitler come to power, stabilize Germany economically for a few years, and then go to war with the rest of the world, and then destroy Germany anyways. Germany was completely destroyed after World War II.
Yeah.
The mass migration Germany is dealing with today is a direct result of Hitler's stupid decisions, right?
Yeah, there's an insane amount of Hitler revisionism, and it's just internet brain rot, essentially. But I think,
and that's
it's
I think
mostly
that's
it's just the aura of this, like, fictional Hitler that younger people
you
seem to
also
have in their
just- You
minds.
also just like pick. If you like Prussian military aesthetics, there's nothing wrong with Prussian military aesthetics. Just go be Prussian military aesthetic guys, but you got to be Hitler guys, I guess, instead.
Yeah, the guy showing up to every service and, like, I don't know if every parish has one of these guys or if it's just me being lucky. There's like
I'm
a
not
guy in, like,
allowed
a
to lay hands on
splintarn
people.
coat.
I'm not allowed to lay hands on people, but I would lay hands on people if that happened.
Yeah.
Me and the skater grandpa at my parish would probably lay hands on him.
So the other thing, there's the women subject. 5 young men finding women.
yeah.
Yeah.
The Foids.
I don't know where that came from. I
Zeke
think
first.
it started in the chat, but I think the guy that brought it up in the chat was just like the perpetual like schizo posting guy that's been like
Yeah.
talking to himself. But this is another thing that I've experienced firsthand in the parish, talking to guys that are younger than me. I'm 34, so I'm in the middle
You're just a
gap.
little bit older than me.
Yeah, I'm in
Yeah,
the middle gap of
and-
like, I'm not like one of the million-year-old people in my parish, but I'm not one of the 18-year-olds. So I'm like
Yeah.
stuck in between these two things. But I've talked to younger guys, and these are, some of them have been Orthodox longer than I have. I haven't been Orthodox long. I was chrismated a year ago.
Yeah.
But, like guys that just say, like, I know I'm never going to be married. And like you said, like we have those two, those two normative avenues, monasticism or marriage. Like it's kind of one of the two. There are, exceptions throughout history, but that is, we just need, we have to have a better answer, like to that.
I mean,
their situation. And what do I say to a kid like that?
Well, okay. So first off, you got to smack them upside the head and say, stop freaking blue pilling all the time. Right? Stop black pilling. Okay,
Yeah.
listen. Yes, the state between men and women is not great. The state of women is not great, but neither is the state of men.
No.
And so you as
Very
a young man have a responsibility to yourself in terms of your spiritual development and making sure you're in a place where when you do meet a woman, you will be able to bring her into your life responsibly as the leader spiritually, and love her and do what Christ does for the church, right? So that's the first thing that you need to say. The second thing that you need to answer to them is that, yes, you need listen, there's two options. You can wallow and just complain that no women are coming into the church and you can't find a good woman, or you can go and make a woman, right? What does that mean? It means go and invite you may not be interested in her initially. Just invite her to church. And like invite her. Like invite foids. It's like I can't find any girls at church. Invite a foid. You know what I mean? Like invite your sister's friends. It's like, yeah, but they're all used up. It's like,
so
dude,
are you, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So are you. So are we.
Most of you have been addicted to pornography. Okay, like you're not innocent either. We're all struggling with different issues.
Saint Basil has said, I may be a virgin of body, but that does not mean I am a virgin of mind.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was tremendously blessed. My fiance, we're getting married in September. She took me to my first liturgy when I was like a non-denominational Bible study guy. So like
get foided.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
And I will say this too. Listen, that's not saying like, so the thing that young guys always say as a response to this, oh, so you're telling me that I gotta go marry the OnlyFans slut? Is that what you're telling me? I gotta go marry the girl that slept with 20 guys? Like, dude, that's not most women. Most women are not sleeping around with 20 different guys. Even the girls that go to college and maybe have a couple boyfriends, it might be a couple boyfriends they've slept with. Okay? They're not whoring around with every guy that they meet under the sun, okay? I'm saying this very bluntly because it needs to be said bluntly. They're not doing that. Your average, listen, I went to college too. Some of the girls did do that. Some of the girls that went to sororities and things like that, they were doing that. A lot of them just went to their classes and, they had a boyfriend or two, okay? It's like, okay, it's like, oh, so you're saying I don't get my pure virgin? You're not a pure virgin. If you have watched porn, you are in no better of a state other than maybe you haven't pair bonded with somebody before. But it's like, come on, listen. Even in ancient days, women were going around sleeping with people. It wasn't uncommon. Okay.
Yeah,
People
and ultimately,
go ahead.
Is living the sacramental life of the church, like, do you believe that's regenerative or not? Like, do you think this, if you, as you said, made a woman and she becomes Orthodox and lives the sacramental life of the church, do you believe that she is the same person as she was when you found her? Like, because you can't think both of those things. Like,
she's not a new virgin, like the new age, like these, like this, like common thing where like there's these girls going to Cambodia and like going to like pagan temples and like regaining their virginity or something like that. It's like, of course not. We live in reality. But we also have to live with the fact that we live, like, every generation deals with their own sins and own issues. Our generation, unfortunately, has to deal with the byproducts of feminism in our society.
And free love.
Yeah, and so we have to learn to move forward and then build a world and a society in which our children will not have to deal with those same things.
Yeah,
okay?
that's really what needs to be said, is that it's like this is a sacrifice that both of you are doing for your children.
For your mutual salvation.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Like, how do I say this? That's you know, like I said this before. It's like if a young man has to go on an adventure to gain some vision, to gain like, what am I going to do with my life, what I need to do so that they can have something they can offer to a woman, or if they just want to go on an adventure to go off to Eastern Europe or go off to Southeast Asia, or go to Asia, go to Russia, go to these different places and find a foid. Go find a foid that way, guys.
Just stay there.
Like, seriously,
don't come back to America.
Yeah, just like, if you do, just don't bring her back, because that's just gonna infect her with feminism. But just, it's like, go do it then. It's like, but the last thing you need to do is like constantly be black-pilled all the time. First off, it's not healthy for you. It's bad for you.
No, it's super gay. Like, honestly, like, it's very effeminate.
Unless a clairvoyant elder or eldress has told you that you're supposed to be a monastic, don't assume you're going to be a monastic.
Yes, that's another thing, is that monasticism, yes, we need more monastics, but you should not be assuming that you're going to be a monastic. You can explore that possibility. In fact, we have somebody who used to frequent this stream that joined a monastery. He's a novice right now. He used to be very active in this stream, like 3 months ago, and then he announced it on this stream and said, "Hey guys, I'm going to be going to become a monastic and a novice at a monastery, and I probably won't be on here very much going forward. I might pop in every once in a while, or because some monastics are active on the online sphere. They do. You got Father the Abbot Trefun, right?
Depending on how you feel about that one.
I don't mind it. But I don't think you should be, if you do have a online presence, it should be basically just putting things out there and not necessarily going on back and forths, right?
Yeah, my priest is a monk, and we were talking about something one time. I don't remember exactly what, but he was like, "Yeah, it's kind of insane that even the monks have phones now."
Yeah, all of my bishop is technically a monastic too, guys. I think shocker. All the bishops they're active online, right? And my priest is Father Paul Che. He is he's a priest monk.
Yeah, I think I've only been to one monastery, but as far as, and I know some guy, it's kind of a stereotype, I think, at this point, but those guys that are like betting on monasticism, younger guys, and they're like, it's essentially just a way out of perpetual black billing for them, that, nothing's going to work out anyway, so I'll just become a monastic, and that time goes on and on.
But also, I know people who have prepared for monasticism, and guess what happened?
They met a gal.
A young lady walks into their life, and that preparation for monasticism helped them in their marriage.
Yeah, it's almost like living the Christian life.
Yeah.
It's going to lead potentially to that.
Yeah.
Wow. Shocker. You get yourself in spiritual order. You get yourself in spiritual order, and suddenly a foid walks into your life. I wonder what God's telling you there.
Or there's a priest I know. He was a novice and a subdeacon, and the monastery folded underneath him, basically. And the Metropolitan sent him to go live with this family, and he ended up marrying the daughter of the family that he was living with.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I met a guy. I met a guy that he came out here to Korea. He had no intention of meeting anybody. He was just going to college out here. Because, by the way, this is a little known secret to any of the young guys listening. College abroad is dirt cheap. You don't need to go to college in the United States, and most of the time they offer English courses and degrees, like entire degree courses in English. And if they don't, then you can take language courses as part of your prerequisites, right? So, and it's dirt cheap. Like here in Korea, you can go to an Ivy League level school. We're talking like this is Harvard level education you're going to get. And it's like $5,000 a semester. That's
Right.
like, imagine going to Harvard for $5,000 a semester, right? If you go to a smaller regional school here, it's like $1,000 a semester. It's like $1,200 a semester. Insanely cheap. Okay, so for a very high quality education, this is true in many countries. So maybe, hey, I'm a young guy. I want to go back to college. I want to get an education so I can actually provide for our children. Hey, maybe just go to college abroad, and there's plenty of women to meet there. And
Yeah,
guess what? There's
go
a good
study-
chance there's
Go
a parish
study
near you.
abroad. Go study abroad. Yeah.
Go study abroad.
Yeah, no, I think that more
Good
people need to
go.
realize that's an option. Yeah, good one.
Especially in modernity, we live in the 21st century. It is so easy nowadays and cheaper than ever to go off to a country and just study and experience the world a little bit. It's not like it was 200 years ago where you'd have to have 9 months, sell all of your possessions, and hope to get a chartered boat to the New World. It's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
You can fly to
that's-
Serbia. You can, you know.
Yeah, you can fly to literally anywhere in the world. Like, yeah. Here's maybe speaking to my African American brothers who, by the way, young white guys that are complaining about the state of womanhood. Go talk to black men and traditional black men about the state of women in the black community.
Which is about 10 years ahead of where, or no,
It's
20.
it's
20 years
20.
ahead of where.
It's like it is nightmarish levels of insanity that you're dealing with, that the black community has to deal with. And so if you're a young black man, you're really up a creek without a paddle if you want to go meet a good black woman in America. It's not exactly easy, right?
No, it's pretty degenerate. Within those
just read
communities.
some of the stories about it. It's
because there's no not a lot of fathers in those communities. So a lot of the older women are competing with the younger women for men.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I mean, just because of internet culture, TikTok, etc. If you want to know the current state of black women in America, just look at the way white women were behaving like 6 months ago, because that's just the culture now.
Yep. And also, like, so I would even tell a young black man, it's like, if you want to keep it racially pure, if that's your preference, okay. Well, you might have to go off to Africa and meet a good Orthodox African foid. There's plenty of them now. It's growing very rapidly over there, so you might actually be able to find them.
Go talk to OCMC and get a mission trip.
Exactly, right?
Uganda.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure Bishop Macarios would like some American young men to come help out.
Exactly.
Yeah, one of the married guys in my parish, we have a group chat, and he's been working on Latina pilling all the younger guys. He's like, that's where I married a Latina woman, and she's perfect. Like,
yeah. Well, I live in a mostly Latin American town, but my parish is very white. We are having some Mexicans slowly trickle in to the parish.
Someone says family is important. People running around or running off around the world is just another way to destroy families. I don't. How is it destroying a family if these young men don't have families yet?
Yeah,
I agree to an extent. I think I see what.
Unless you're talking about unless he's talking about like the nation as a family, but the thing is America's been a destroyed culture and nation for years. Like, tell me what culture I'm supposed to go and die for. This is coming from a veteran. Okay, you're talking to a veteran right now. What am I dying for when it comes to America as a nation?
Yeah, no, that's something I've mulled over for in the Marine Corps forever ago. But
talking about changing the laws, 51% of this country is female, and 30% of the men are completely cucked by these females. So
I am a big proponent of children, especially both men and women, being able to take care of their parents to the extent of their means later on in their parents' life. But if you don't have that as a younger person,
that's what I'm. Yeah, I like, for example, my parents, they're not super old. They're in their 50s, and they're taking they had my dad's parents moved in with them, and they're building a small little extension to their house in Florida so that they can have a little bit of privacy and stuff like that. And and you know, down the road, me or my brother are going to have to probably do the same. People are like, "Well, yeah, but you live in Korea, so you left way have to." What does that have to do with anything? It means I have to take care of them. It means I have to provide the means in which I can take care of them. If that means that I have to earn, like, work my ass off the rest of my life to earn full-time adult care and stuff like that, where they can live independently as long as they possibly can, then I do that. If I have to move them the hell over here, then I do that, right? Like I don't understand what the like people, because like I don't have any rootedness. All my roots are in Minnesota. My parents left Minnesota. I have no family, and like I still have extended family in Minnesota, but my parents don't have any connection to Florida, right? Like
And-
so, like
and in a-
America
and
has
in a-
always been a very transient culture.
And in a certain sense,
Always.
our roots should be in the church more than our families.
You're
And that's
dying for your folks back home, but like my folks back home aren't at risk for anything that I'm dying for.
I don't
There's
have
nothing-
any
there's nothing-
friends that died when I was in the Marine Corps that died for their parents or my parents. Like it's
No,
just
they
not
died. They
the
died
real
for
thing.
foreign excursions that were never a risk for the American homeland. No terrorist was at, like, my parents were not at risk for any terrorist action, right? And I'll say this as well: every single one of these people that fled Europe to move to America, whether they're migrants or settlers, left family behind.
We just
all
have
of
to
them.
we just have to reverse colonize Ireland.
So true. That if you're Irish, just go back to Ireland. What are you doing here? No, it's a joke, but what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that you do what is, like, every generation has to do what is pragmatic to, when men went gallivanting off on long military campaigns that would sometimes be 10, 15, 20 years, you don't think they weren't leaving behind loved ones? You don't think that when men went sailing halfway across the world to go get spices from India and then come back, they would be gone for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 2 years sometimes on a voyage? You don't think, and with a high probability of dying, you don't think they were leaving behind?
Uh-oh.
Oh. Well, Valerie, I think the destruction of urbanization of the population can only be reversed.
Migrants, yeah, you don't
Can only be reversed by orthodoxy.
correct.
So it's kind of a catch-22. It's like, do we leave these young men in a position where they can't make families for themselves, or do we put them in a position where they can make families for themselves?
Yeah, so you have two options right now, right?
Yeah. And I'm sorry. People are like, oh, the women will come. The women will come. A lot of these young men probably won't see the women come in their generation.
Yeah, and that, to an extent, that separation of young men from their parents, their families, is expected as per Christ to,
Yeah.
find a woman and marry her. But I think there is a
You
balance.
guys want to see? Do you guys want to see what? Chat. You got everyone vote. One's in the chat if you want to see what I work on while I'm talking to you, goobers, because I'm actually working on something right now.
It's probably a line of code that we can't understand.
No, you actually can see it because I already have it visualized. I just need to make one more change and then I'll show you guys.
But anyway, gents, one last thing. Pearl Davis
Yeah, go ahead.
is basically a Muslim, so it's like what?
Yeah.
I was thinking more about
All-
that, but I don't even want to.
All Catholics are, so.
Yeah, true. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and God bless you. Blessing
Have
to you.
a
God
good
bless
night.
you.
Keep up
Thank
the good
you.
work.
Thank you for calling me in, and thank you
Blessings,
for
bro.
being generous today. It was very much appreciated, and you're welcome anytime. All right, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Take it easy.
That's what I think.
Yes. Have a wonderful day, or night, or whatever it is.
It's night.
Nicholas, it's not all about you. What if your folks need you? Again, what if the people who left their family back in Poland while they gallivanted off to America to establish a new family and meet someone, what if their grandparents needed them? It's like, again, like the America was created by people that left their village, oftentimes alone without their family, and went off to the New World, right? You guys are jokers. Can't ever get any. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix this, and then once I fix this section, I'll show you guys what I was working on. Um,
I mean, my family actively, while I was younger, like prevented me from talking to women at all and being romantic at all, while my brothers were allowed to have girlfriends. So,
let's see if this works. If this works, guys, this is why I hate coding. I'm not a coder by trade. Like, I do coding like very surface level, and then I use a lot of AI to assist me. But
hey, Alex is here. Send Alex a link to the studio.
oh, hello, Alex. Yeah, you're welcome to be invited in, Alex, because we're talking about the Foids.
Alex is happily
Yeah, I'll
married.
send it to him in private.
Alex is happily married.
That is true.
We appreciate Alex.
Alex Soren is happily married. Yeah, he's welcome to hop in. He doesn't need to though, but he can if he wants. Yeah, it's again. I don't advocate for people just to leave. Like, don't just up and leave if you do. But if you're really at the point where you're like, I don't see a future in the area that I'm living in, well, then you might have to leave. And I know this sounds like the Ben Shapiro, like, oh, the ruthless cosmopolitan, but like, guys, we're talking about America here. Most like if it was to someone in Germany, I'd say, yeah, you got to make it work in Germany. You're German, right? Because Germany still has a cohesive cultural milieu that they can be in. I can't this time. Oh man, that's too bad. But yeah, I mean, like, you do what you got to do as a man. Like, you got to figure it out. And there's far too many young men that are just kind of like, they're just kind of completely lost in the sauce, and they're not willing to.
In a certain sense, the society has put them in the sauce.
Yeah.
And doesn't give them the tools to get out of it.
All right, guys, we're gonna see if this worked for the website. It worked. It worked. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys. We're publishing it. Publish the latest. So once it's published, I can show you guys. Come on. Come on, publish, you stupid thing. Americans need to recapture the cycle of life. I don't know what that means.
Go back to having multi-generational households and communities. The issue is that has to start somewhere. That's not going to start with people like my parents who have actively frustrated their children when it comes to relationships. So.
Okay.
Like, if I got somebody pregnant in high school, I probably would still be living with my parents. But.
Yo, this. Okay, there we go. There we go, guys. All right, we're going to show you the website I've been working on. Do I just go to Microsoft tab? I think that's what we do. We're just going to go to
Italians have 3-hour lunch breaks. Recover the cycle of life. Yes.
All right, guys, there you go. Here's the website, and I'm going to add it to stage.
Well,
Yes,
Silvar
I do.
Ogre, guess what? If you're on the new calendar, if you're on the old calendar, Apostles Fast is long this year.
Yes. So right here is the main website. You can sign up for the Substack, which doesn't have anything yet, but look at that, guys. It looks beautiful. I have it fading in and out. I gotta fix this where the edges, it doesn't go to the edges yet, but the hero section fading in and out, I have to just expand it so it fades in properly.
Did he pay you for this, I hope?
Does he pay for me to do this?
Yes.
Of course he pays me to do this. You think I'd do this for free?
We've had conversations in the past.
Well, we've had conversations about people ghosting me in payments, but no, Kongman's been very, very good because I do more than just websites for support for him. He pays me monthly to do other work for him as well.
Awesome.
So, he's starting the Kongman Lee show here soon.
Well, hopefully he has some priests on as guests.
I think he's going to have guests and stuff like that. I know he's getting a bunch of stuff, so I gotta fix that. Damn it. Hold on. No, now it's fixed. Sorry, I didn't have it full screen. That was my fault.
Gaming.
I gotta fix that. Okay. He does do gaming, yes. Like once a week or something like that. He'll do a gaming stream. So, all right. Well, that's all I got for that one, guys.
Nice.
That's what I've been working on this whole time that we've been talking. That's why sometimes I seem distracted. It's because I'm distracted trying to get something to work. Common is Protestant, but he's pretty disillusioned with modern Protestant movements. He's exploring. He said he was very close to converting to Catholicism, but he said certain things about the Pope he just couldn't get past. He's interested in Orthodoxy. I provided him some materials on it when he was last in Korea. So Italians have 3-hour lunch breaks, recapture the cycle of life. So true. So true. Actually, most of Europe, by the way, if a European works past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there's a problem.
Well, they get overtime.
Yeah,
and
but
then
like
the
your average
German boss gets mad.
Yes, they're the average Spaniard and Italian and all these people. There's a reason their GDP hasn't grown like meaningfully in decades. It's because they hit a certain threshold and said, okay, this is good enough quality of life, right? Like that. They're
Which is something we need to realize in America. We need the GDP to go down.
Yes,
GDP
actually,
must go down.
unironically, yes. So
Disillusion with Protestantism, theological issues with Rome. I know a guy. I know several people. I don't know. And do you want to talk about the SSPX stuff, or is that not something you want to talk about?
I don't know enough about it to really speak on it, honestly. I just know that they're kind of at a point.
They might be excommunicated, but I don't think the Pope will let them. So.
Yeah, I think the Pope's going to just kind of smack them a bit and then just proceed to pretend that the issue is solved when it hasn't been solved.
Yeah, just like Benedict did. So I don't know. I'm hoping that a lot of these SSPX, the individuals that are in the circles of the SSPX, because they don't really have members, because you can't be a member of an SSPX church, realize that what's going on is not correct. I hope that realization comes about at some point. But the SSPX makes up like less than 1% of the synod when it comes to like even they're not allowed to count attendance. They're not allowed to do a head count of who's there just because they don't exist, really.
Disillusioned with Protestantism, theological issues with Rome, I know a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
But I don't know. I'm just.
Well, here's the thing. I want a lunch break and I want to be done with work. And listen, most people listen. The American ethos of 8-hour workdays is one of the most retarded things that have ever been created in the face of the earth. The fact of the matter is the average person does not need to work 8 hours a day to get their work done for that day. Everything should be salaried. Here's my opinion: everything should be salaried, except for maybe a few jobs. And you basically work until you get it done that day. So it's like, for example, if I get my work done for the day after 4 hours, I should be able to go home. Why the hell am I just waiting around? I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs or whatever. And if there's anything I can do from home, I should be able to just do it from home.
Yeah, Europeans are like, oh, your corporate work culture is so toxic. And we're like, yeah, it is.
Yeah, we agree.
Remote work is something that's coming out, but it's not like widespread yet.
Well, it was widespread during COVID, and then it took a hit after COVID kind of ended, and now I think it's going to slowly come back again because there's really no point. Again, why am I going into an office just to sit in a cubicle to stare at a wall and do the same work I could do from home?
Yeah, Seattle is actually like empty right now. All the office space in Seattle is basically sitting empty, and they're going to start taxing on that.
Well, the biggest problem, again, there's no problem with going into work. The problem is that there needs to be a purpose for going into work, right? What's the deal with TO? Are you talking about true Orthodox? They're just autistic schismatic people that couldn't get over the fact that no one listened to them, and so now they're perpetually angered.
And they're not very big. There's only about 1 million TO worldwide.
Correct.
Worldwide. So they have a very large internet presence, mostly because they've been doing the internet stuff for longer than a lot of parishes have.
Yes.
They've been on the internet for ages.
They were on the internet the earliest they possibly could, and they have old blogs from like the 90s.
Yeah.
Even, guys. Like, these guys have been there and trying to get their, they're trying to make themselves out to be, okay, I'm almost done. There's a few small things I got to do, guys, but I'm pretty much done. It's mobile friendly right now, which is 90% of the customer base anyways is mobile friendly. So,
well, most people, if they're going to look up a website, they're going to look it up on their phone.
Exactly, which is why I focus mostly on trying to get it mobile friendly, but full screen mode just jacks it up.
Yeah,
which I got to figure out.
If employers were required to pay mileage on commuting, it would be so nice.
Mm-hmm. I will say this, guys. If any of you are interested in having a website done, if you want your parish to have a website, hit me up. I don't charge that much for parishes. I try and keep the cost lower for them, but the average website, honestly, is about $1,500 for your average customer, especially something that's not super complicated, like the one that I just showed you guys. It's a super simple website, right?
Yeah.
But if it's a very complicated website, it can skyrocket quickly because the more code I have to do, the more time the more time I have to spend on it. But for your average parish website, where they want a calendar, they want the ability to have a news bulletin, and they want the ability for people to contact the priest or schedule time to speak with the priest, things like that. It's not I have a basic template I can implement pretty quickly. So I normally only charge between $600 and $800 for a parish website, and then I can host it for them too, so they don't have to get their own domain hoster if they don't want to, and I can just manage it for them on that end. And any changes they want in the future, they can just throw me a couple bucks. That's typically how I've been doing it. So if you guys have a parish or anything like that, please let me know. I also have a diocese website that I have been working on the background. It's generic, but eventually I would like it so that dioceses actually manage all of their parishes from a single source. So all the parishes have a landing page. All their parishes in that diocese have a landing page on the diocese website, so that even the smallest mission will have a good quality website that they can spin up very quickly. That would be my dream, but got to talk to a bishop for that, you know.
Yeah.
And
TO like to claim Father Seraphim rose, but then there's other TO who like to say he's burning in hell. So they're not really consistent on Father Seraphim.
well, listen, here's all you need to know about the TOs. This is all you need to know, guys. Okay, the TOs think that Saint John of Shanghai, Saint Luke the Surgeon, and Saint Paisios and Saint Porphyrios are burning in hell. They think that they're damnable heretics. Saint Paisios. Okay,
Yeah.
listen.
Saint Joseph.
You think Saint Paisios? Oh, they also despise Elder Ephraim, who will be a saint at some point. I'm almost certain. So these people, like that's all you need to know about the level of holiness they're producing. Because if they don't have the holy discernment to understand that those people are holy men, you're not serious, in my opinion.
Yeah. Elder Ephraim will probably be canonized sooner rather than later, just because of
within the
Father
next
Seraphim.
Yeah, probably the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
But he died much more recently than Father Seraphim. So, I mean, he was alive up until what, 2019?
2019, 2020. I think 2019, because he had 2019. Yeah, because he had a prophecy about COVID. So, my question is, are they going to canonize him as Elder Ephraim of Arizona, or are they going to canon him as Elder Ephraim of Philotheo? Probably both. They'll probably say both is acceptable.
Well, it's going to be interesting, guys. It's going to be interesting. So, that being said, guys, I'm going to call it quits here because I've been working all day and doing stuff with you guys, so it's much appreciated. If you guys want to see something be responded to in the future, if there's anything you want, just send me a message or in the comments or something like that. That helps me, give me some stuff that you guys want to see. I appreciate you guys coming in and just chilling with me while I do work. So,
yep, no worries.
God bless you guys. Have a wonderful day.
Nikolai.
Thank you.